In a crowded city, inside a modest house, the computer screen still displayed the game interface. A young guy lay on the bed, completely ignoring the sun already high in the sky. Suddenly, the phone buzzed, showing the alarm for 7:05. Jong Minun slowly opened his eyes, mumbling, "I fell asleep again while gaming." He sat up, turned off the alarm, and started complaining. "I really don't want to go to school." As he stepped out, his eyes scanned the surroundings. A note stuck on the fridge read, "Mom's gone to work, so eat properly and then head to school." Dong Minjun was used to seeing this note, showing no emotion. Then he quickly put on his uniform and left the house. Jong Minun looked up at the towering apartment building. Building 104 stood tall and proud, dominating the skyline. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. The kids living there probably couldn't even imagine a life like his. But he pushed those random thoughts aside and kept walking. At Gun High School, Jong Minun fell to the ground, blurting out, "Ah, damn it." A male student looked at him, mouth sympathetic. "Hey, sorry Minjun, you okay? I was trying to go easy on you." The guys nearby chimed in, "Man, if you'd fallen a little differently, your head would have cracked open." Ha ha. But seeing Minun get thrown down was pretty real. The guy who hit him was now looking for trouble again. "Wait, did you just say damn it? Did I hear that right?" Then he burst out laughing. "Ha ha. Loser Dong Minun. I've probably been going easy on you lately." This punk's starting to lose his fear. This guy is Parent Bin, 18 years old, class 23 at Seoul Gun High. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Why is it so noisy out here in the hallway?" Bin froze mid-action when he heard this. A beautiful girl stood behind him, speaking arrogantly. "You guys aren't kids anymore. Parent Bin, stop picking on the weak ones." Bin smiled warmly as soon as he saw her. "Oh, so it's Han Jena," she said with annoyance. "Whether it's losers or bullies like Parent Bin, don't cause trouble and make the school look bad in front of me." This girl is Han Jena, 18, class 23 at Songgon High. Bin immediately threw an arm around Ba Ko-an, acting friendly. "Hey, who's bullying who? Minun's our class mascot, we're just messing around." "Ha ha." Jenna snapped angrily. "If you want a joke, do it outside. Don't make noise in the hallway." Bin fired back, "And who are you to boss people around? Ha ha, Minun hates you the most." Han Jena quickly retorted, "Hey, I'm not hitting him like you do. Got it? I just ignore him." Bin wasn't backing down. "That's still pretty bad. You jerk." "Han Jena? She's in my class and I've known her since middle school, just like Park Seon Bin." After some back and forth, Seon Bin finally gave in. "Forget it, today I met a friend." "Want to go together?" Jenna crossed her arms, annoyed. "Are you crazy? After what happened last time when I listened to you? No way I'm going again, especially to Minun's dump of a house. Gross." Hanana lived in a fancy apartment complex that I could see from where I was. Her parents run a hospital and one's a specialist real trust fund babies, super active on TikTok and Instagram, total social media queens. Plus, her grades are top-notch, always at the top. I heard she's planning to study abroad in the U.S. next year. She looks like the perfect kid, has everything, but one weakness, she absolutely hates poor losers like me. Jenna walked into the classroom, shooting him a look of pure disdain. "What? You staring at me?" A girl nearby laughed. "Poof. When did all this start?" "Back in 8th grade. When we were in the same class, I finally got the guts to talk to her." Dong Min nervously followed behind her. Hey, you're heading this way too." Unexpectedly, she actually turned around, leaving him stunned. But what she said next was like a cold splash of water. Jenna sneered. "You kinda stink. Stop following me, okay? If you live this way too, keep your distance or take another route. And I really don't want to talk to someone like you." Minan just stood there frozen, listening to her insults. That's when he realized Han Jena despised him. He hung his head, deep in thought, and it seemed like he gave off a poor vibe. Thinking back, she always smelled nice. Was that the scent of wealth? Normally, if someone hates you, feelings fade away. That's just how it goes. Now that we're in high school, Jenna somehow got stuck sitting next to that guy, and she won't stop complaining. Damn it, seriously. We're in high school now, and I still gotta sit next to him. 9th grade English, Korean geography, algebra 2, culture class, someone switch seats with me, please. Every year, we've gone to the same school, same class, and even though he always mocks and looks down on me, strangely, I still don't really know what I feel about him. Could it be that I still like him? Is this what losing feels like? Looking at her beautiful face, he couldn't help but scold himself. Liking someone who constantly mocks and belittles you? What a joke, right? But now, he's getting physically pushed around by Seon Pin and mentally tormented by Han Jena. Since then, every day's been a nightmare. His life is nothing but humiliation and shame. Now it's break time, and the chunky guy next to him is chatting with another friend. Yo, Zun-ho, didn't you hear? The new spring anime list is fire this year. Bet you know the originals, huh? The other friend quickly replied, nah, I'm not into anime anymore. But today is the RZ offline event, right? If we didn't have school, we'd have been there since morning, Obyung Jun said, a bit frustrated. But why hold a game event on a weekday morning anyway? I'm not into game events. I prefer Lumina's concerts, the other friend suggested. Hey, want to try snagging tickets with me? There's one this month. This friend's name is B. Sunho, 18 years old, attending Songgon High, class 26. The chunky guy is Obi Byeon Jun, also 18, from Songgon High, class 25. Sunho and Bung Jun are in different classes from me. They're the only friends who share my vibe. But unfortunately, they're lucky enough to have good classmates, so no one bullies them. Byeon Jun noticed his gloomy face and invited him. Min Jun, you want to go? Lumina's concert. But Minun was still lost in complicated thoughts. He silently thought, those guys are seriously lucky, born with good fortune. Seeing him zone out for a while, Byeon Jun shouted again, Jong Minun, you still don't care? Guess I'm the only one living this dead-end life. Sunho, losing patience, cranked up the volume, calling out. Hey Minun-kun, this time they actually pulled your mind back to reality. He jumped, staring blankly at them. Humph, Sunho held up his phone, repeating the question. You're coming to Lumina's concert, right? We're about to hunt for tickets. Minjun looked at the beautiful goddess on the screen but had no interest left, forcing a smile to decline. Gotta support Jan, right? Haha. No. I'm done caring about idols. His two friends were shocked hearing that. What? You're serious? You're quitting the fandom just because Jan's in that big F idol group, Jang Kolugia. You're nuts? Dong Minjun shrugged it off and walked away. Anyway, I'm heading to class. The two friends looked at him like he'd lost his soul, walking off confused. Not long ago, he was a hardcore Lumina fan. Today, he looked even more lifeless than usual. What's up with him? They guessed, watching his slumped back. Isn't Jan caught up in a dating scandal recently? You think he's so down like it's the end of the world? Are there really losers like that? The other chimed in, if your bias is Jang's and they get scandalized, you're screwed too. No arguing that. Class 23, Jong Minun sat as usual, slouched in his seat. His mind kept racing. Yeah, hope school ends soon. Then he heard Seon Pin's voice gossiping from the back of the class. That damn communist bastard's staring again. Ha. The guy next to him was suspicious. You mean Kang Hon? Minjun couldn't help but tilt his head, listening. Seon Pin bragged, he's even shorter than me. Bet I could take him down easy. The guys around him immediately joined in. You train at that gym, right? Of course he's no match. Ha. Seon Pin kept throwing insults at the other guy. That damn communist left his parents in North Korea and still disrespectful. Ha. How'd he even escape? The guy next to him added, don't know the details, but I heard he came here when he was 13. Probably escaped death a few times. Someone else looked around nervously and told them to calm down. A buzz-cut guy stepped closer, eyes tired as he spoke. What did you just say? This guy was Kang Hon, 18 years old, from Seon Gun High, class 23. Class 23, Seon Pin replied seriously, showing no fear. What's up, you little punk? Got a problem? Hack just opened his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Xe Bin immediately stepped forward, grabbed the guy by the collar, and started cursing. You damn dog. Xe Bin was definitely half a head taller than him, way more built too. His hand still gripped the guy's shirt tight, while Hak Chan's eyes looked the same kind of spaced out. Their two friends nearby, scared shitless, rushed over to break it up. Hey, chill out, alright. Xe Bin cooled down. Sorry about that, man. After that, Bin let go but didn't forget to lean in close and warn him. You've already run all the way to Korea. If you don't want to end up dead here, best keep your mouth shut at school. After saying that, their crew finally backed off. Minjun felt a little sick watching the scene but couldn't do shit, just sat there quietly, thinking about this trash heap of a class, this damn school. The day flew by fast, school let out, and Minjun, like usual, walked home, constantly telling himself, yeah, starting tomorrow I'm done with this shitty school. That's the quickest way to turn this hellish life into something better. From tomorrow on, I'm never going back. Suddenly, a loud shout hit his mind. Hey. He turned his head and saw Zonbin and his gang stepping out from a narrow alley. The dude smirked, falling back into his old habits, always on time. Haha, I need to buy some smokes. Help me out. Go ask that old lady over there to grab some from the convenience store. Minjun's eyes widened as he looked at them, silently cursing. Damn brat. Anyway, I'm quitting school, so I'll never have to see this bastard again. At least I should give him a piece of my mind. But Min-jun only thought that and never actually did it. He slowly lowered his head and walked past, pretending not to hear. Bin stared at him, shocked. Huh. Dongmin scared. Not coming? You ignoring me? While he gawked in surprise, one of his buddies burst out laughing. What the hell? Ha ha. Min-jun's finally rebelling. Ha. Ha ha. Bin was completely ignored. Ha ha. Damn it. Ha ha. That bastard. The sun was high in a narrow alley. Min-jun lay beaten flat on the ground, his whole body aching and stiff. The voices of Bin's crew echoed in his ears. What's wrong with this psycho today? Bin held a brick, threatening the poor trash. Or maybe I should just kill your mom today. Haven't given you a real beating since middle school. Got too comfortable living peaceful. Huh, you bastard. The guy next to him sneered. Hey. I swear I tried, Canon Bin. If Min-jun dies today, I'm not responsible. But right after, he heard Min-jun's weak, faint voice. Kill me. His body was motionless on the ground, voice feeble. Just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. The two guys nearby didn't even flinch. Hey, this is starting to get kind of pitiful. Bin laughed, but Bin's face darkened, furious, shouting, You damn bastard, listen up. If you dare put my name in your suicide note, you're dead. Bin frowned, eyes wide. After you die, I'm gonna find your mom and kill her too. The others saw things spiraling out of control and started feeling scared. Damn, that just went way too far. Bin yelled angrily. Fuck this, let's bounce losers. They left, but Min-jun stayed lying there, motionless. No one knows how long passed before he finally got up and started walking home. As he climbed each step, he thought, wishing this world would just end tomorrow. Every step felt heavier. He looked up at the sky, maybe dying would be better. Min-jun gazed at the bright blue sky again, looked at the tall building, thinking, if I jump from up there, everything ends, nothing matters anymore. I have no reason to live this miserable life. As he walked forward, head down in despair, suddenly a voice called out from behind. Hearing that familiar voice, Min-jun instinctively turned around. Jena seemed to be coming back from school, still in uniform, asking, What are you doing here? This isn't your apartment, right? What are you doing around here? Did you sneak in or something? Min-jun looked at her, dumbfounded. Jena added, You don't look like you're delivering anything. Planning to steal something? Damn it. Min-jun clenched his fists, mocking himself. Yeah, that's right. Someone like me shouldn't be around where people like you live. I'm just here to end it all, to die in your apartment. Seeing no reply, she pressed on, her tone softening a bit. But what's up with your face? Did someone beat you up? Min-jun stayed silent, his vacant eyes fixed on the ground. Jena lost her patience and raised her voice. Hey, seriously, you're driving me crazy. If guys like Per and Pin are bullying you, at least fight back. If you've been hit once, stand up and hit back next time. Min-jun kept listening in complete silence. Honestly, people like you look pathetic. You can't do anything right, at least have the guts to fight back. Living like this, don't you feel ashamed? But he just casually walked past her. Jena, seeing his indifference, got a little pissed. What the hell? You're leaving? Min-jun pretended not to hear and kept walking forward. Jena lost her cool and snapped. Still ignoring me? Damn it. Are you crazy? When someone talks to you, you shout like that? She looked at his back helplessly and sighed. Damn, but the guy is really pitiful, way too weak. Tomorrow, I'm definitely gonna roast that bastard. Min-jun kept his head down and walked on. It wasn't until dusk that he finally got home. He turned on his computer, thinking to himself, maybe I'll play some games for a bit. He'd already changed clothes. He put on his headphones and dove into his own world. Unbelievable. I gave up on dying just because of Han Jena. Thinking back on the beautiful face of the girl he secretly loved, he admitted to himself that his feelings weren't wrong. All right, now that I've dropped out, I don't have to deal with Pin or Han Jena anymore. He stared at the screen, trying to distract his brain, but starting tomorrow, maybe I should help Mom out with something. At that moment, his gaming buddies saw him online and immediately messaged, Yo Min-jun, you're back? Hurry up and log in, we're waiting. Min-jun replied neither fast nor slow. Hold up. I just turned it on. It's already 8:30. His room was still lit, with occasional exclamations echoing. What the hell is that? His hand slipped on the keyboard as he fully immersed himself in the game. Not that way, there's 3 zombies over here. Done clearing. Then his friend suddenly said, Hey, something urgent came up. I gotta step out for a bit. Min-jun felt a bit reluctant. Huh? Just like that? Finish this round. It'll only take 10 more minutes. Another friend chimed in, Min-jun. Actually, I gotta go too. Min-jun was stunned. What's going on? Even Byung-jun? He wondered, then glanced at the clock. What time is it now? 10 o'clock already. That late, their voices started buzzing. What's happening? Did you see the news? It's chaos out there. Minjun was totally clueless about the social mess. Huh? What news? Suddenly, he heard a strange sound from outside. He took off his headphones, suspicious. What's that? Minjun stepped out of his room, peeked out the door, and slowly moved toward the doorknob, asking, "What? Who's there?" The noise outside grew louder. Minjun started to panic. I mean, who the hell is that? That's scary. He pressed his eye to the peephole and saw a dazed man staggering outside his door, mumbling, help me. Then quickly recognized him. It was the upstairs neighbor. The groaning outside kept going. Opening the door, Minjun broke into a sweat and stepped back a bit. Wrong floor again? But the guy outside stood firm, a big pool of blood trailing from upstairs at his feet. Minjun thought, damn, this drunk is at it again. Minjun reached out and turned the doorknob, slowly opening the door a crack to let the hallway light spill inside. The guy's drunk again. Then he peeked his head outside. Confusion was still clear on his face, but when he saw the scene before him, his eyes widened in horror. Earlier, he only saw the guy's face, but now, when did the upstairs neighbor get such a huge wound on his stomach? Blood was dripping down from upstairs as the man walked. Minjun panicked and asked, "Sir, are you okay? Should I call 911? But the man didn't catch a word. He went crazy, growling with his mouth wide open, then suddenly lunged at Minjun, attacking fiercely. Seeing the disgusting mouth, Minjun couldn't hold back his fear and yelled. He blindly kept shouting, trying to snap the guy out of it. "Sir, why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" Seeing the man wasn't calming down, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Then he kicked hard in the guy's stomach to defend himself. The man collapsed outside the house. Seizing the moment, Minjun slammed the door shut, locked it. The neighbor's growls echoed behind the door. He leaned against the door, breathing hard. His legs were so weak he couldn't stand. He tried to calm himself down. What the hell just happened? His face cleared up a bit. Minjun grabbed his phone and fumbled to dial. "Police, I gotta call the cops." But things didn't go smoothly. He kept calling but got no response. Minjun started to panic. What? The phone's totally dead. He stared suspiciously at the screen. Suddenly, a bunch of emergency alerts popped up that he hadn't noticed before. At 9:10 in the morning, an emergency alert was sent out for the Seoul area. Terrorist attacks were happening at unknown locations. Please prepare to evacuate. Priority evacuation for kids and elderly first. At 9:35 in the morning, a shelter-in-place order was issued. If attackers are nearby, stay inside and wait for rescue. Unexplained attacks are happening in Seoul and other unknown areas. If you spot attackers, stay inside and wait for help. Many murders have been reported. Minjun muttered, "Emergency alert." Then he was quickly distracted by strange noises outside the wall. Without thinking, he peeked through the narrow window crack to look outside. Weird sounds came from those freaks. They kept tearing apart and slaughtering normal people. Anyone still awake was running for their lives. "Hey, please save me. Cray, what the hell is going on?" Quickly, he spotted a familiar figure amid the chaos. It was the uncle from upstairs. Before he could process it, he suddenly remembered his mom hadn't come home yet. Worry surged up. "Mom, are you okay?" Minjun immediately dialed his phone. She usually gets home around this time. Every beat made his heart hang in the air, tension sky high. Please. His worry turned into fear. His eyes went blank. Even his mom's phone was unreachable. Facing this brutal reality, Minjun felt helpless. At first, he left the lights on, but soon turned them off. He wrapped himself tightly in a thick blanket, too scared to move. His body still trembled. Outside, low growls continued. They were probably far from his house. Only then did Minjun stick his head out, grabbing his phone to check for info, but it was useless. The internet and everything else had been cut off earlier. Luckily, the TV still worked. He grabbed the remote and turned it on. Sure enough, the screen showed breaking news. He carefully thought to turn the volume down, just in case the sound could be heard outside. The news anchor started speaking. A series of brutal murders are being carried out by unidentified individuals nationwide. The government considers this random terrorism and is investigating the causes and culprits. However, no specific information has been released yet. Yeah, I repeat, the situation is extremely serious. Minjun grew more uneasy, panicking. Terrorism, something really bad is going down. The anchor continued. If possible, stay inside, lock your windows and doors, and avoid contact with the outside world. Here's the latest update. There are now reports of murders in Busan as well. Minjun watched the horrifying zombies relentlessly biting people. Similar violent incidents are being reported not only in big cities like Seoul, Busan, and Incheon, but also in small towns. Police and military forces have been deployed, but the situation is hard to control. He sat back against the door, eyes dazed. This is insane. This isn't just terrorism or mass panic anymore. After thinking for a moment, a bold thought popped into his head. Don't tell me what I'm thinking is true. Zombies? Could it really be? Am I dreaming? Could everything collapse this fast, from Seoul to Busan in just one day? Why? What's the cause? With that thought, he jumped up, face frantic. I can't just stand here frozen. Remembering, the man upstairs had gone out earlier. He moved to the door, thinking if the stairwell was empty, he should first lock the main door of the building. Min-jun looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, no one there. Then he slowly opened the door, following the long blood trail down the stairs. He carefully scanned the surroundings, thinking there's no way anyone would be on the stairs, right? He placed his hand on the door latch, peeked out quietly. Just as the door closed, the zombie outside immediately turned around, and seeing no other movement, it turned its back and walked away. Min-jun locked the door, rubbed his chest, exhaling deeply, then glanced up at the pitch-black hallway upstairs. Now he wondered if the people up there were okay. It was strangely silent, but his cowardly nature held him back. Well, I'll just stay inside and wait till morning. The cops or someone will come to save me eventually. Saying that, he crawled back inside. The news was still playing on the TV. Yeah, we'll continue with the current breaking news. But just then, the screen suddenly went gray. The only way he could keep track of the outside situation was gone. Now even the broadcast got cut off. He didn't turn on the lights in the room, and the low growls outside still echoed in. Min-jun crawled under the blanket, lying perfectly still. Even though he tried, he really couldn't sleep. More importantly, the feeling was just weird. Just yesterday, I wanted to end it all because my life was hell. I even thought if the world ended, maybe that'd be better. But now it's really fallen apart, and yet I'm desperately trying to survive. Maybe it's not much different from before. Whether then or now, it's still hell for me. Lost in deep thought, dawn came fast. The first rays of sunlight started shining over the city, splattering red stains on the door crack. Min-jun slowly peeked out, a few zombies still lurking, stumbling around. He looked around. The air felt strange. The smell of blood, just sensing the atmosphere, told him everything. He looked at the chilling scene outside. His eyes didn't lose their fear, then slammed the door shut again. As usual, he locked the door tight, cold sweat pouring nonstop. Going outside now would be suicide. Min-jun looked down at his place, then started counting the food left in the room, figuring it out. 4 packs of ramen, 6 cups of instant noodles, plus instant rice and uncooked rice. Enough for one person for about 2 weeks, plus some side dishes, 3 bottles of water. The faucet still worked, so he had to stockpile as much as possible. Luckily, the gas still seemed to work. He started thinking about survival plans, just looking at emergency food supplies. I think I can survive inside for about a month. Someone will definitely come to rescue me within a month, right? Min-jun looked at his phone again. The unease inside him didn't lessen. Still, I really hope mom's okay. I can't call 119 or contact anyone because the phone network is totally down. He froze, staring down the hallway. Now that he thought about it, except for the empty apartments, there were 5 units still occupied in this building. The uncle upstairs had turned into one of them, and on the floor above that, there was an old couple and an aunt. Not sure if they were still there. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh yeah, the college guy lives in the penthouse. He recalled that the guy was really still there before, right? Every Tuesday, he usually brought his girlfriend over. Yesterday was Tuesday, so maybe he's still up in the penthouse. Min-jun gathered all his courage and headed upstairs. He also stopped to peek through the peepholes into other rooms. Still no sign anyone survived on the other floors. So the last hope is the college guy up on the penthouse. Please tell me he didn't turn into one of those like the uncle. He reassured himself like that and kept walking. As soon as he saw the door, he had a bad feeling. The rooftop door is open. Min-jun stepped through the door onto the rooftop. He glanced toward the guy's room, hesitating whether to call out. No, better not. If something happened, the more he looked at the scenes before him, the more worry he got. What the hell is this? The door inside was open too. To check, he leaned in to look inside. The room was a total mess, broken stuff everywhere, making him anxious. No one was there. But he immediately sensed something was off. Min-jun saw the scene and couldn't help but exclaim, bloodstains, and inside he felt someone was there. His legs trembling, he stepped outside, muttering, damn it, tiptoe carefully with every step. Just get the hell out. Man plans, God laughs. Even though he tried not to make a sound, his arm accidentally knocked over a thick potted plant on the shelf. The flower pot immediately slipped off the ledge, crashing straight to the ground. Inside him, 1,000 primal screams echoed in his mind. Min-jun spun around in panic, the growling behind him getting closer and closer. Without thinking twice, he instantly crouched and bolted. But damn it, his feet tangled up clumsily. Min-jun lost his balance and fell hard. Ah! His face went pale, blood drained completely. That neighbor was covered in red goo, his lifeless eyes charging straight at him. Just as the zombie lunged, it seemed like the end was near, but Min Jun quickly crouched down, dodging the reaching hand. The student lost momentum and kept rushing forward, while Min Jun suddenly sprang up, accidentally pushing the zombie off the railing. This all happened in the blink of an eye. The student fell from the rooftop to the ground. Min Jun spun around in shock, and as he calmed down, realizing he just narrowly escaped death, he collapsed in panic. He fell. Without another thought, Min Jun dashed out of the rooftop, slammed the door shut, and hurriedly ran downstairs. Ha ha. Min Jun burst into his house, plopping down, gasping for air. His hands trembled violently as he recalled the moment just past, mumbling nonstop. That rooftop guy's probably dead, right? Did I just kill someone? Min Jun sat up straight, trying to calm himself down. No, it wasn't my fault. He attacked me first. Quickly, the time hit 7:30 in the evening. The sunset was giving way to night. Min Jun curled up in the corner of the room. That day, I was tormented by guilt all day long. Did I really make the guy on the rooftop fall and die? Somehow, damn fate made him suddenly stand up and open the building door. Min Jun saw a familiar silhouette quietly right ahead. It was the rooftop neighbor. Hearing the noise, the zombie immediately turned back. Its neck was twisted and broken. Min Jun froze for a moment. He stood rooted for a long time, facing the mangled body. The rooftop guy was still alive, groaning and growling as he moved closer. Min Jun snapped out of it. I realized they're no longer human. Min Jun looked at him one last time, then turned and walked inside. I'm sorry, man. But the zombie's cries echoed even after the door closed. Since that day, strangely, the fear of the infected started to fade. The next day, the third day since the apocalypse began, Min Jun cooked for himself. The warm meal made the atmosphere a little cozier. After finishing breakfast, he thought as long as the gas wasn't cut off, he could keep eating like this. He wondered when it might get shut off. Is waiting in the basement for rescue really the right move? Food will run out eventually. Since no other infected appeared besides the rooftop guy, it seemed there were no more infected around. I should go back upstairs to call for help. I'll need to light a fire on the rooftop. Maybe tomorrow I'll have to go outside. Thinking this, he suddenly realized he was different from day one. Maybe because a few days ago, I was ready to give up, or because of what I went through yesterday and the day before, I'm not sure. But those zombie-like people don't scare me anymore. Suddenly, the phone rang, pulling him out of his chaotic thoughts. Seeing the name on the screen, his heart leapt with joy. His mom didn't hesitate for a second, answering fast as hell. Hello, Mom. The familiar warm voice on the other end finally grounded his floating heart. Min Jun, where are you? Are you okay? You're hiding alone at home? Where's Mom? The warm voice replied that Mom met the military during evacuation 2 days ago and was now in his shelter in Songnam. Don't worry about Mom, and if you're home, don't go outside. Mom promised to have the rescue team come to our house. Right now, they're in Soon, heading toward our neighborhood. The voice cut out, then quickly went dead. Min Jun shouted excitedly, Mom, Mom. Damn it, it cut off again. But still, Min was relieved. Mom was safe. Just then, his phone started buzzing with notifications nonstop. What the hell? Why am I getting so many messages all of a sudden? In the group chat, his friends kept teasing him. Seeing those messages, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Ho and Byun, those guys are safe too. Damn, check the news. It's total chaos out there. Air raid warning. Air raid warning. Aha. The whole police force has been mobilized. Seriously, this crazy bastard, now's not the time to mess around. We're all at Ju Satoru. What's this minimum thing? But this message actually got sent? Kinda slow. Did my data get cut off or what? Nah, it seems to still work for me. Min Jun's the only one not checking messages. Sun Ho, you at home? Call me. Seeing them all so chill like that, I can't help but feel helpless, but I'm serious. Didn't expect him to joke around in a situation like this. Sun and Bai Jun live real close, so they can help each other out. But only Sun Ho's mom, Ah-ho, and Byun have reached out to me in this mess. Suddenly, my mind blanks for a sec. I remember someone from Han Jena, out of everyone I know. He's the closest one. Now that I think about it, he came here last year. Back then, the Songbin crew often came over to my place to hang out, smoke, drink beer, you name it. They talked real lively and serious. Hana saw you on Insta and asked me to introduce you. Xe Pin couldn't hold back a big laugh, hearing that. Haha, for real? He doesn't know I got a girlfriend, right? The guys around join in the fun. Yeah. Haha. But do you really think Han Jena is gonna show up? He's usually pretty serious. Xe Pin still had that cocky look on his face. It's cool. Haha. I told him to come without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Bet he doesn't even know this is Jong Minun's place. Another guy burst out laughing. If he really comes, doesn't that mean Han Jena wants a boyfriend? Damn. I'm starting to look forward to this. Ha ha ha. Those pics on Insta do look nice. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Song Pin had an idea and spoke up. Hey Trang Min, if he really shows, I think this is a golden chance. You in? The guy named Trang Min laughed. Ha ha, you little devil. You'd sell him out even though you went to middle school together. But seriously, will Han Jena really come? And if I get caught flirting with him, I'm screwed. Xi Bin replied nonchalantly. Who cares? Right then, his phone rang. Hey, Jenna just contacted me. Min Jun turned his head out of habit. The guys started freaking out. Yo, Henna really coming? Ha ha. Oh, for real? Ha ha. He's actually coming? I'm gonna go out and meet him. Minun had the same question in his head. Is he really coming? Outside the door, Jenna appeared wearing a crop top and sexy denim shorts, showing off long legs and a waist to envy. Seeing all the guys in the room, she looked a bit stunned. A guy behind her said, come on in. Jong Minun's place is sick, right? Haha. Xi Pin looked at her happily and introduced, oh, and this is Trang Min, the one I told you about. Haha, you guys know each other from Insta, right? Say hi, haha. Unexpectedly, Jenna said casually, hey, I'm out of here. Xi Pin asked, confused, what? You came all the way here and now you're leaving. Meanwhile, Minun's mind was restless. What's killing me isn't Park Seon Pin and his crew barging into my house. Jenna quickly continued. The smell of cigarettes is disgusting. The floor is sticky. The place is suffocating. And why didn't you say beforehand this is Jong Minun's house? Ugh, so annoying. At that moment, her attitude froze me. But hands in Jenna's reaction right now. Minun sat in the bathroom, head down, deep in thought. Is he safe? If those symptoms are caused by the zombie virus, since my dad's the hospital director, he might know some ways to fix it. But why am I worried about him in this situation? I distracted myself from that thought. He must have gotten out safe, because he's been doing fine. Suddenly, I heard someone call Jong Minun. I snapped awake, eyes wide, looking toward the door. I was suspicious. Just now, I thought I heard someone calling me from outside. Did I imagine it? But a second later, the call came again, even clearer this time. Jong Minun, you there? If you are, open the door for me. Hurry up. Min Jun was stunned, dumbfounded. He hurriedly pulled up his pants and called out loudly to Han Jena. Outside the cardboard box, the urgent calls kept coming. Jong Minun, Jenna's outside, sounding a bit panicked. Aha, you really are in there, right? I thought I just heard your voice. The noise behind instantly turned into an alarm bell. The zombies, smelling human, rushed toward her, mouths making weird sounds nonstop. Jenna slammed her fist hard against the wall in front of her, shouting, Jong Minun, hurry up, open the door, please. If you're in there, answer me. Suddenly, the door next to her swung open. Minun stuck his head out and yelled, come on in. Jenna immediately kicked the door open and ran inside, and he quickly slammed it shut behind her. The zombies pounding on the door outside kept banging relentlessly. Jenna gasped for breath as she collapsed inside. Minun saw her slump down. She really was stunning. Her skin was flawless white, her legs rosy and smooth. He bent down, concerned, and asked, hey, you okay? What are you doing here? Suddenly, Jenna grabbed his shirt, yanked him down, and pressed her face against his chest, trembling with fear. Minun froze for a moment. His body didn't react right away. He just stood still, waiting for her to calm down. Jenna's voice shook with a hint of sadness. What the hell is going on? After stammering for a while, Minun finally said, are you okay? After a few minutes, Jenna finally settled down. She slowly pulled her hands back and said, ah, then looked up at him wide-eyed. Thanks. Jong Minun said sincerely, if it weren't for you, I probably would have died. Hearing those gentle words whispered in his ear, Minun couldn't help but blush. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, ah, yeah, what a relief. Anyway, you're safe now. He glanced around and said, is it just you here right now? Minun stammered, my mom went out to work 3 days ago and hasn't come back yet. I managed to get in touch with her by chance, and she seems fine. She said she met up with a military unit and got evacuated to a safe place. Jenna kept scanning the room and softly said, I see. That's a relief to hear. Minun tried to break the awkward silence and asked, Han Jena, what about your parents? She casually replied, I talked to my dad one last time, and he sounded safe at work. As for my mom. At that, her eyes dropped a bit, but when she saw his dining table, she corrected herself. Both my mom and dad are okay. By the way, if you have any water, could I have some? I haven't had a drop in days. Oh, and if there's still power, can I charge my phone? It's already 3:20, and there are 3 empty water bottles on the floor. Jana leaned back against the wall, continuing to drink from her fourth bottle. Minun looked at her, a bit baffled. Seriously, how much water does she drink? Watching the water in the bottles slowly run out, his mind screamed in agony, I gotta save some. If the water gets cut off completely, that'd be a nightmare. But seeing the girl he liked right in front of him, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Maybe she risked her life just to get here. Without any suspicion, he directly asked, you came here from your place? Yeah, but why did you come to mine? Jana didn't hide anything and opened up to him. I've been hiding outside all this time. Minun was a little shocked hearing that. Jana didn't look at him and slowly recounted. 3 days ago, the day I ran into you near that apartment complex, something happened that day. So I went home to change and then stepped out for a bit. Then I heard screaming. Ah. Then everything suddenly went crazy. People started running like hell. Ah, run. I just ran without thinking. I ended up hiding in the stairwell of a nearby mall. I waited, thinking someone would come to save me. But no one showed up. Minun got a bit worked up and sat up straight. Wait, don't tell me you stayed there all that time, alone, she added. There was an unlocked door next to the stairs that led to a small meeting room or something like that. The door inside leading into the building wouldn't open, so I had no choice but to hide there. Luckily, there was a water dispenser inside, and I survived off that. But by the third day, I hit my limit from thirst and hunger. Since my house is less than a mile away, I decided to risk running back, hoping to find police or rescue workers on the way. But as soon as she peeked outside, she got scared. Huh? Why would I take this route? Looks like I gotta go through this alley. Thinking that, she quickly turned and started walking. So I sneaked my way here neighborhood. The moment I saw this path, it felt super familiar. This is the area where Minun lives, but obviously, none of the routes are safe. Ahead of her, 2 zombies were still lurking, waiting, but to get back to her apartment, she had to pass through there. I don't have any other choice, I gotta take this way. In her mind, she clung to a faint hope. Looks like I'm getting close to Jong Minun's place. Right now, a faint glimmer of hope instantly grabbed hold in her mind. Looks like I'm getting close to Jong Minun's place. I've been there once before, so I'm pretty sure I still remember the general location. I'm fairly certain we gotta go through that alley over there. That guy named Minun, I'm pretty sure he went home 3 days ago, so he's probably still there, right? After running for a bit, she leaned on her knees, panting. Then she scolded herself. Should I even call those people infected or what? Either way, I'm just gonna avoid anyone who looks like a zombie. She darted around until she got close to him. Minjun wasn't great with words and didn't know how to comfort quietly either, just stammered. I'm really glad, but you're pretty brave for stepping outside. Jenna closed her eyes and let out a long breath like she was dropping a heavy load. Woo, honestly, it feels like a weight lifted knowing you're still home. Then she stood up, tied her hair back, muttering. My hair's all messed up, feels disgusting, and I'm sweating like I just took a shower. I wonder if the water's still running here? Minjun saw the wet fabric under her arm, sticking to her skin, making it look like he could see right through. After thinking for a bit, he blurted out something he probably shouldn't have. Yeah, your armpits are soaked through, probably enough sweat to fill a bucket. You want to change? Want to borrow some clothes from me? Jenna's face immediately flushed red after hearing that. She was both mad and embarrassed, kicking him a few times. Are you crazy or what? Damn it, you're just as pathetic as I thought. You dumbass, no wonder you always get your ass kicked. Minjun took the hits but didn't know if it was accidental or on purpose, and he didn't even know why himself. What's up? Jenna was just warning him about his mouth a little, then quickly turned and headed into the bathroom. Haha, even when I'm cussing you out, I'm out of energy. Anyway, if there's still water in the bathroom, can I use it to shower? Minjun watched her go, stammering for a while before finally saying, yeah, go ahead. Jenna replied naturally, thanks. Only after she was fully inside the room did he start to calm down. I mean, damn it, what's up with that? Suddenly, silence fell over his little house again. Minun just sat there, spaced out, lost in thought. So what do I do now? At first, before Hanina showed up, I planned to head out, but now that he's here, leaving him behind and going alone just doesn't feel right. And even if I keep waiting here, I only packed enough food for one person for a month. If both of us stay and wait for rescue, our survival time gets cut in half. He hung his head, struggling to accept reality, feeling utterly hopeless. The sound of water rushing in the bathroom pulled him out of his thoughts. So Han Jena's actually showering at my place. That's as hard to believe as the whole zombie outbreak. Minjun started recalling past memories. Back in school, he didn't even bother to glance at me once. He treated me like I was some kind of insect. Then suddenly, the sound of the door opening cut off his memories. Jenna finished showering and stepped out, asking, Hey Jong Minun, can I borrow some clothes? I've been wearing this outfit for days. Gotta wash it at least a little. Minjun looked a bit confused but quickly went to look. Of course. You want a t-shirt and pajamas or shorts? What about long pants? Jena answered casually. Whatever. Anything's fine. You're short anyway. It should fit. But as soon as she grabbed the shirt, she couldn't help but sniff it. Damn, this smells moldy as hell. Don't you have anything else? Minjun blushed, avoiding her gaze. I do. But it probably doesn't smell any better. Jena knew the situation wasn't great, so she just accepted it. Whatever, I'll wear this for now. Even after putting it on, she kept complaining. Ha, this smell is awful. I seriously can't stand it. I guess I'll just hold my nose until my clothes dry. At least I'll spray some deodorant or something. Minjun lowered his head shyly. I did wash them recently. Jena sighed. Living in a basement like this? Huh. I'm super sensitive to smells, so cut me some slack. She turned away, still grumbling about how gross it was. But oh well, what can you do? Ha ha. Even though Minjun secretly liked her, in this situation he couldn't help but mock himself inside. Is he like this because of his personality, or just plain careless? Seriously, in a situation like this, worrying about bad smells and stinky clothes? The low growls from outside kept echoing steadily. Night had fallen, and her clothes were hanging on the rack to dry. After they finished dinner, Jena spoke up. Hey Jong Minun, what do we do now? There's no choice but to wait here for rescue, right? We've been living together, and I never planned to hide it. Actually, just before you showed up, I was already planning to move out tomorrow. As soon as Jena heard that, she couldn't help but snap at him. What? Are you crazy? We still have food here. Why risk going outside? I almost died just getting here, you know? And now you want to go outside? I'm not going anywhere. No way. Seeing her fierce reaction, he wasn't too surprised but tried to calm her down. I never said I'm leaving right now. I just thought about it before you showed up. He awkwardly gave in to her. Anyway, you're here now. So we just have to tough it out and wait to be rescued, right? Jena realized the problem after hearing that. But what if we run out of food? What then? Silence fell over their conversation. Minjun used his knowledge to explain a bit, saying the only way to hold out longer is to break into the upper floors or other houses to find more supplies. But honestly, except for the rooftop room, he couldn't be 100% sure that other places weren't infected recently. The screams from nearby buildings were also getting quieter. If we really run out of food, we'll have to go outside. Jena, though unable to think of another plan, strongly rejected his idea. No way I'm going out there. Minjun bluntly replied, but he knew he couldn't hide in there forever either. If the food's gone, sooner or later we gotta go out. Jena had no argument left and decided to deal with it when the time came. Then, like she suddenly remembered something, her voice sharpened and fear filled her eyes. Besides, you've never been outside, right? Just stepping out of this area will change your mind real quick. Those zombie-like people are seriously dangerous, super scary. I almost died just walking a mile from here. Minjun looked up at her, calm as ever. A mile is pretty far. That's impressive. If you made it here safely, maybe you can avoid them while moving around? Jena was a bit annoyed by his words. What? Don't you fear those monsters? He quickly reasoned. You know as well as I do. Those people are basically zombies. Seeing she was silent, he kept explaining. We still need to learn more about them, but from what I saw through the window, if you get attacked and bitten, you turn into them. So it's probably an infection that causes the change. Right? His voice dropped a bit here. Honestly, I don't care if I get infected or not. It doesn't matter anymore. I've got nothing to lose. Jena yelled angrily. That's your problem. I want to survive. I won't accept ending up like them. I'm even planning to study abroad in the U.S. next year. Minjun stayed calm the whole time while bringing that up. So the key is just to avoid contact with them, right? You made it all the way here. You even said you weren't spotted until you got close to my place. One thing about the infected is not all of them rush at you like they want to kill you. It depends on where they're hurt. Some just walk toward you, some look like they've collapsed, almost dead. Also, their running speed is actually slower than a normal person sprinting. That means you and I can totally dodge them. After hearing his explanation, Jena was surprised and started patiently sitting down to listen. Then he asked her, You played tag when you were a kid, right? Jena was a bit stunned. Tag? Minjun said with a hint of teasing. Just think of it like a game of tag. Maybe they'd even get a little excited about it. She was helpless hearing that. This crazy bastard called this a game of tag. What a joke. I'm scared to death. Minjun, not knowing what he did wrong, still apologized. Suddenly, Jena stretched her legs out. Anyway, I'm getting ready to sleep. Can you spread some blankets for me? She leaned back, comfortably lying on the floor. I haven't had a decent sleep in days. I'm really getting sleepy. Minjun was caught off guard, pulled away from the previous topic. After setting up the pillow and blankets, Jena suddenly shouted, Hey, are you crazy? You planning to sleep next to me? Min-jun looked at her confused. Huh? She pointed toward the door, saying, you sleep over there. He was a bit stunned, plus all the bad vibes he'd gotten from her all this time, feeling like he was being treated unfairly. This is it. This is my place. You know that? Sleeping right outside the bathroom door is a bit much though. Jena jumped. What? But a second later, she started switching up her attitude toward him. All right, I get it. She quickly turned her back and stepped outside. I forgot I'm just an uninvited guest. Guess I lost my mind for a sec. Fine, I'll sleep over there. You take the comfy spot. Happy now? Hey, whatever. I'll crash on that damn staircase then. Ha ha. Sleep tight. Of course, Minun, being a guy, automatically felt guilty. He hurried after her. Hey, what's wrong? Just chill and sleep here. Jana hit him with the same old line. No, this is your place, so you should sleep comfortably, right? Don't worry about some stranger like me. He started fumbling, stammering. But that doesn't mean going outside. Even the stairs are dangerous if the door's open. This loser is seriously laughable. Hey, I'm just kidding. I'll sleep in the kitchen. He pleaded helplessly. What does that make me then? Fine, I'll sleep in the kitchen, okay? No, seriously, I'll sleep here. I was just joking before. This time, Minun was totally out of arguments, but of course, the outcome didn't change. He still had to go outside. He tried to close his eyes. Thoughts started racing in his head. So in the end, I'm the loser. I'll just sleep here alone. Maybe that's easier. Ha ha. Well, at least I'm still inside the house. Ha ha. But thanks to Han Jena, I'm not alone anymore. Even though she talks a lot, outside the faint sounds of zombies still echo. The lone candle in the room burns, casting a warm yellow glow. Jana lay in the room but couldn't fall asleep. After a long silence, she finally called out, Jong Minun. Minun heard her and immediately sat up. He wasn't exactly able to sleep easily in this situation either. He stared suspiciously at the door. The soft voice inside reached his ears. Come into the room and sleep. Being alone is scary. So Minun actually went inside, but he didn't lie down rudely. He just curled up in a corner by the door like on the first day of the disaster. Only his mindset was different now. Jana turned her back to him, whispering, I've heard this sound countless times hiding on the stairs, but it still felt strange and terrifying. After a long silence, she spoke again. I miss my mom. Minun stayed still as usual, his eyes deep. They stayed like that through the third day. The next morning, zombies started wandering on the rooftops of nearby buildings. Every floor had a few aimless, soulless bodies staggering around. Jena slept soundly on the mattress. Minun stood beside her, marveling at how peacefully she slept. Whoa, how long is she planning to sleep? She said she couldn't sleep because she was scared, but she's out cold. The clock struck 9 in the morning, and Jena finally woke up, still groggy. As she turned around, she saw him putting on his jacket like he was about to head out. Curious and worried, she asked, Where are you going? Minun answered calmly. I'm thinking about going back to the rooftop. Hearing this, her drowsiness vanished. She jumped up, panicked. What? You said you weren't sure if there were any infected up there yet. What if there's still someone else there? Minun showed no fear, saying, It'll be fine. If there are infected, I'll avoid them. You want me to come with you? Jena snapped angrily. Are you crazy? I'm not going. He didn't beat around the bush with her. I thought it through last night, so I'll go alone. You stay here. Seeing his determination, she didn't stop him. Minun slowly climbed the stairs. When he reached the big door in front of the building, he frowned in alarm. There was a crack in the glass. It wouldn't hold much longer. Well, even with protective film, glass is still glass. Thinking that, he kept climbing. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him. That smells awful. He turned around and sure enough saw Jena right behind him. She said nervously, I feel like something's wrong. Minun didn't ask more. They had to move fast. The rooftop door swung open, and he stepped into the neighbor's place, staring blankly at the corpse inside. It was the girlfriend of the guy on the rooftop. She didn't move at all. At least, pray for her a little. Jena didn't dare step inside. Seeing him looking down outside, she asked, Hey, no one inside? He quietly replied, Well, actually there is. She's already dead. I think it's better not to go in. Seeing the look in his eyes, she didn't dare ask more. Oh, okay. Min Jun sat down on a wooden chair and said, If we want to call for help, maybe we should start a fire here to create some smoke or something. But we gotta light it just right when the rescue chopper flies by. Jena shot back. Then why not have something ready to burn beforehand? And then light it as soon as we hear the chopper, right? Fire doesn't flare up instantly. By the time it's burning, the chopper might have already flown away. Curious, Jena asked. Should we check the nearby buildings to see if anyone's still alive? Before he could answer, she shouted loudly, Hey, is anyone in the nearby buildings? Minjun tried to stop her, but it was too late. Hey, what if the infected hear you and come over? Jena defended herself. They can't climb up here anyway, right? He immediately shot back. Who knows? The glass door at the building entrance was already cracked. So he and Han Jena had to keep surviving alone in this place. Jena, bored, started looking for something to talk about. Hey Jong Minjun, what's your MBTI? Minjun vaguely asked back. MBTI? I've never taken it before. She happily lay on the floor looking at him and exclaimed, What? You've never done it? Wow, you're the first person I've met who's never taken the MBTI test, so you probably don't even use Instagram, right? I can tell just by looking. Even if you do. I bet you don't have 50 followers. Ha ha. So what's your joy in life then? No hobbies at all? Minjun hesitated a bit but answered. Well, besides gaming, there's. Before he finished, Jena jumped in. Gaming? What games do you play? I play League of Legends and a few others. Lately, I've been into this zombie game called Red Z. She joked excitedly, zombie game. Haha, that's crazy. I mean, the world's already a zombie apocalypse. Who needs to play zombie games? Ha ha ha. Out of topics, she went back to the old one. Oh, but if you took the MBTI, I bet 100% you'd be an introvert. Introvert, for sure. Look at you. Always gaming at home, eating alone, and sitting by yourself at school all the time. Haha, someone like you can't be an extrovert. Hehe, so are you a P or something? Do you like planning or just wing it? He was a bit lost with the terms she threw out. Well, that's hard to say. He muttered quietly. He talks so much. We could die any second, but here we are just chatting like this. Jena suddenly asked, Hey, what do you think my MBTI is? Minjun stammered, I'm not sure. I don't really care about that stuff. In his head, he kept talking to himself. Before the zombies showed up, she didn't even glance at him once. But now he's probably the only person she can talk to. Yet here he is, stuck alone with the girl he secretly liked. Jena kept talking, Hey, but why did you blah 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 back then? But his mind wasn't focused on the story at all. Was this good or bad? Just thinking about having a private conversation with her like this before, just being in the same place was already. The girl next to him kept going, like a machine that never shuts up. Just imagining it made him happy. Even if the world's fallen apart and we might die tomorrow, it wouldn't be surprising. Jena saw he wasn't reacting and called out, Hey, Jong Minjun, but you're still lost in your complicated thoughts. Does any of this even matter anymore? She sounded a bit angry and kicked him. Are you ignoring me? Why aren't you answering? He finally snapped back to reality. Sorry, I was just thinking about something else. You dare zone out right in front of me? You crazy loser. A small hole was cut out on the cardboard wall covering the window. Jena sat there calmly reading comics. A few days later, she basically treated his place like her own. While casually reading, she called out, Dong Minjun, you done with the laundry? Also, I'm hungry. Minjun was scrubbing clothes hard in the bathroom, cursing under his breath. Damn it. I swear I'm gonna ditch her and run off on my own. I'm Henin's slave. Might as well wash my own clothes. Even though he thought that, his hands kept working. He was the typical MBTI type who never showed his feelings on the outside. There's no power now, so I gotta wash clothes by hand. Luckily, the faucet still works, so we have water. But our emergency food supplies are running dangerously low. The house quickly plunged into darkness. At this moment, Minun was dressed and ready to head out. Hey Han Jena, I'm heading out. Jena habitually warned him. Huh? Don't be late tonight. Be back within 30 minutes, or if you make me wait again, you're dead. I'm serious. Minun could only agree. Yeah, got it. But inside, he wasn't feeling comfortable at all. Damn it. The door opened and Minun peeked outside to scout. He patrolled this area once every day, of course only through safe routes. After observing and studying the infected for several days, he found they behaved a lot like zombies, kinda like rabid people. They attack the living but don't touch anyone who's dead or already infected. Maybe because their eyesight is poor. If you're about 50 to 100 yards away, they won't notice you. But this seems to vary depending on the infected individual. They're super sensitive to sound, so absolute silence is a must. Also, during the day, there are about 2 to 3 times fewer infected than at night. It seems like during the day they hide in shadows or corners, probably because they hate sunlight. So under no circumstances should you go out at night. But these traits of the infected, the online game Minun used to play might just be his imagination. But aside from the setting, their behavior is way too similar to what's in that game. Maybe it's because he was so hooked on that game until recently. Probably just a coincidence, right? No way. But if these infected really are connected to that game, then this is just the beginning. And the apocalypse is definitely coming. Meanwhile, Jena sat silently in her room. She sat on the floor, bored and complaining. I've read all the comics already. I'm so bored I could die. She looked at the clock out of habit, mumbling, that damn Minun is late again. Lately, he's been listening to me less and less. I gotta train this guy properly. Suddenly, a noise outside caught her attention. Today she even heard a helicopter again. But what good does that do? She stared blankly at the small hole in the wall, watching the faint light filtering through. Actually, they had tried before. As soon as they saw the helicopter fly by, the two of them stood on the rooftop shouting, "Someone save us! Over here! We're over here!" After that day and many others, they realized lighting fires on the rooftop was totally useless. It was still bright outside, but inside the house there was only a faint yellow glow from a small candle. The clock kept ticking minute by minute. Jena sat curled up there, starting to sweat nervously. That damn Minun, why hasn't he come back yet? She kept getting up and pacing in the cramped room. Has it been more than an hour and a half since he left? Don't tell me something happened. Did he get attacked by the infected? God, please come back. When he gets back, I'm gonna give him a real beating. Does this guy only listen when he gets hit? It's so dangerous out there. Why does he keep going out anyway? Starting tomorrow, if he tries to go out again, I'll just break his legs. The sun was starting to set. Jena sat alone in the room, uneasy, tears welling up. Dongmin, please. You're not dead, right? The sun's gone down. Didn't people say after sunset the infected come out in bigger numbers? Don't tell me he's not coming back. In the flickering candlelight, she buried her head in her pillow and sobbed. Please come back soon. She kept repeating one sentence. Please don't leave me alone. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening outside snapped her awake. Minun rushed into the house, shouting, Hey, Han Jena, look at this. But when he saw the scene before him, he froze. Jena stood in front of him, sulking, her eyes full of tears and looking pitiful. She was both hurt and angry, saying, You're 3 hours late, you idiot. Are you trying to die or what? Then she swung her hand, threatening to hit him. Seriously, you need a beating to wake up. Minun quickly leaned back, blocking her. Wait, look at this. He handed her a flyer and explained, earlier, a helicopter dropped a bunch of flyers. I had to run all the way to where they fell to pick them up. That's why I'm late. Jena took the paper in a daze, tears still streaming down her cheeks. What? A flyer? She looked at it, a big question mark forming in her mind. What the hell is this? The flyer mentions a plan to shut down the northern Seoul area. Everyone surviving in North Seoul must evacuate immediately before 6 o'clock in the evening on the 10th. The evacuation shelter is at Gangnam, the Central Disaster Response and Safety Center, suspicious about the lockdown. North Seoul, we're there now. And tomorrow? No way. How many people live in the entire North Seoul area? Is this even doable? Minun signals to check the safety status of North Seoul on the back. On the back, Jena curiously flips it over. Let's see. Our neighborhood, Dongmun Dong in Dongbuku, is marked as a warning. It seems our neighborhood has a lower infection rate compared to other areas. Also, Cheon-dong is marked as safe. Minun adds, the important thing is Dongdaemun-gu, Jong-san-dong, and so on. The districts right around our neighborhood are at a very dangerous level. Soon, this area could reach an even more serious level. Jena seems to catch the meaning behind his words. Staying here waiting for rescue is definitely the worst choice. This time, Jena doesn't react as strongly as before, so that means we have to leave North soon immediately. Is it still possible to do that now? Is Uibu that bad? Exactly which areas are they locking down? If they say all of North Seoul, that means they're locking down everything north of the Han River. Minun keeps thinking, our neighborhood has quite a few infected people, but they say the infection rate is low. So how bad are the really dangerous areas? Or is this info fake? But given the current situation, people have no choice but to believe it. He adds that if Nunuzangbu and other northern areas are all in serious condition, escaping north out of North soon is impossible. We have no choice but to cross the Han River. Minun takes off his backpack while analyzing the situation with her to cross the Han River. The fastest route would be through Jongsan or Dongdaemun to Seon-dong-gu. But since Jongsan and Seon-dong-gu are also marked as very dangerous, we might have to detour through Gangdong. Anyway, this is an emergency. Luckily, Cheon Dong isn't far and is marked safe. I think we should head that way even if it means taking a longer route. There's got to be a reason why the infection rate is low. Maybe the police or military set up barricades and are managing the area. Or there's another reason. Jena watches his every move and words, suddenly feeling amazed and impressed. Wow, I thought you were a useless loser. But you're smarter than I thought. Minun doesn't really care about that. If you want to live, you gotta cherish every moment. Anyway, we need to leave here immediately. Jena finally responds. Wait, you're not planning to leave right now, are you? It's already dark. Minun quickly replies to reassure her. Quiet, To avoid the infected, we have to leave at dawn. Jena asks with some doubt, can we really escape north soon on our own or even just get to Yeonchan-dong? Can't we hold out a few more days? Surely someone will come rescue us by then. Seeing her getting worked up, this time he doesn't gently comfort but shouts, Hansen, if you want to die miserably in this half-basement, stay here. I'm leaving at dawn tomorrow. Hearing that, she goes silent but calms down a bit. She sighs, covering her face, then reluctantly agrees. Ah, damn it. Fine, then tonight it is. The two of them start packing to get ready to move. We should pack our stuff and food first, right? Do you have another bag? I've got a small carry-on suitcase, but it might be a hassle. Just stuff everything into my backpack. Soon dawn breaks, sunlight peeking through the cracks. They're ready to leave. Minun goes first, turning back to say, all right, let's go. Jena has no choice but to reluctantly agree. Aha. As Minun heads out the door, he suddenly remembers something and asks, but are you sure we don't need to check on your dad at the hospital? Jena freezes at that. Minun, worry he said something wrong, adds, sorry for asking again, but you said your dad works at the hospital, right? Shouldn't we check if he's still there and exactly where he is? Jena briefly falls silent, then awkwardly replies, shouldn't we check if he's still there and exactly where he is? Jena briefly falls silent, then awkwardly replies, ah, I told you it's all good. Hurry up and let's roll. But worried he wouldn't believe her, she added. Last time I talked to my dad, he said he escaped north soon with my mom and they're at some hideout now. Got it? Seeing she said that, he didn't press further. Huh? Ah, all right. Jena quickly changed the subject. All right, let's go. What's up? The idiot could tell something was off in her tone. The sun was high now, and they'd covered some ground. Minjun led the way, scouting ahead, making sure it was safe before signaling back to the others. The streets had a few zombies wandering around, looking for prey. They used blind spots and the zombies' slow reactions to slip through easily. He kept signaling this way's clear. She kept responding. Good. They made it smoothly to a main road. The bus had idle posters plastered on it, now stained with blood, and the windows were shattered. They walked on the sidewalk, as if nothing was wrong. Jena finally spoke after a long stretch, but moving around outside now is easier than I thought. Maybe I was just too tense when we got to your place. I was really scared then. This time, Minjun was on point, answering her smoothly, guess he noticed too. But we just gotta be careful in dark, damp spots. The infected usually avoid strong sunlight, but that doesn't mean they won't attack. So never let your guard down. Jena paused, then asked, but what about Chandong X? Isn't it supposed to be nearby? Minjun kept encouraging, hang tight a bit longer. Oh, I've got a bike at home. Should have brought it or an electric scooter, it'd make things way easier. Minjun didn't deny it. Yeah, like you said, a bike or electric scooter would triple or quadruple our speed. The problem is the comms are down, so we can't use shared scooters. Looks like everyone's already grabbed the bikes. I don't see any around here. Jena gasped for breath, softly said, hey, can we take a 5-minute break? You're moving too fast. My feet really hurt. Minjun knew her spoiled attitude well. He sighed quietly, but kept walking. Man, why don't you hit a coffee shop for a drink and then go? I'm going ahead. She pouted, shivering and snapped, are you serious? Seeing her sprint off, Minjun teased. Wow, crawling out of the house earlier. Now look at you. She happily played along. When we hit the safe zone, I'm not letting you off the hook. Minjun used his old trick to rile her up. Shut up, the infected might hear you. The city was dead, silent now. Jena followed behind, asking non-stop, how much farther to Yeonchan-dong? He answered casually, we still got a ways to go. After a long walk, she was almost desperate. What? You said we're almost there? He spoke softly, not raising his voice. Not yet, hang in there a bit more. After some more walking, she spoke up. I'm so thirsty, can I have some water? He flat out said, we gotta save water, drink later. Walking while dodging infected and listening to Jenna's whining made him more irritated as they kept going. Suddenly, they hit a wall made of cars and furniture blocking the way. They couldn't help but exclaim they'd built a huge barricade. Well, this was Yeonchan-dong after all. If they blocked off the neighborhood like this, it's definitely safer than other areas. Jena jumped up excitedly. Really? Thank God, there must be survivors here, right? We gotta find them fast. He stayed cautious and skeptical. But with such a big barricade, there must be survivors guarding nearby. Jena looked around. Since we started walking here, I haven't seen any infected, and that nasty stench is way less strong. Don't let your guard down, better safe than sorry. Jena kept up her usual chatter. Hey Jong Minun, look, it seems like we can hide perfectly there. Can we rest a bit? My feet really hurt from all this walking. Minun lost patience, snapping, we don't have time for that. Stop whining and move. Jena, feeling insulted, got a bit mad. What whining? She glared at him and shot back loudly. What's your attitude? And are we really at the right spot from the chapter? Jena cried on and off. He just stood there silently watching her. After a while, she finally blurted out 3 words. Is this the right scene from the chapter? Jena wiped her tears on and off. He just stood there silently watching her. After crying for a while, Jena finally blurted out 3 words. I'm sorry. Minjun was a bit stunned. Jena, frustrated, repeated, I said I'm sorry. Suddenly, Minjun immediately shouted. Behind him, the zombies had fiercely charged at them without them noticing. Before the others could react, Minjun grabbed her hand and hurriedly pulled her away. The 2 of them ran straight ahead. Facing the zombie attack, Jena panicked and shouted, What? But this neighborhood was supposed to be quiet and safe. Minjun ignored explaining and yelled, Run now. Minjun saw a figure in the distance and immediately shouted, Survivors. The man saw them running over and tried to hold on for a moment. Hurry up. This way. As they reached the spot, they hurriedly bowed. Thank you. The kind man told them, I'll lock the door. Get inside quickly. Is Minjun staying to help? Let me help. Jena saw he wasn't coming in and stopped. Dong Minjun, seeing this, immediately barked. Han Jena, get to safety now. Minjun and the man pushed a cabinet to block the entrance. 1, 2. But before they finished, a zombie charged fiercely. It lunged at them with its bloody mouth. The man shouted urgently, Move aside. Minjun yelled in panic, Hey man, your strength. The strong man shoved the zombie back, making it fall, then turned and ran. It's coming, run. Jena hadn't caught her breath yet and screamed in panic. Minjun quickly ran over and said, Run to the back. Then the 2 of them ran back the other way. Minjun jumped onto a barricade and helped her climb up. He looked down and said to her, We have to jump down. Jena trembled a bit but replied, Okay. They both jumped down. Jena suddenly sat down, her voice shaky. Oh, I twisted my ankle. Ah. Minjun froze for a few seconds in alarm. What? At that moment, growling behind them instantly snapped his brain awake. Several zombies were rushing forward, trying to tear them apart. In that split second, images from his past flashed through his mind. Friends often told him, You're such a pain. Those jerks like Perrin Pin bully you. Why don't you fight back? If you get hit like that, even if it happens again, at least try to stand up and fight back next time. He also remembered Jena's words, Looking at you makes me feel so pathetic I want to die. If you're not good at anything, at least have the guts to fight back. Isn't your life miserable living like that? Suddenly, he gathered all his courage and pulled out the knife he carried. Even if he died here, Jena would see this move. She had truly been moved by him. Jong Minun stood in front of her like a real man, no weakness, no cowardice. Minjun pointed the knife straight at them. I'm not going to die miserably just because I ran away. In the distance, a motorcycle sped over. The rider shouted and ducked down. Minjun bent down but still managed to glance back. The rider swung a baseball bat hard at a zombie's head, followed by his crew. They were totally enjoying smashing the zombies. Nice hit. Grab that bastard too. The whole crew skidded their bikes forward, charging to wipe out those undead. Die. You damn sons of bitches. Grab that vest-wearing bastard and smash his skull in. Damn, those 2 just stood there dumbfounded. Done. Zeong Pin laughed gleefully. Ha, that was sick. Damn. Riding a bike and swinging a bat at the same time is insane. Then he turned around and seeing them clearly, waved, Hey Han Jena, what the hell are you doing here? She stammered, not knowing what to say. Zeong Pin then looked at the guy beside her, his tone shifting. Huh? And who's this? Minjun cursed silently. Crap, why now? Seeing his attitude, the guy started his usual crap. Dong Minjun, you bastard, why are you with Han Jena? Ha, and he ran into the jerk he hated more than the infected. He looked at the weapon in his hand and mocked. What's with that knife? Ha, you planning to fight those dogs with that? Ha, I thought you were just a scared little punk, but you're kinda tough. Zeong Pin was loving his own joke, saying, So, you 2 just randomly ran into each other on the street? What a damn crazy combo. Jena was flustered and couldn't form a sentence. Yeah, just a coincidence. If it weren't for you guys, I'd be dead. Seriously, thanks a lot. But worried they hadn't seen him clearly, he repeated. Han Jena, I'm the one who saved you, just so you know. Hey, Jena, where you headed? Come roll with us. At our hideout, there's about a dozen folks who made it through too. Hearing that, Jena perked up. Ah, really? That spot's quiet and safe? There are adults there too? The lockdown's like a steel wall, so it's super safe. Don't worry. But you guys heard the news, right? The gang district's locked down tight. Aren't we supposed to bounce from here right now? Hey, No hope left for escape. She asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by that?" Bin's girl replied, "It's a long story. How about we hit up our hideout first, then talk?" He climbed onto the bike and asked, "Can you sit in the back?" Jena shyly said, "Yeah, sure, thanks." Hearing that, the little homie immediately threw a fit. "If Han Jena rides the scooter, where do I sit? Then you two can ride boss style together, hee hee." At that moment, Pin kept staring hard at the girl behind him. Jena got a little confused and dazed. That dude's a wolf, but bringing Han Jena along, would that be a problem? Hee hee. The crew behind caught on and started laughing. Oh man, they really didn't get the hint, still innocent as hell. "What's up?" He chuckled. "Nothing. Just hop on the bike." Suddenly, Jena turned to look at him. "But Jong Minun has to go too. How are we gonna fit everyone?" Pin blinked in surprise. "Huh? That bastard too?" The homies had the same question. "Yeah, what about that Minun guy? You just gonna ditch him and bounce? That loser tagging along would only slow us down. Gotta save food and drinks too." Then they burst out laughing. "Hey Jong Minun, you're on your own." Jena looked at him with a complicated expression. Suddenly, Pin spoke up. "Nah, bring that bastard along too. More people won't hurt," though inside, he definitely didn't like those guys. "All right, I'm not going anywhere." He was a bit shocked. "What?" Minjun said firmly. "I'll handle myself. I've got somewhere else to be." Jena's eyes widened, clearly showing she didn't want him to go. Dongbin trembled. Bin called him back. "Hey, wait up. That damn dog dared to blow me off? Remember last time? If you ditch me again, I swear I'll gut you." This whole mess was already a chaotic nightmare. "This time I'm serious. I'll deal with you. Like how I smashed those zombie freak skulls earlier. You want me to do the same to you?" Minun just glanced once, totally unfazed. He kept threatening, "I'm being nice now, so follow me, you bastard." Jena got pissed and yelled at him. "Hey, North Bin, you're crazy. Talking about murder? What the hell are you saying? And you were the one who fought Minun last time, right? You've always been like this." Hearing their chat, he couldn't help but remember that day. Bin smoked and told his crew, "Yo, Trang Min, if he shows up today, it's a good chance. Wanna roll with it?" Trang Min got pretty hyped. "Hey, looked at his Insta pics, dude's looking fine. Is he like that in real life too?" Pin nodded. "Yeah, exactly the same." Cough, cough. Their crew kept chatting noisily. "Damn, nice legs. But Park Seon, why are you with him?" "That bastard's trouble. He knew exactly what those shameless jerks were up to." Thinking about Jena now, he fell silent for a moment. Pin laughed awkwardly when she scolded him. Sorry. I was kind of thoughtless around Jena." She kept that proud look, warning him, "Next time you mess with him, I'm gonna drive him crazy." Seriously. Enough nagging already. Suddenly, his voice cut through their argument. "Got it. Sorry, Bin. I'll follow you guys." Bin was skeptical at first, but then didn't think much, his eyes turning sly. "All right then, Minun, walking out of this place now is basically suicide. First, let's hit our hideout to rest. Tomorrow, I'll ride you to wherever you want to go." Cough. Sound good? They quickly followed Pin's crew to the hideout. He led the way, saying, "This way." When they got under the bridge, he suddenly turned and laughed loud. "Hey Minun, now that you're here, you know the way, right?" Cough, cough. Jena asked, confused, "Where is this?" But Minun really knows this place well. It's the path to that abandoned construction site where Pin beat me up last time. A place like this for a hideout? They went in, while two others stayed back to block the exit. "Hey, you dumbass, there's a clear opening over there." Only now did he turn to the person next to him and whisper, "Hannon, thinking it over? I still feel like rolling with these guys ain't a good idea. Taking this chance to bail might be better." She hadn't caught on yet, so she turned and asked, "What are you talking about?" "You're not hiding how you feel either," he said. "I feel like these guys are about to do something sketchy to me." Got this uneasy vibe. Jana smiled to reassure him. "Hey, chill. These guys are just a bunch of rookies." She even whispered to him, "Besides, that punk Bin's been my errand boy since elementary school. If he tries to mess with you, I got your back. And anyway, there are other survivors or adults in the safe zone too," Min Jun said with some helplessness. "They say that, but you're still dumb enough to buy it. Hanina. Maybe you just think they're classmates and don't guard yourself, but I'm the one who knows exactly what these guys really are. You still see Bin as just some school buddy from elementary through high school?" Jena wasn't there for that conversation. Naturally, she wouldn't get it. Pin's car up front suddenly heard someone call Bin. Jena stammered, "Well, I guess we gotta go. I heard my folks are in the Pyondong safe zone, so I was planning to head there right away. But I gotta get there, as soon as possible. Even a day earlier would help because I'm scared it'll be too late." He heard that and shyly asked, really? There's a safe zone in Pyongyang? From what I know, the Espong zone got wiped out completely. Then he turned to him and added, also, why the hell are you rolling with that Minun jerk? That's just asking for trouble. If you're going, then go tomorrow with us. I told you already. Jena was speechless. Ah, this is kinda urgent though. We're heading out now. Without another word, the two turned their backs, ready to dip. Let's roll. But getting out here ain't that easy. A baseball bat quickly blocked their path. Parent Bin's car calmly said, Jena, I told you, if you want to go with us tomorrow. What's your deal with that Minun kid? What crazy stunt are you pulling? What's wrong with you two? Jena angrily turned and glared at him. Parent Bin. She clenched her fists in anger. I said I'm going. But you know this was already part of Minun's plan. I called it. This was going to happen. He immediately stepped in to cover for her. All right, fine. For now, let's just go together and talk later. Besides, it's almost dark anyway. Jena finally felt a deep fear crawling down her spine. Parent Bin saw they'd settled down and continued leading the way. They quickly entered another zone. Minun recognized it right away. This is it. They set up barricades on both sides to keep the infected out, right? He looked around and silently admired. Looks like they were pretty careful, blocking this spot, though kinda sloppy. Then he turned to Jena and gently touched her. Relax, don't worry. His eyes were full of determination and strength, like saying, I'm not leaving you. Faced with that look, she was a bit caught off guard. Suddenly, a noise nearby made her jump. Whoa, you scared me. Outside, two zombies were struggling to break in. Jena screamed in panic. This is crazy. Is this really safe? Do something, quick. Parent Bin saw her reaction and couldn't help but laugh. Man, you're such a scaredy cat. Don't worry, the door won't get busted, no sweat. Haha. Minjun looked at him with silent sarcasm. Won't get busted? Looks like it's about to collapse. Looking closer, they were surrounded by infected on all sides. The zombies kept making weird noises. Building a safe zone in a place this messed up. He then stood in front of a ladder and called out, Come on, get up here. Oh, we gotta climb to the second floor? Pulling the ladder up means the infected can't follow, right? Minjun just climbed up and heard him talking to someone. Hey, I brought them here. He stood up straight, looking through them to see a fat man in the corner. Huh? He tilted his head and smiled with interest. What do we have here? Oh, new visitors. Parent Bin here, by the way, is a classmate of ours. You probably heard the name Han Jena before, right? His eyes lit up the moment he heard that. So you're Han Jena, huh? Nice to meet you. I'm Banu. This guy here is Le Bonju, 19 years old, running several businesses right now. I seriously remember you like crazy. I've even been following your Instagram. Why didn't you accept my friend request? Zong Pin, beside him, subtly signals to her. You remember that Bonju guy I told you about last time, right? Jena says with a bit of fear on her face. Oh, I think this is the first time I've heard that name, but inside she secretly despises him. Who's that? That pig? Bonju steps closer to her and says, This place is super safe, so just relax. Jena trembles with a bit of fear. Well, I heard the Gangbuk area is about to be locked down, so staying here might not be a good idea. Hearing that, he immediately bursts out laughing. Oh, that rumor? Total nonsense. I heard the Han River Bridge and the road through Gangnam are completely sealed off. The situation now is to tough it out as hard as you can until the rescue team arrives. Got it? Jena weakly speaks up. Yeah, no way. He keeps chatting. Honestly, even if the rescue team doesn't come, I've prepared so well that I can eat good and sleep easy here. Isn't that crazy? This place, to be honest, is pretty well stocked. There's even a tent, tables and chairs, a fancy grill, and they even have gasoline and plenty of firewood. Seeing the scene in front of him, he thinks to himself, does he mean they actually prepared and built all this stuff? But then he quickly spots three middle-aged men sitting in a corner and instantly feels disgusted. Didn't they just barge in and take over this shelter someone else set up? Bonju turns to his cousin and asks, Did you find anything today? Xe Bin honestly replies, I was planning to hit the supermarket, but ran into this crew on the way, so I bailed. Bonju laughs even harder. Damn, that's perfect. Bringing a girl back is way better than food supplies. Food's nothing, there's plenty here, but Jen is about to lose her mind from the pressure. Right now, she can't do anything but silently endure it. Damn it, Minun was right all along. I totally got played by that bastard Panin. Suddenly, she steps forward and lightly taps his shoulder. Hey Pan Bin, can we talk for a sec? Xe Bin cooperates and follows her aside. What's up? Jena turns her back to him, her voice urgent. Seriously, stop messing around. Please just take me back, okay? Honestly, I didn't know things would get this bad. That's why I followed you. You know I hate this kind of vibe, especially with those so-called friends of yours. I'm really sorry, but I honestly don't think I can stay here any longer. Hearing her say all that, Xe Bin blinks in surprise. Honestly, I don't even believe that Han River Bridge got blocked. So I guess I gotta try the old route and see what's up. Alright, I'm out. With that, she quickly steps past him, trying to leave with a firm attitude, but he's not about to let her go that easily. Just as she turns to call him, a strong hand grabs her tight. Jong Minun says, "Wait, don't go." She spins around in shock, and Jong Pin's face darkens. He blurts out, "Damn it. What do you mean go? You think you can just do whatever you want?" Jenna's spirit instantly gets crushed. She stammers, eyes full of fear. I. Suddenly, another hand grabs his. Minun dares to stand up and protect her. "Hey, stop. Just chill." Xe Bin is stunned by this. Then he sneers. "Ha, that dog Jong Minun. You finally lost it. Ha." North Xe Pin immediately intimidates Jong Minun. "Damn, if you don't stop, we're gonna have a problem. If you're so tough, grab that knife from earlier and stab me." Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Hey Panin, cut it out." He gets even more provoked. "Why chicken out now? Go ahead, stab me, you damn dog." Libanu suddenly appears and speaks up. "What the hell?" North Song Pin instantly switches back to a calm act. "Oh," Hina said, "it's because this place isn't indoors. It's different from what she imagined, so she's a bit uncomfortable." He sounds surprised by this. "Huh. It's no big deal. We can just sleep in the tent." North Song Pin even tries to blame Hina, and that bastard Jong Minun. He was supposed to hand over the cooking gear. She told him to give it, but he flat out refused. Libonj is shocked by this. "What? That four-eyed bastard dared to hide something dangerous like that? Hand it over, you jerk. If you don't want to get your ass kicked, give it up now." Jong Minun reluctantly hands it over, telling himself he can't lose his only weapon. But with just this, how the hell am I supposed to beat those five guys alone? Park Seon Pin's acting all high and mighty. "Hey, Four Eyes, listen up real good. Bonju's the captain here, and I'm the vice captain. Got it? This Park Seon Pin dude? If this was the army, he'd be like a squad leader. Bottom line, if you don't listen, you're just gonna get screwed. Got it? The country's on high alert, so if we don't have ranks like the military here, everything's gonna fall apart. Understand? 2 warnings and you're dead meat. I'm sweating just hearing this crap. Yeah. What dumbass stunt is this now? Bunch of brain-dead losers." Lee Byung-gu suddenly leaned over Jenna's shoulder and said softly, "Jenna, you must be exhausted. Come on, rest in the tent for a bit." She snapped angrily. "Damn, you scared the hell out of me." He couldn't believe his ears. "Huh, what did you just say? Did you just curse?" Jenna shook with fear and stammered, "No, nothing at all. I just got startled, that's all. These past few days, I've been freaking out nonstop." Lee Byung-gu's mood started to lighten up. "Ha ha. Well, it's gotta be because of those damn zombies. Anyway, my tent's a legit camping tent with a big door. Hehe. The mattress is super soft and comfy too. Got it? Go in and get some rest." She was sweating bullets, thinking, damn it. This crazy bastard better come up with a plan to stall, gotta buy more time. Jenna still couldn't get the words out smoothly. Hey. But I'm hungry, really hungry. Can I maybe have a little bit of food?" Lee Byung-gu looked surprised and asked, "What? Hungry? Damn, if Jenna's hungry, she's gotta eat. We've got plenty of pork belly we snagged from the butchers. Then let's throw a pork belly feast today. Hell yeah." Dong Min was annoyed, closing his eyes and grumbling, "This is just messed up. Right now, there's not even a cop around this area. No security at all makes this place a total lawless zone." Jenna was feeling super uneasy. Oh hell no, that just made him even more interested. "Ah, sorry. Haha. Damn. Jenna's so damn cute." He was lost in his thoughts, especially about Jenna. Those damn thugs were just as dangerous as the infected, especially that damn pig of a guy. He definitely wouldn't leave Jenna alone. She could be in danger right now. Gotta figure out a new plan. Maybe lure the infected here and freak out those bastards to get Jenna out immediately. No way. What about the other survivors? But those 3 uncles can't be trusted 100% either. Should I sneak out tonight while everyone's asleep? But what if those bastards try some violent crap on Jenna before then? Dong Min-jun grabbed his head, helpless. Ah, damn it. The fresh grilled meat on the table had Lee Byung-gu totally hyped. Gotta eat next to my adorable Jenna. She grimaced but immediately yelled, "Damn, does it smell like pig or what?" He was shocked and asked, "What did you say?" Jenna just lied. No, it's just the pork belly smells so good." "Whoa, looks delicious." He jumped on the chance to agree with the pretty girl. Hey. Yeah, gotta admit the smell's so good it makes you want to swear. Pork belly's the bomb. Hey, Four Eyes, bring this meat over to the uncles. A Jong Minun was too annoyed but only thought to himself, just a few pieces of meat and they're making me deliver it. That's messed up. Maybe I should grab some extra for myself. He handed the plate to the man. Hey, uncles, it's not much, but please have some. The man looked a bit surprised and replied, Ah, thanks, student. Darkness covered the houses, the fire blazing bright in the barrel. Jong Minun and Jena sat close together. At that moment, Lai Bayanu suddenly spoke up. Jena, why do you keep your distance? I told you to come rest with us, but she just coldly replied, I already said I don't like it. He kept trying to persuade her. Jena still refused. It's bedtime now. I'll just sleep alone outside the tent. Gotta wait till everyone's out cold and then sneak off. That attitude pissed him off. Damn it. You've been messing with me nonstop since earlier. If you keep acting like this, what kind of man am I? Park Seon quickly stopped him. Hey, cut it out. Lai Bu was shocked by this move. What? Park Seon's really pissed off now. You don't get it? Just stop, will you? You damn idiot. Lai Bu lost it and shouted back. North X Mr. Bin, you damn mutt, are you out of your damn mind? Did a bullet hit your brain? You dead dog. The other guy nervously tried to stop him. What the hell is going on here? North X Mr. Bin, what's wrong with you? But he still wouldn't stop. Damn it. Lai Bong Gu, ever since I got stuck here with you, I've made up my mind. First things first, I gotta take you out. Ha ha. Now there's no brotherhood left. You dead dog. From now on, I'm the captain here. Got it? Hee hee. Livian was so pissed, he immediately raised his fist. You bastard. But he only punched at thin air. North X Mr. Bin had already clamped down on the other guy's neck. Just die already, you son of a bitch. The other guy was freaking out, yelling. North X Mr. Bin's gone crazy, that bastard. Another guy immediately hit him. North X Mr. Bin ordered the others. Kill those two bastards for me. The man from before was stunned. What the hell is happening here? We gotta stop them fast, right? Jong Minun's eyes lit up. Here's our chance, Jena, right now. North X Mr. Bin also widened his eyes, and when he saw them running, he gave the order. Grab those guys. Jena was grabbed by someone else. He anxiously looked back. Han Jena struggled. Let go. The guy threatened him with a knife. If you don't want to die, stay still. Damn it. Freeze right now before I stab you. She bit his arm right after. The guy hurt so bad, he let go. You bitch. But he grabbed the guy's arm tight. Jena was shocked. Dong Rong Min was trembling. The knife-wielding guy clenched his teeth. You dead dog. You useless bastard. Where the hell do you get the guts to do that? After kicking, he stabbed him once. The knife dropped. Blood dripped onto the ground. Jena was terrified. Jong Minun held the wound tight. Jong Minun on the other side kicked him once more. You dead dog. See that? You son of a bitch. You dare talk back to me. You bastard. North X Mr. Bin gripped Jena's hand tight. Damn it. Hey. Jen, you know what? I've had my eye on you since middle school. All the other kids follow orders like it's nothing. But you? Nope. Oh. Must be, 'cause your family's loaded. Huh. Ha ha. Jena was scared. North X Mr. Bin kept going. Remember your old man's a doctor, so you got to be some big shot at the fancy school, but you don't even care. Damn it. Feels good, huh? Ha ha. I'm living good too. Damn it. Ha ha. I'm no worse than you. Born with a silver spoon too. Living the good life. Got it. Ha ha. Damn it. I got money. Dressed sharp. Got better physique than a bunch of others. What do I lose to them? Ha ha. So damn it. Why you always gotta pick on me and act all high and mighty? What the hell are you? Ha ha. Let me mess with precious little Jena just once. Hey, that guy. The man immediately stepped forward, yelling. Hey, kid, no matter what, you can't do that. He was furious and kicked the old man. The man on the ground groaned in pain loudly. Ah, damn it for real. Kim So rang, you okay? North X Mr. Bin stormed over. Hey old man, damn it, I warned you last time. If you act all high and mighty again, I'll kill you for real. 2 warnings already, I gotta kick you out now. He grabbed the older man's shirt. The man dropped a heavy object on the ground. Jena's eyes widened in fear. The man cried out in pain. Help, help me. Everyone else was terrified. Girl, what the hell are you doing? Throwing people down to the first floor? You crazy, you bastard. But North X Mr. Bin coldly ordered, take out those guys too. Those guys looked confused and asked, what do we do now? That made him furious. Compared to paying back, damn it, except for old Jena, throw the rest down to the first floor for me. She stepped over to her friend. Help, Dong Minun, you okay? Hurry up and hide. North X Mr. Bin appeared right behind her. Jena, where do you think you're running off to? Outside's like hell, you gotta stay here and play with me. But she tried to resist. Hey, let me go. The guy stepped over to where he was lying. Phew, Jong Minun, looks like your time's up. You useless bastard. I thought you looked kinda pathetic. But who told you to be cocky? Hey, hold him tight. I'm gonna push this bastard down. Damn, this bastard thinks he's skinny as a twig. What a heavy load. He held tight, counting the beat. 1, 2, 3. Then a voice spoke up. We gotta go together, you dead dog. That guy was shocked. Huh? Jong Min shook and pushed both down at once. Down to hell? The screams of those two caught North X Mr. Bin's attention. One guy called out to 7-star Sung Super Crush. He turned around in shock and asked, what's going on? What happened? The other guy immediately replied, Kim Siu Nien and Jong Minun fell down to the first floor. That damn idiot, those two are writhing on the ground. Screw saving people. Kim Siu Nien looked at his mangled leg. Damn it, what happened to my leg? The guy glanced at the person next to Jong Min and trembled. Kim Siu Nien suddenly grabbed his leg, his whole body racked with pain. You bastard Minun, where the hell are you going? Damn it, it's because of you I broke my leg. Got it. Help me out, Minun. Right then, blood splattered across the floor. The two guys up here were also terrified. Damn. What do we do now? Park Seon replied coldly. Just leave that guy behind. Jena couldn't believe what she was seeing. She immediately ran off. Seeing that, he chased after her. Damn it. Jena was climbing up some iron racks. She tried to sneak away. Park Seon called out coldly, Jena, you better stop right now. That bitch dares to run away. Hey, crazy girl, where do you think you're going in the middle of the night with zombies everywhere? She was walking on a plank dangling in the air. Park Seon shouted, just try getting caught. She ignored him as he prepared to take a run up. Without hesitation, Jena jumped to the next building and finally landed safely. Jena startled and looked back. He was getting closer. Ha, that bitch actually ran off. If I catch you. A noise came from below. Park Seon looked down in shock. Ha. He immediately lost his balance. Then he slammed his head on the ground, scared, staring down, thinking to himself. Right now, she immediately shouted loudly to get everyone's attention. This way, everyone gather here. Over here, there's a bastard here. Someone please catch him and drag him away. That terrified him. Jena, you bitch, I swear I'm gonna kill you. At that moment, the zombies' sounds echoed. They were heading straight for Park Seon. He had no choice but to run. Damn it, get out of here. Damn it, Jena was still worried. What about Jong Minun? Please save him, make sure he's okay. Just then, Jong Minun appeared to save me along with Jong Minun. They were safe. Thank God, right here. He was still breathing heavily, frustrated. She anxiously watched her friend. Can you climb up here? Jong Minun's hands, covered in wounds, grabbed the ladder. He paused, exhausted. Jena silently cheered him on. Just a little more, please. Then she grabbed Jong Minun's hand tightly, trying to pull him up. Worried, she asked when he collapsed. Hey, is your wound okay? Did the infected bite you or something? Luckily, I dodged them all. But I'm feeling dizzy. At that moment, the other guy spoke up. Hey, you bastards, where's Park Seon? You guys wait right there, got it? Yeah. Jong Minun, though tired, still said, we gotta get out of here fast. Jena, still worried, asked again. Can you run? Jong Minun got ready to jump. Don't worry about me. You better look out for yourself first. Both of them jumped down right after. She felt uneasy about her friend. Are you okay? Come on, just a little more. They ignored a scream for help. Ah, help me. Then strange sounds echoed everywhere. She kept supporting him, saying, looks like there are infected around here. I knew it. Nighttime is way too dangerous. Jong Minun called her name sadly. Jena, what if the zombies spot us? Right now, you should run on your own. She was furious at those words. What are you talking about? I'll find a way. I'll definitely find somewhere to hide. I'll save you no matter what. This path somehow had no smell at all, so probably no zombies here. A light bulb was shining on the path. The two of them were still helping each other walk. Something ahead startled her. Huh. A door was slightly open, light spilling out from inside. They got close to that door. Jena carefully looked around. She still seemed pretty scared. No sign of any people. Surely no one's here, right? Let's take a break here. Jena was terrified seeing Jong Minun collapse. Jong Minun, please, you have to be okay. He lay on the floor, breathing heavily. Jena's eyes welled up with tears. She spoke with sadness. It's my fault. Because of me, everyone's been stuck inside all this time. It's my fault for dragging those zombies here, putting everyone in danger. It's all on me. And you got dragged to the construction site, which led to this mess. That's on me too. It's all my fault. Plus, you've been struggling at school because of it. Jena grabbed his shirt tight. Please. Just then, a noise came from somewhere. She looked over scared. A shadow was cast on the floor. Jenna got even more confused. Who's that? The shadow grew clearer. A young guy holding a crowbar appeared. The man was shocked and blurted out, "What the hell is this? Is that a person? Damn, you scared me. Wait, aren't you guys?" Jen was surprised too. Huh? She suddenly remembered the man from before. The man looked panicked. He was the uncle who helped us before. He spoke up, surprised to see us again here. She asked them, "Uncle, are you okay?" "Yeah." The other man looked at him and asked, "Is this kid hurt? He's bleeding a lot. Don't tell me the infected bit him." Jenna had to explain, "No, he wasn't bitten. It's a knife wound. Please help him. He's bleeding badly." The man tried to figure out how to help Minun. "Oh man, is there a first aid kit?" The other man asked. "Yeah, probably in the backpack. Are you okay?" Jenna was still sweating. "I'm fine, thank you." Just then, the man covered her mouth. Another man was walking over. "Haha, this is awesome. So what now? What do you mean?" "Drag him away. What else? Damn. He's fighting back hard. Then knock him out." That guy spotted the three of them. "Stop. I'm counting to 7. Get lost." The man grabbed a weapon. "What's this bastard thinking?" The other man said, "Kill him." He charged forward immediately. The other guy dropped his bat and pulled out a knife. He swung his weapon, but the opponent dodged. The guy quickly counterattacked with the knife. The man started bleeding. "You bastard." The other man threatened, "Stay still." Luckily, he didn't move a finger. "This girl's gonna..." The guy stabbed the knife upright, then rushed straight at the other guy. Jenna was a bit stunned. You're Kang Hak-chun, 18 years old, 11th grade at high school. A refugee from North Korea, a high school boy with survival skills. His level is shown by the medical supplies on the table. Jong Minun was saved just in time by him. Luckily, the wound wasn't too deep, not enough to spray blood everywhere. It seemed like he was hit or slammed hard, which knocked him out. Anyway, he needs to rest for at least a day. Jenna was moved. "Thanks. How come you're so good at treating wounds?" "Where'd you learn that?" He humbly replied. "I just got lucky learning it before." She still admired Kang Hak-chun, but treating wounds like that wasn't something anyone could do. He immediately asked about their situation. "This place is super dangerous. Why are you here?" Jenna didn't hesitate to tell the truth. "We saw flyers drop from a helicopter. They said Yeonchan-dong is one of the safe zones, so we came here. But we got caught by the Park Seon Pin gang." He looked surprised. "Pon Bin." At that abandoned construction site, Jenna was shocked. "You know them?" Kang Hon shyly answered, "Yeah, I know a bit." "What's up with him now?" Talking about it made her scared. "Last time we escaped that site, people got bitten and infected. It was chaotic. Even Park Seon Pin got chased by the infected, but after that, I'm not sure." After thinking a moment, he concluded, "So he might still be alive, and Yeonchan-dong being a safe zone is just a lame rumor now." At first, some people stayed and tried many ways to stop the infection from spreading, so there were times with fewer infected, but the organization was weak. When it collapsed, the outbreak exploded overnight. This place is full of infected and crazies, even more dangerous. Especially young girls like you. Almost no one dares to be out on the streets anymore. If you get caught off guard, who knows what'll happen. Not just crowded, almost the entire Gangbuk area has become lawless. Maybe soon all of Seoul will be like that. Jenna was shocked hearing that. "No way. But Kang Hon, why are you here?" He just silently bowed his head before saying, "I've got my reasons. I plan to sneak into Gangnam at dawn tomorrow." She was surprised by that answer. "What? Really? Oh yeah, you heard the news too, right? Gangbuk's about to be locked down." "I remember the flyer said the lockdown starts today." Kang Hon stared off sadly. "Things are worse now." From inside the containers came sounds of pain. He thought about that terrifying traffic jam. It was still unclear whether the entire Gang district was sealed off. But the bridges over the Han River had been blocked for at least 2 days. Plus, around the bridges and the Han River Park, the infected were gathering in huge numbers, making it nearly impossible to get close. Even with all this going down, the public was panicking like it was wartime, rushing south. The government's sudden lockdown of the bridges only made things more chaotic. This led to a massive outbreak of infections around the Han River area, and Gina was thrown into confusion. "How do you know all this?" Kang Hon didn't hesitate to answer. "I heard it from survivors who got close to the bridge area. They even have photos as proof." She felt a slight sadness. Didn't expect it to be true, but it wasn't hopeless. If we could find a duck boat or a small skiff, maybe we could still cross the Han River, just gotta avoid the infected. But was the Southern Gang really safe? Word was, not just Seoul but the whole country had infections everywhere. He felt confused too. Of course, no one could guarantee the Southern Gang was 100% safe. But my little sister was taken to an evacuation center there. No matter what, I have to get there. Jenna looked a bit surprised and asked, Your sister's in the Southern gang? How did you two get separated? He recalled that time after everything started. Me, my sister, and our uncle who lived with us ran to the nearby evacuation center. Not long after, the military showed up. They said the gang district was too dangerous and would move some people to a safer place, but they only prioritized the elderly and kids, so I had to stay behind. A soldier promised them, please wait a bit. We'll definitely come back for everyone. Kang Hon's sister was scared. Bro. He was panicking too. Wait, where exactly are they taking my sister? The soldier answered without hesitation. The evacuation center was in the Southern gang. Kang Hon's face fell as he continued, but the military never came back. Jena kept asking, what about your uncle? He went on. Not long after, infected people appeared in the center, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into hell. My uncle and I tried to escape. In the end, my uncle. She understood everything by then. Ah, Kang Hon had stood up too. Anyway, I have to leave first thing in the morning. Even a one-day delay could ruin everything. Jana couldn't believe it. What? First thing tomorrow morning. Wait, can we come with you? We're planning to head to the Southern gang too. But he immediately refused. No way. From my experience, going in a group of 3 is super risky. Something always goes wrong, and at least one person ends up dead. Plus, Minjun needs at least a day to recover. Of course, recovering in this situation sounded ironic. She kept trying to convince him. Please, Minjun's mom is also in the Southern gang. We have to get there. Honestly, just the 2 of us don't know what to do. We have no clue how to get out of here. Please. If I have to, I'll kneel and beg you. Kang Hon stayed silent. After a moment, he spoke. You changed a lot too. Jenna was in the same class but didn't know him well. He seemed very different from the school image. All right, wait until morning and Minjun wakes up, then we'll talk. Get some rest. Jenna watched Kang Hon's back and said, thanks. Time passed and the sky brightened. Sunlight streamed into the room, and just then a voice called out. She woke up immediately. Huh. Kang Hon's asking about when you escaped the abandoned construction site. Are you sure you didn't see what happened to Parun Bin? Jana confirmed right away. Yeah, that's right. Why? Kang Hon didn't hide his intention. I'm planning to go back and check it out. This surprised her. What? He went on explaining. If their motorcycles or scooters are still there, we could use them. I also have some things to verify. Jenna was really scared. Wait, you can't go, right? The gates are probably all collapsed. That place is infected everywhere. Everyone there is definitely infected. Parun Bin's no exception. If something happens to you, he still sticks to his plan. That construction site is only about 300 meters away. You want to know how I escaped North Korea with my siblings when I was just 12? Jenna was stunned hearing that. 10,000 miles. Kang Hon went on explaining everything. We didn't have money to hire a smuggler, just trusted an uncle who defected and settled in Korea. We slipped through the river 2-man checkpoints like ghosts, sneaking through every nook in China, crossing Laos into Thailand. It took almost 2 years, covering nearly 6 miles. During that time, I lost a little brother. Minjun, if you wake up, take care of him. I'm out. Now, only you're left standing there stunned. Sunlight poured all around. Someone was slowly crawling up. That person had reached the ceiling. Kang Hon was checking everything out. Now let's see about that Ponin guy. Wonder if Ponin's 6 feet under or still kicking. Dong Minjun stirred slightly. The sound he made startled Jenna. She immediately ran over to her friend. You're awake? But he still felt pain in his neck. Oh, where the hell am I? Gina recounted everything. Kang Hon treated his wounds. Dong Minjun was still dazed. Kang Hon, the guy from our class? She quickly confirmed. Yeah, after we escaped the worksite, we ran into him by chance. He was still confused. But clearly, it was at the worksite, right after I fell from the 2nd floor. Along with Kim Siu and Jaeon, my memory's fuzzy. Maybe it's the concussion? Oh, I vaguely remember you helping me somewhere, but then Jenna suddenly grabbed his hand tight. Anyway, that's a relief. Maybe Minjun was shocked too. Her eyes welled up with tears. Thought you were dead. Do you know how worried I was? He blushed from her words. Jenna froze. She shyly pushed Dong Min away. She had no choice but to speak loudly to hide her embarrassment. That's why I said it. Why the hell did you rush into the fight? Of course, I'm grateful you saved me. But you can't just throw your life away like that. What if something happened to you? What would I do alone? You're just good at making people worry. Damn, so annoying. Honestly, he turned away, scratching his head awkwardly. Ah, sorry. Jenna quickly reassured him. No need to apologize. I just meant thanks. But do you know how much I struggled to drag you here? What she said only made him more confused. Huh? So what exactly do you want? Jenna was pretty embarrassed too. Well, also Kang Hon told me you need to rest and stabilize for about a day. Got it? You should just rest today and see how you feel tomorrow before making any moves. Jong Minun tried to sit up. Oh yeah, but I heard the steel mill's about to be locked down. If we just stay put now, there won't be time. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach in pain. This made Gina really worried. Are you okay? Hey, you dummy, just now you already trying to move. Stay still. The table was cluttered with stuff. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Kang Hon spoke up. It's me. Mind if I come in? Jenna finally felt relieved. Oh, it's Kang Hon. He dropped his backpack. Then Kang Hon double-checked. Is this your bag? The one you always carry at school? Jong Minun examined it and confirmed. Yeah, that's mine. He kept looking at him and continued. It was on the second floor at the worksite, so I brought it back. Inside are your clothes and personal stuff too. I figured you'd need it. Oh, and there was a lot of food stored there. I grabbed some for you. He looked at the bag with emotion. Is this the bag my mom bought me? It feels so familiar. Kang Hon then pulled out the glasses, still intact. Oh right, your glasses fell there too. Jong Minun felt a bit happy. Thanks. Lucky, it's my glasses. I heard from Jena that you treated me. He also asked how he was feeling. Jong Minun didn't hide it. A little dizzy, but okay. Jena then asked about the situation. Hey, have you checked the worksite yet? What about Park Seon pin? Kang Hon suddenly looked thoughtful. Just as I thought. Park Seon pin wasn't there. The zombies were making strange noises. Kang Hon continued the story. Except for him, everyone else is infected. Then the motorcycle disappeared. Not sure if he took it. The scooter was broken. Jenna looked scared. Aha. So there's a chance we'll see Park Seon pin again. He immediately reassured her. Yeah, but don't worry too much. I might lose a fight, but I'm sure to win a killing. You're crazy. Oh, and like I said yesterday, I'm planning to leave the steel mill. You guys think you can keep up with me? Jong Minun suddenly spoke up with unusual enthusiasm. Of course, we gotta go right now. Even now is fine. Jenna didn't look happy with his decision. What? You need to rest and get stable first today. Kang Hon looked at him with concern. Jenna was right, we could recover our strength before moving. But Minun insisted he was fine. I'm good, seriously. What if things get worse tomorrow? Right then, he pulled out a pen and whispered, but don't rush it. Let's plan a bit first, then head out. Rushing might screw everything up. I've thought it through. There's still another way to cross the Han River. Jenna was hooked by the idea. Huh? How? He used the pen to draw a map and laid out the plan. We'll cross using line 5. Jong Minun's eyes widened in shock. Oh, the tunnel under the Han River. Jenna hesitated, asking, is that safe? Places like the subway are crowded, so the chance of infection is super high. But Kang Hon was confident in his plan. Line 5 stations all have platform screen doors installed. If we can break through those doors to get inside, the chance of infected people inside the tunnel is pretty low. Of course, actually getting inside the station and reaching the platform doors was a whole other challenge. Plus, there'll be tons of people thinking the same way. The government might have even blocked the Line 5 tunnel already. But I still think we should try and check it out. Alright, the closest Line 5 station from here is Gangnam Station. But as you know, walking there is pretty far. Especially once we leave this area and step into Gangnam District, things get even more dangerous. Twilight was settling over the space below, and on the wall was a self-motivation line. Survival rule, don't rush. Kang Hon bowed his head, deep in thought. Also, here are some survival rules I came up with. First, Gangbuk area is completely locked down now. So don't stress about time or push yourself to rush. If you find a safe spot, even if it's just for a few days, stay put to recover and reassess the situation. Absolutely no reckless moves. Second, except for long-distance travel between areas, when just going out near your temporary spot, only go 1 or 2 people. Avoid going out in groups of 3 as much as possible. And finally, when facing life or death situations, never risk your own life or sacrifice yourself for anyone else. For example, even if you can survive by running away, don't waste unnecessary effort trying to save others. I mean, everyone's got to look out for themselves. Even if it's me, if I'm in that situation, I'll find my own way to survive. Never sacrifice yourself for anyone. Jong Minun, the atmosphere suddenly went quiet again. Sunlight was streaming through Kang Hon's house as he called out his name before leaving. Jong Minun, use this as a weapon. Jong Minun was sweating, holding bloody sticks. You want me to use something that's scary as a weapon? Jenna nearby couldn't stand it either. Kang Hon was at a loss, so he explained, I never said it's just for killing infected. Even just to scare off bad guys, you should carry something like this. Holding a weapon like that makes people think twice before messing with you. And you know, infected people attack like they want to eat you alive. When fighting back, You gotta stay sharp and hit with all your strength. Use the spiked bat to hit hard, hard enough to pierce their heart or brain. Got it? Jong Minun just silently bowed his head. Crazy. Kang Hon then ordered the team. All right, let's roll. The whole neighborhood was bathed in sunlight. Jong Minun's group moved while watching their surroundings, doubts swirling inside him. But is it really okay to kill infected people? Those infected were once normal people, family to someone. Even if they rush at us to kill, they're not doing it by their own will. If we kill them, aren't we just becoming murderers? What if the system? Jong Minun's group moved cautiously, scanning their surroundings. He was wrestling with doubts. But is it really okay to kill those infected? Those infected people, they used to be normal, they were someone's family. And even if they charge at us trying to kill us, they're not doing it by their own will. If I kill them, wouldn't I just become a murderer? What if the system? The laws of this country haven't completely fallen apart yet, so could what I do next be considered a crime? Seeing him like that, Kang Hon immediately spoke up. Hey Jong Minun, aren't you just overthinking all this crap and worrying for nothing? Just ditch all that nonsense already. Listen up, this is life or death. If you want to survive, you gotta keep your head clear. If you're not ruthless enough, not tough enough, you're done for. Got it? Jong Minun awkwardly replied. Yeah, I get it. Jena had also noticed something. Hey, wait a sec. This path, maybe we shouldn't take it? I'm pretty sure a lot of people there are infected. After a moment of shock, Kang Hon started feeling uneasy too. How do you know? Jena's face still showed fear. I can kinda sense it through the smell, that sharp, distinct stench. If there's an infected person nearby, that smell hits you right away. You know that, right? But this way, the smell is unusually strong. He seemed really surprised by this ability. You can even sense where the infected are? Jena honestly answered him. It's not exactly a location, more like a feeling. And it's not always 100% certain it's an infected person. Sometimes it's just a corpse. Also, if there's only one or two infected, unless they're really close, it's hard for me to tell. Jong Minun was amazed too. Thinking back, it had happened quite a few times before. He really does have a special sensitivity to smells. Kang Hon couldn't hold back. Let me check it out over there. He hid behind a lamppost to scout. His eyes widened in shock. The infected were still writhing. At this point, Kang Hon was even more amazed by her ability. Jena, do you really sense the infected? Jena, still tense, asked again. Do I? I'm right, aren't I? Kang Hon could only admit the truth. Yeah, you're right. Heading that way is definitely not safe. Jong Minun spotted something. Hey, look over there. Kang Hon looked up too. What are you looking at? Jong Minun pointed at a soldier above. There seemed to be a soldier on the rooftop of that building, probably infected too, right? Kang Hon suddenly froze, then ran fast out of curiosity. Come on, follow me and check it out. Huh. Stuff was scattered all over the rooftop. After a moment of inspection, he reported, no infected up here, it's safe. Come on up. Jena was exhausted from climbing so high. Huff, man, what the hell did I climb all the way up here for? Kang Hon used binoculars to see farther. He spotted the soldiers acting weird. With the binoculars, I can see at least 3 soldiers. And just as expected, they're all infected, but one of them is carrying a rifle. Jong Minun broke into a sweat thinking about the plan. Hey, if you're thinking about snatching that rifle, maybe we should just bail. With 3 or more infected there, trying to grab the gun right out of the guy's hands is going to be tough. What if it's out of ammo? And we can't even check if it has bullets, right? Plus, even if we get the gunshot noise would be insanely loud. Then all the infected would swarm us. And you don't even know how to use that rifle. No, I do know how to use that rifle. But Kang Hon had already made up his mind. We have to have it, we're going to get it. Heavy footsteps echoed louder and closer in the dark stairwell. Growls from the infected could also be heard. The noise was right outside the door. Jena trembled, hiding in a dark corner. No way. She was sure she locked the first floor door before going out. She carefully recalled how she had sealed the door tight, confirming it in her mind. She'd even blocked it with nearby stuff. But the growling from the infected was so loud it made her panic. But have they gotten inside already? Amid those deadly sounds, her anxiety grew stronger. How the hell? Are the infected really capable of this? No, they're coming up this way. In the stairwell, the infected man dragged himself forward. Finally, he reached the top. After pausing at the window to look outside and confirm his position, he turned his head back inside, slowly stepping toward Jena, who was hiding. She fearfully clamped her mouth shut, trying not to let any sobs escape. But when she glanced over, the face with those eerie white eyes was right up close. Jena screamed in terror, just as the infected guy got attacked by someone else. His blood splattered all over her face. Kang Hon and Jong Minun rushed over, worried, asking, You okay? After a moment, Kang Hon suspiciously asked Jena, That dude looked at you and smiled earlier, right? You didn't hesitate to call him out? Yeah, that guy acted like he wasn't infected at all. I once met a creepy old dude before, so when that guy looked at me, it gave me the same vibe. Kang Hon didn't argue but confirmed it again. But looking at him, he really did seem infected. Jena also voiced the doubts swirling in her mind. But I clearly locked the front door on the first floor, even barricaded it with stuff. Though I might have locked it a bit hastily, thinking about going downstairs, so it wasn't super tight. But all the stuff got knocked over, and even the first floor door looks busted. Kang Hon fell silent, thinking it seemed like someone uninfected was messing with things on purpose. From what I know about how infected people act, they seem to be driven only by attack instincts. So it's hard to believe, but in the end, he hesitated and shared his guess. Could it be that only that infected dude still has some feelings or instincts left? Jena muttered, still not buying it. But no way. Jong Minun jumped into their conversation now. Just my guess. But some infected, like you said, might be special types or maybe they're evolving. He poured some water and slowly shared his thoughts. Later on, they might start jumping around, even coordinating attacks like a squad against survivors. There could be evolved ones not just smarter but physically stronger too. Almost brain dead, but their attack instincts maxed out. Kang Hon eyed him suspiciously. How do you know that? Jong Minun hesitated a bit before answering. Just a feeling, not sure though. It sounds kinda crazy, and then he nervously added, the infected remind me of stuff I've seen in the game I play. I've been kinda hooked on that game lately, so maybe it's just me overthinking. After a moment, Kang Hon finally spoke up. That sounds pretty far-fetched. Jena chuckled softly, joining in. So you're saying we're stuck inside a game now? Their words made Jong Minun super awkward. Stammering, no, obviously that's ridiculous, just ignore it. But Kang Hon lowered his voice again. Either way, this is the worst pandemic humanity's ever faced, and we gotta survive it. Then Jong Minun remembered what happened earlier and asked worriedly, hey, the infected blood splashed on you earlier, you're not infected, right? Kang Hon casually replied, man, I've been covered in infected blood plenty of times. Just touching it seems fine. The infection only spreads through bites. Right after, they checked the weapons they'd just grabbed. A K2 assault rifle with 15 bullets and 2 military combat knives. Kang Hon handed one knife to Jong Minun and said, I'm still using my folding knife. Jong Minun, you keep this combat knife, and Jena, you take the other one. He casually passed another knife to her. Jena looked at the weapon, a bit scared, and asked, girl, you want me to hold this? Kang Hon said, matter-of-factly, you gotta protect yourself. If something like what happened earlier goes down again, you can't always count on us to save you. Not only that, he seriously told both of them. And you two better learn how to use the rifle from me. If I die, Jong Minun, you might have to use this gun. Jena, you might end up having to use it too. He said this so casually, but the other two just stayed silent. After a moment, Jena was the first to react. She quickly spoke up, denying it. Hey, don't talk about bad luck stuff like that. Jong Minun agreed with her, jokingly warning Kang Hon, people who say stuff like that usually go first, you know? In a lot of drama shows, scenes like this happen, so you're basically blaming yourself. Kang Hak-chan heard him say that and felt a bit offended, pushing back. What are you talking about? What do you mean dead? I'll survive no matter what, but I gotta be ready for the worst-case scenario too. At that moment, Jong Minun finally let out a relieved breath. Sitting down next to Jena, he chimed in with agreement. Yeah, what you said makes sense, but I really want to try shooting a real gun at least once. You probably can't practice with real bullets, right? Because of the noise and limited ammo. Then he turned to Jena for her opinion. Jena, what do you think? Don't want to try shooting for real? But Jena quickly turned her face away like she was dodging, stepping back fast from him before hesitantly answering. I don't know. Then she made an unreasonable request. Oh, and don't come near me. Jong Minun's eyes went wide. What's up? Jena just shrugged it off casually. I just don't want to be near you right now. Jong Minun was suddenly stunned, feeling rejected. Out of nowhere, he anxiously asked, did I do something wrong? Jena answered vaguely, dodging the question. I'm still treating you like normal, like at school. But inside, she suddenly felt annoyed. That damn idiot. Seriously, he's so clueless. She carefully lowered her head, sniffing herself, feeling miserable curled up in a corner of the sofa, thinking. It's been days since I showered, filthy and gross as hell. Not sure if I smell bad or what, but then she couldn't help but blame herself, thinking about how she should be focusing on survival first, instead of worrying about this stuff. I'm such an idiot. If things got worse, I probably wouldn't care about this crap anymore. She sneaked a glance at Minun beside her, her thoughts racing. Honestly, it's not like I need to care. I just don't want to sit right next to him now. She saw him seriously studying the gun in his hands, seemingly ignoring her, but her mind was still a mess. Since when did I start caring about him like this? She buried her flushed face between her knees, mad at herself. So frustrating. A little later, while it was still daylight, a car parked on the street was still stained with fresh blood. The trio with Jong Minun cautiously moved forward. Kang Hak-chan carefully asked, "This side looks clear, right?" She nodded at him, but didn't forget to warn. "But there might be 2 or 3 of them." "Not sure about inside the house," Jong Minun chimed in from behind. "But thanks to Jena, things seem to be going smoother. At this rate, moving around will be easy." Kang Hak-chan kept cautioning. "Still, we can't let our guard down. Gotta stay sharp." Just then, Jong Minun noticed his steps and asked curiously, "Hey, you okay? You've been limping since earlier." Kang Hak-chan looked a bit awkward, replying, "Earlier, I fell with one of those infected soldiers. Looks like I got hurt, probably a sprained ligament." Jong Minun was shocked. "What?" Jena looked worried too. "Hey, shouldn't you be resting then?" Jong Minun snapped, reminding him of what he said earlier. "You told me not to push myself." Kang Hak-chan felt a little guilty and explained, "I thought I was fine earlier." Then he casually added, "But this is nothing compared to when we crossed into South Korea. Still, I guess I should start finding a place to rest soon." Right then, some sounds coming from a closed rolling door caught Jena's attention. "What's that?" Kang Hak-chan noticed too and asked her. "What's up?" Jena hesitated. There's something here?" Suddenly, a loud scream came from inside, making her jump in surprise. "What's going on? Is there an infected person inside?" Then a voice called down from above to the 3 of them. "Hey, you guys, you survivors, right?" When they looked up, they saw a man leaning out from the rooftop, shouting for help. "I've been stuck up here on the roof for 2 days. Please save me." The group was a bit surprised and asked him, "How did you get stuck up there?" The man honestly explained, "I went out to get supplies, but got chased by infected, so I ran up to the roof to hide. Now the stairs are full of infected, so I'm trapped." They asked curiously, "Who closed the rolling door on the first floor?" The man told his desperate story. "I asked a survivor passing by for help, but they said the inside was already infected, then just pulled the rolling door down and left." Hearing that, Kang Hon carefully asked the man, "Are there a lot of infected people in the building's stairwell?" The man didn't hesitate to reply, "When they chased me, there were about 6 or 7 of them." 6 to 7 of them. Kang Hon fell silent, weighing the number. Looks like the infected inside and him being stuck on the rooftop is for real. But 6 or 7. Even if that's true, he firmly told the man, "Sorry, with that many infected, it's tough. We're not in a position to help anyone right now." Quickly turning to the other 2, he said, "Let's go." The man panicked, seeing that, and tried to stop them. Please don't go." He shouted desperately, begging them nonstop. "Please help me, I can't get home. It's been 2 days. My family's waiting, my wife and son, just the 2 of them at home. My daughter's missing too. If I can't get back, please help me." Jong Min-jun, hearing the man's desperate voice echoing, warned anxiously, Hey, you're yelling too loud. We're in danger too. Calm down first." Jena seemed reluctant and turned to ask Kang Hon, "Hey, is it really okay if we just leave like this?" He still firmly replied to her, "Now's not the time to help others. Better not take unnecessary risks. We gotta look out for ourselves first." Jong Min-jun hesitated a bit, then cautiously said to Kang Hon, "What if there's another way?" Kang Hon paused at that, then seemed to give in, exhaling deeply before turning back to ask what way. Jong Min-jun seriously shared his idea. "Actually, I just came up with a pretty good plan. I might be able to help that guy. Looks like I can save him." After a moment, the 3 stood before a tunnel almost blocked off by a few pickup trucks. Kang Hon looked at the path ahead and carefully repeated the plan he just heard. "After opening the rolling door, I'll lure the 6 or 7 infected to this spot, the place we just passed by." Then he turned toward the tunnel, continuing, "Then cut them off outside the tunnel and come back this way. And meanwhile, you'll push this white truck to block the tunnel, right?" Jong Min-ju nodded again, recalling a time he pushed a car with his dad in the past. "Yeah, but now Dad's not here. When I was little, I pushed a car that was off with Dad, so I think I can push this one too." He cared enough to add, "Kang Hon, since your leg's not good, I'll lure the infected out of the tunnel and come back. Once I'm back, Jena and you will push this truck to block it." Kang Hon, still worried about the plan, seriously warned him, "If you can't keep distance from the infected, the chance of failure is high. You sure you can run okay?" Jong Min-jun confidently answered, "I'm above average at running, so I'll be fine. I'm not too scared of being chased by infected." But Kang Hon still wasn't at ease. He turned back to assess the tunnel again. The tunnel was just wide enough for one person. If the truck is turned around to block the entrance, the infected can't get in. Plus, he carefully checked the vehicles planned as barricades. The car doors were open, and the handbrakes seemed released. At this point, Kang Hon still didn't quite get it and asked Jong Minun again. But why do you want to save that guy so badly? I told you, don't sacrifice yourself for others. Even if we risk our lives for him, we gain nothing. Jena, who had been quiet, now spoke up to advise him. Yeah, thinking about it, it really is dangerous. Whether the guy was good or bad was unclear. Caught between his two friends' advice, Jong Minun suddenly recalled memories from before, when he accidentally met that guy and some others at a construction site. He was really surprised then, and couldn't forget the stunned look on the man's face. He lowered his voice to answer his friends. I just don't think he's a bad guy. Jong Minun didn't hide it and added, I remembered some guys who died at the site, and somehow, I thought of my dad too. Hearing that, Kang Hon had no more objections, just turned and suggested they try out the plan they just discussed. First, try pushing this truck forward a bit. Just a light push will block the way. The other two quickly agreed. Yeah. After a while, he sat in the driver's seat of the car, coaching Jena and Jong Minun. I think just a little turn of the wheel will do. Just a gentle push. Jong Minun took a running start. 1, 2. When he counted, both of them pushed hard, making the car screech heavily, and the wheels rolled once. The three couldn't help but feel excited. The car was moving. Kang Hon stayed put in the driver's seat, carefully steering the car's direction. Using the push from the two, Jong Minun drove it to a favorable spot. After a bit, he shouted with satisfaction, this should work, right? Just in case. He suggested being ready to hide on the other side to shoot if something unexpected happens. Jong Minun carefully added, but only use the gun if things get really bad, okay? Kang Hon nodded his head. Yeah. Jena was still really worried, repeatedly asking him, but what if one of those infected guys is right outside the rolling door on the first floor of that building and bolts out as soon as it opens? And if the infected are scattered across the floors, that'd be a huge mess for your plan. Jong Minun already had a counterplan. He calmly explained to Jena, if we get that guy to make a loud noise from the door up to the roof, the infected will all gather there. Then when the rolling door opens, I'll make noise on the first floor to shake them all down at once. Kang Hon suddenly called out to Jong Minun. He looked over surprised. Jong Minun quietly confirmed with him again. You know this plan's super dangerous, right? He didn't forget to warn him. And if what you say is true, that you might have a special infection, who knows what could happen? Jong Minun thought for a moment but quickly replied. Ah, but if it was a special infection, I wouldn't have been locked up there from the start. It'll be fine. Kang Hon didn't openly oppose but still sternly warned him. I don't want to risk my life for anyone but my little brother. You know that. This is the last time. Don't take on any more dangerous stuff like this from now on. Faced with his firm stance, Jong Minun could only mumble in agreement. Yeah, the streets were still a desolate, silent scene. The rolling door of that shop had been opened. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from inside the stairs. Here, gather this way. Right after came hurried footsteps. Jong Minun sprinted out at full speed. He ran headlong, with a crazed group of infected chasing behind him. Jong Minun ran and shouted loudly, luring them toward the tunnel they'd picked earlier. Come catch me if you can. As Jong Minun ran by, Kang Hon carefully peeked out from hiding to watch him. He tracked the infected's movement, then seized the moment to rush out with Jena. Now's the time. The other end of the tunnel was still empty. Jena and Kang Hon took their positions, waiting. She was super uneasy, quietly whispering his name like a prayer. Jong Minun. Soon after, the growling of the infected echoed from the tunnel's far end. Not long after, Jong Minun charged in, yelling. Right now. He burst through the narrow gap of the tunnel, shouting at the two to push. As Jong Minun darted out, Jena and Kang Hon pushed together. The car was shoved deep inside. The narrow choke point they made blocked the crazed infected from chasing further. Amid their frustrated roars, Jong Minun finally exhaled. We made it. Jena whispered praise to him. You did great. Just then, a trembling voice sounded in front of Jong Minun. Thank you. The man who had been stuck on the rooftop earlier somehow came down, now kneeling before them, choking up as he spoke. Really, thank you all. You're my lifesavers. As he spoke, he was about to bow deeply to the ground, making Jong Minun panic and rush to stop him. Hey sir, don't stay here. First, let's get you somewhere safe. Kang Hon silently stood aside, watching quietly. After a while, they found a half-finished dining table with a mini gas stove on it. Jong Minun's group looked surprised at the bag full of small gas canisters the man had, and exclaimed, How many of these gas canisters do you have? They were currently in a place like a roadside diner. The man sat down to rest with them and casually answered, The house has electricity and water, only the gas got cut off. Luckily, the neighborhood nearby is full of eateries, so I can scavenge enough food. I was planning to find a portable electric stove but ended up with a bunch of gas canisters instead. Hesitantly, they asked, So what about the electricity? The man answered honestly, my place has solar panels, so we get enough power daily. Kang Hon was rummaging around and finally spoke up. So as long as we stockpile enough food, surviving won't be an issue. Plus, there's way more valuable stuff here than I thought. He didn't hide anything from them and was straightforward about his purpose. Actually, he's been looking for his daughter, so he goes out to this area once every day. Only then did he turn to ask their group, so, where are you kids headed? Jong Minun seemed a bit thrown off by the cautious tone. But sir, feel free to speak openly. We're way younger than you anyway. The man stubbornly brushed it off. Nah, you guys saved my life. After he said that, the guy gave in with a grunt. Yeah. Well, it's up to you then. In his head, he was even more convinced this guy was a good dude. Meanwhile, Jena started chatting with him. Did you hear? The Gangbuk area is about to be locked down. We're actually on our way out of Gangbuk. The man seemed pretty informed and worriedly asked Han. Yeah, it's dangerous. You kids gonna be okay? Jena didn't know how to answer and just changed the subject. By the way, I think you said you don't know where your daughter is. He hesitated but still told her. Well, yeah, right when the emergency hit, the last call was her, saying she was on her way home. He left his wife and son at home and drove out looking for his daughter, but the car got stuck halfway, almost died a few times before making it back. He should have prioritized getting his wife and son out first, but the situation outside was too bad, so he missed the chance. In the end, the family decided to stay together. Even if the odds were slim, what if she came back home? He ended the story sadly. Jena didn't know how to comfort him, just awkwardly said, You've got to find your daughter, no matter what. Then he turned, his gaze to the gun on Kang Hon's back, curious. But where'd you get that gun? Kang Hon casually replied, just picked it up off the street. The man seemed to catch the dodge in his answer and didn't press further, just showed concern. Looks like it's getting dark, huh? Where are you kids planning to sleep? Jong Minun was a bit reluctant. We were going to look for a spot, maybe sneak into some nearby buildings to crash for a bit. As soon as he heard that, the man suggested, Why don't you come sleep at my place tonight? It's close by, a private house with enough room, electricity, water, and food. While the two were still hesitating, Kang Hon cut in without hesitation. Really? If so, thank you so much. Jena still asked nervously, Is that really okay? He nodded. Yeah, it's fine. Jong Minun always followed Kang Hon's lead and quickly reassured her. If Hon says it's fine, then it's gotta be. Jena finally nodded and said to the man, If there's anything we need to bring, we'll help you pack. The man quickly agreed. That's great, but don't overexert yourselves. As the sun began to set behind the buildings, Minun's group followed the man home. He happily announced, We're here. They all froze, staring at the grand mansion before them, amazed. It really was a private house, with solar power too. Kang Hon noticed the barbed wire on top of the walls, gates, and even razor wire. If they had water too, this place would be a perfect safe house. Just as he thought that, he immediately chambered around. That move made the man nervous and stammer. Why are you loading that? Kang Hon coldly replied, I've seen too many crazies. In our position, stepping into an unknown place means you gotta be cautious. Hope you understand. But he added to reassure, Look at my buddy here. You can tell we're not some looters. Don't worry too much. The man could only awkwardly grunt. Then he called inside, Honey, I'm home. At the same time, in the old room where Min's group once stayed, the door was suddenly kicked open hard. A guy holding a bloody knife stormed in, cursing wildly. Damn it, almost died again today, just barely survived. Why the hell are there more trashier than zombies? Sometimes I wonder if I've killed more people than zombies. This damn place needs a nuclear bomb to clean it up. He quickly sized up the scene around him, feeling pretty satisfied. This place is pretty cozy, huh? Taking a little break here sounds good. Suddenly, he noticed some smudged writing on the mica board. What's this? After a closer look, the young guy chuckled softly. These bastards were hiding here not long ago, and Kang Hon already ran into them. Using the location written there, Gajang Han coldly guessed. They're planning to sneak past Hanbang on Route 5. Meanwhile, at the mansion of that man, he hurriedly shouted as he ran inside. Honey, son, I'm home. Jong Minun was about to step forward but got stopped by Kang. Honorable Jong Minun. Wait, he carefully suggested. Let me go in first. Surprise, he glanced over. Huh? Oh, he called out after the man's retreating back, running along. Honey, his guard went up even more. If this guy's playing us, Kang Hon gripped his gun tighter and followed inside. He'd already made up his mind if things went south, just take over this house. But then the scene before him froze him for a few seconds. Honey, Dad, came the voice after the man's call. Meanwhile, the woman, tears streaming, still shaken, kept questioning why he was only coming back now. I thought you were dead. The kid beside her was crying, clutching his father tight. "Dad." The man wrapped his arms around his son, sobbing silently. "Sorry for coming back late. I'm really sorry." Kang Hak's eyes stayed fixed on the reunion scene. So much so that when Min Jun entered, he didn't even notice him. After the emotional moment, the man led his wife and kid over to them. "Oh, I forgot to introduce, this is my lifesaver, Jong Minun, and his friends." The wife spoke softly, thanking them. "Thank you all so much." Her words made the group awkward. "Ah, it's nothing." Above, the ceiling fan-shaped chandelier cast a gentle light. Mo John, 45, a cheerful homemaker, told everyone, "I'll go cook, you all just rest. We've got water now, so you can shower comfortably." Jena, surprised and happy, asked, "I can really take a shower?" The lady nodded firmly. "Of course," then grabbed her hand tightly, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh my God, how old are you? How are you this pretty? Why would someone this beautiful be out in danger? Oh my God! Oh my God!" Her attitude was so overwhelming, Jena could only be amazed. "Yeah," the lady kept praising her nonstop. "You could be a celebrity. Oh my God, you're stunning." Jena blushed from the compliments, stammering, "Thank you, ma'am. You're beautiful too." Then her smile faded, and she sighed sadly. "My daughter's about your age. She just started college this year but disappeared a few days ago." Jena politely responded, "Yeah, we heard about that." She could only awkwardly offer some comfort. "Your daughter's definitely still alive." Hearing this, the lady perked up and gently said, "Thank you. Anyway, I'm rambling. Just rest easy, I'll cook." Jena quickly offered, "We'll help you." The lady waved her off comfortably. "No need. You guys saved my husband's life. You even look like my daughter. If you need to change clothes, just say so." At that moment, Dong Min Jun noticed something else. Behind a bookshelf corner, the little boy from earlier was watching them cautiously. As soon as he caught Dong Min Jun's gaze, he backed away and hid. Dong Min Jun silently assessed the kid. "Is that her son? Looks like an elementary schooler." Next to him, Kang Hon flopped down on the sofa, exhaling deeply. Jong Min Jun suddenly remembered to ask, "How's your leg?" When the sock was pulled off, revealing a swollen, red ankle, Dong Min Jun was at a loss for words, wanting to curse the injury. "Damn, that's one huge swelling." Kang Hak-chan didn't push it but seriously considered. "Yeah, if we can, we should stay here a bit longer," but he added, "Still gotta check every corner of the house thoroughly." Jong Min Jun admired him for that. "Hak-chan, you're seriously cautious to the max, huh? That's what experience gets you." From inside the bathroom, water sounds kept coming. Jena stood under the shower, happily murmuring, "It's been so long since I showered. I was so filthy I thought I'd die." But then she suddenly remembered when she and Kang Han were hiding nearby to back up Dong Min Jun. She had accidentally caught a glimpse of his super serious side, and thinking back on it now made her heart race a bit. Why do you gotta act all tough like that? It was really annoying, but then she sighed reluctantly. Jong Minun, who she thought was just some regular guy, actually had a good side. Next time he pulls that kind of stunt, I gotta step in. When the wall clock chimed a few times, a feast was laid out on the table. Everyone cheered happily, thanking for the meal. Manjan politely told them, "Y'all better eat up." That made the whole crew sigh in appreciation. "Damn, it's been ages since we had a proper meal like this." At that moment, the man also spoke up, chatting comfortably. "Oh right, I heard you kids are planning to sneak over to Gangnam. But do you know all the roads and bridges leading into Gangnam have been sealed off? So how exactly are you planning to break through?" Kang Hon didn't hold back, laying out their plans straight up. "We're thinking about trying the subway tunnel on line 5 heading toward Gangnam. If that tunnel's still open, we can get through." The man hesitated. "Line 5, huh?" He looked a bit puzzled. Sehun, 50 years old, a university professor, then mentioned that the last time he lost contact with his daughter was at Wang Naru Station on line 5. Kang Hon asked in surprise, "Really?" Then he carefully thought it over. Wang Naru Station is near the end of the Han River stretch on line 5. He sketched a rough mental map from memory. The closest station to the Han River on line 5 from here is about 6 or 7 stops away. That's our final destination. Just before crossing the Han River, Kang Han calmly continued, "Our goal before crossing the Han River is Wang Naru Station. We plan to get to the nearest Jiang Han Station, then take the subway tunnel to Wang Naru. If your daughter's still alive, she might be nearby." Sao Joan nodded in agreement. He thought the same. He slowly recounted his previous journey. He drove to the Wang Naru area looking for his daughter but got stuck there, then had to abandon the car and walk to Jiang Han Station. His voice trembled a bit, recalling what he saw. But Jiang Han Station was already fully occupied by the infected. At this point, Sao Dun sadly lowered his voice. Walking all the way to Wang Naru is too far, and he couldn't leave his family to go alone. So he's stuck at home like this, unable to do anything. Kang Hon took the chance to ask him, "By the way, it's almost 6 miles to Wang Naru Station from here. Do you know if the roads around there are still drivable?" Sao Dui-hun answered cautiously, admitting he didn't have the full picture of all routes, but based on what he'd gathered, he shared with them. The nearby areas are mostly blocked by abandoned cars or obstacles that make smooth driving tough but still somewhat possible, but if a car gets stuck on the road, it's super dangerous. Hearing that, Kang Hon couldn't help but worry. "So driving's kinda tricky too, huh?" Right then, Jana jumped in to change the subject. Quietly, she said, "Hey, I don't think I introduced myself yet." Sao Du-hun caught on and joined in. "Oh yeah, now that you mention it, I forgot to introduce myself too. I teach college students." Jana was quick to please, sounding impressed. "Wow, so you're a professor?" Sehun smiled at the compliment and cheerfully suggested, "Then let's all introduce ourselves together." Soon, laughter filled the whole house. As night fell, the mansion lit up bright. In an air-conditioned room filled with bookshelves, Mun-jan gently arranged things with 3 people from Minun. "This is my daughter's room. You 3 can share this room with my son. My son can sleep in the same room with me and my wife." The man politely declined. "No, it's okay. Kang Hon and I can sleep in the living room." Mun Do-jun didn't insist and happily turned to Jenna. "At least, Jenna, you should rest comfortably here. You probably haven't been sleeping well these past few days." She glanced slightly at Mun-jan standing behind her, then declined the aunt's offer again. "Ah, it's okay. I'll sleep in the living room with my friends." Did that surprise him? After a moment, he tried to persuade her. "Hey, you should sleep comfortably on the bed. You haven't had a good night's sleep in days." Jenna just smiled awkwardly. "No need." That just made Jong Minun even more confused. Why wouldn't sleeping alone be more comfortable? She didn't want to be near me earlier, but now she's acting like she just realized something and teasing me. "Ah, you're scared to sleep alone, aren't you?" Jenna denied it out loud but couldn't help swinging her hand to hit him. "I told her it wasn't necessary." Then she stormed out of the room, grumbling irritably. "You're so annoying. Jong Minun, I want to punch that idiot so bad." "Oh man." Jong Minun's head was full of question marks. "Call out, why not?" Late at night, the lights in the mansion gradually went out. Even the ceiling fan light was off. Mun-jan told them, "Good night, kids." The whole group replied in unison, "Thank you, ma'am. Good night." Then she left. Jong Minun quietly asked Kang Hon, "Have you checked out the house yet? How is it?" He immediately answered, "Nothing special. Looks like it's safe now." But when he looked at Kang Hon's gun-holding hand, he wasn't so sure. Seeing him clutch the gun even while sleeping didn't exactly scream peace of mind. The later it got, the quieter the whole living room became. Jenna, eyes closed, suddenly opened them and softly asked her 2 friends beside her, "Are you guys asleep yet?" Jong Minun's voice sounded next to her. "Han seems to be asleep, but I'm still awake." Jenna silently stared at Minun for a moment, then decisively sat up and said to him, "You're tired. Why aren't you asleep yet? Chat with me." As he turned toward her, she spoke up. "What were you just thinking about?" Jong Minun hesitated a bit but didn't hide it. "Just thinking about my mom." He spoke honestly. "I wonder if she's okay now, if anything's happened to her. She's probably worried about me a lot." Seeing family here made her miss her mom even more. Jenna fell silent for a bit but quickly spoke with firm tone. I'll definitely help you find your mom." Jong Minun was a bit surprised, looked at her, then whispered softly, "Thank you." Then suddenly he jumped up, turned to her. "But I'm asking because I'm really curious. Your parents' whereabouts are still unknown. Are you really okay?" he asked with concern. Han also added, "After all, they're your only parents." Jenna fell silent for a moment when he mentioned her parents, then seemed to hesitate before slowly speaking. "Yeah, I think I can tell you. Jong Minun." He felt even more confused by that, but she continued, "I've never told anyone this before. About my parents." Jenna spoke quietly. "I've never told anyone this before. About my parents, actually my family is a blended family, a total mess." Dong Min-jun was a bit shocked hearing that, but stayed silent to listen as she continued. "Maybe you already know. My dad is a doctor at a big hospital, often on TV, and my mom is a medical researcher. They divorced when I was little. My mom moved to the U.S., then I lived with my dad and stepmom." She seemed to suddenly remember a day from the past, when the apocalypse hadn't come yet, and the sun was still shining bright. That day she stood watching Minun's back as he left, feeling a bit annoyed and kept asking after him, "What's up? You're leaving again?" Still silent at the end. "Damn it, are you crazy?" While she was talking, her questions went unanswered. Jenna had to give up. "Man, I gotta admit, it's kinda sad, he's too weak." Her eyes still followed his back as she muttered, "Tomorrow, I gotta let that Paran Pin know." Standing in front of her own door, a gloomy thought suddenly popped into her head. But then she thought, what right do I have to call Minun pathetic? She stepped inside, thinking to herself, I really don't want to be home right now. If that crazy bitch is home, I gotta change and get out of here fast. As Jenna opened the door, sounds of pleasure and heavy breathing kept coming from inside. Hey, baby. She looked toward the noise with a pissed-off glare. Damn it, is that woman completely nuts? The door was tightly shut. That's when she knew. My stepmom was using my dad's weakness as an excuse to openly cheat. Dad was busy with hospital work, rarely home. While she was quickly changing, the woman suddenly barged in, yelling angrily, Hey, why are you home so early today? Jenna didn't even turn around, just coldly replied, I'm heading out right away. The smell of booze was disgusting, but she didn't back down and kept yelling. I told you every time you come home, you gotta ring the doorbell first, Jenna said with a mocking sneer at the woman. Why would I ring the bell in my own house? Oh, right. You probably don't want me to hear you screwing your lover in the bedroom, huh? The woman, caught red-handed, got even angrier and started cursing. That crazy bitch, but she didn't back down and shot back bitterly. You off to see some dude again. For real? That skirt's way too damn short. Jenna just laughed off the obvious insult. So what if I'm seeing a guy? You're the one cheating out in the open. I'm way more decent than you, aren't I? The woman got pissed off by Jenna's jab and yelled even louder. You want to die? Right then, a man came out from the room behind her, using a soothing, fake concerned tone. Honey, who's that? Oh, your daughter? She quickly denied it, saying she wasn't his daughter but her husband's kid from before. Meanwhile, Jenna pulled out her phone and snapped a quick photo. She even taunted them. Want me to send this to my dad? The man freaked out as soon as he saw it and tried to stop her. Hey, what the hell? Put that away. But unlike him, the woman stayed calm and scoffed coldly. Enough already. Choi Soo-jun, 36, a retired actor turned stepmom to influencer Jenna, tossed her head arrogantly. Send it. Her fierce attitude caught Jenna off guard for a moment. What, Choi Soo-jun's not scared? Go ahead, send it. Even if your dad finds out, he won't say a word. She blew out a puff of smoke arrogantly, her tone threatening and triumphant. I've got him by the balls. He can't get away. You know it too, right? Want to know the secret about your dad that even you don't know? Whatever. I got nothing left to lose. If I spill everything, who's gonna get hit the hardest? Your dad. If we get divorced, his life's over. He'll lose everything. The hospital will fall apart, probably wiped off the map. She laughed loudly, daring her. So go ahead, tell your dad to divorce me. Jenna stared at her for a moment, but couldn't say a word, just walked past them and left. Crazy bitch. The woman heard that and went berserk again. What, crazy bitch? You want to die? The man, still twitchy, quickly tried to calm her down. Honey, you're way too drunk. Jenna slowly stepped out of the house. Behind her, the harsh curses kept flying. Seriously, just like her mother. That cheap mouth is a spitting image of that woman. So what if she's smart? Her personality's trash. A rotten breed. If she wants to leave, just get out of sight. Bitch. She slammed the door hard. Jaina, burning with anger, walked down the street silently, making a decision. Damn it, this is disgusting. I'll do it myself. From today on, I'll never step foot in that house again. Never, never going back. At that moment, she silently prayed. If only. Tomorrow, the world could just end and it'd be better. In a messy karaoke room, someone was slurring a song. Even in the dark, I'll still light your way. We are Lumina. Jenna curled up in a corner, focused on the notifications on her phone, puzzled. What's this news? Suddenly, everything went chaotic. Someone shouted in panic. What? No way. I gotta go now. My mom's in an accident. It's critical. Others quickly joined in the panic. Then you gotta run right away. That's when Jenna's attention was grabbed by them. She looked up for a moment, then slowly walked down the street again, confused by the flood of disaster alerts on her phone, wondering, what's going on? Why are there so many emergency warnings all of a sudden? Even the cocoa rice got chaotic. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed. Looking up, she saw a panicked crowd rushing toward her, some still yelling, run, run. Jenna trembled, hiding in a dark corner. That's when she realized she had just narrowly escaped death, taking refuge in a storage room filled with cleaning supplies. Jenna anxiously kept dialing on her phone, but nothing connected, making her panic even more. Even the emergency number 119 wouldn't go through. What the hell is happening? Let me try calling my dad. After the phone rang for a long time with no answer, Jenna wasn't surprised. He wouldn't pick up in a situation like this, and he always put himself last anyway. Right now, she thought about her mom, but that only made her more confused. Since her mom was in the States, there was no way she could help. Who could she call for help now? Jenna gripped her phone tight. After a moment of hesitation, she finally decided to reach out to the person she hated the most. Connecting. The wicked stepmom finally picked up on the other end. Hello. What? Ah, hello. But as soon as Jenna started to speak, the sharp voice cut her off. What the hell do you want? I'm really busy, Jenna still tried to plead. I'm stuck in the emergency stairwell of a building on the main street. Please help me. Call 911. The cops can't be reached either. The cold reply to her plea was, What the hell is this? Handle it yourself. She muttered to herself. What? Choi Soon shouted harshly. My whole apartment complex is in chaos too. I'm trying to save my own skin. Hanging up. Jenna desperately begged her. Wait, Jay has a car. I'm near the FD building by me Pilates. Come pick me up. All she got in response was the harsh beep of a disconnected call. She couldn't help but remember that day when she angrily knocked everything over, ignoring her mom's pleas. Jenna, open the door. Jenna, I just want to talk for a bit. She stubbornly locked herself in her room, crying and pushing her away. Go away. Now recalling it, tears streamed down her face. Mom, she hugged herself tight, sobbing uncontrollably. I miss you so much. Back in the present, she sat safely in the room, slowly telling Jong Minun. In the end, the stepmom abandoned me and ran away. Her dad hadn't been reachable either, and she admitted bluntly to him. So I don't want to look for those two anymore, and I'm not curious where they are. Then she added sadly, Right now, I just want to see my real mom. Jong Minun had been silent all this time, unsure how to comfort her, so he awkwardly asked. So your mom's still in the States? Jenna slowly replied. After she moved there, Dad tried to contact me a few times, but I didn't answer. I've never reached out first. Now he understood. Ah, so that's why you want to study abroad in the States. Jenna continued. When Mom left for the States, I said something I shouldn't have that hurt her, so when this happened, I hesitated to contact her. Even if I did, she's in the States and can't help. Finally, she sadly shared her feelings, so now, there's no one left around me. Jong Minun didn't know what to say to her heavy mood at first, but then he gently reassured her. Don't say that. You're not alone. I'm here too. And HC-con as well. Then he looked at her with determination. So we gotta survive this together, no matter what. Jenna was touched by those words. After a moment, she shyly nodded, yeah. Seeing her mood improve, he suggested, let's get some sleep now, huh? This time, Jenna didn't protest, just quickly nodded off. Yeah. The clock on the wall struck 11. Outside the mansion, the infected were still wandering everywhere. At dawn, in the living room where everyone was asleep, Kang Hon still gripped his gun tightly, not yet awake. In his dream, he heard harsh voices, You bastard, should I drag you out like your parents and blow your head off? Too true, huh? Got nothing to say? Blame your traitor uncle. That guy ran off to South Korea. His dream self was battered, curled up on the ground, whispering, Please, please save me. But the man showed no mercy, continuing to curse him harshly. You and your damn siblings, you're all born to live your lives, stepping in shit on this land. Is that your fate? Mad now? Then come at me. Kang Hon suddenly woke up from the dream. He sat up alert, listening to the sound of a car engine. Se-hun came out of the room at the same time, worried. Did you hear that too? Sounds like a car stopped outside. Kang Hon calmly told him, I'll go check it out. As he stepped into the dimly lit yard, the noises outside were clear enough for him to recognize. The sound of a car door opening and closing. What the hell? If the infected react to engine sounds, this is dangerous. Who the hell drove here? Kang Hon spotted a folding ladder right by the corner wall. He carefully set it against the door, slowly climbed up, and looked down, but the scene below shocked him. Outside the mansion, two guys were standing, each holding a weapon, whispering to each other. Let's check this place out. Nobody's here, right? Maybe some are infected, but looks like they've got barbed wire fences. There's gotta be someone here. One of them snapped impatiently. Damn it. What do we do now? Hurry up before the infected show up. Kang Hon noticed the weapon in his hand. A pistol. He took control, suddenly shouting from above, stopping, dropping the weapon, and raising his hands. Both of the others looked up, startled. Instinctively, they followed the order but couldn't help cursing. Damn, you scared me. Kang Hon coldly ordered them. Drop your weapons, assholes. If you don't drop them in 3 seconds, I'll blow your skulls open. The guy holding the gun wisely put it on the ground. Kang Hon ordered them to step back 3 feet. He couldn't help but wonder, wait, where'd they get that gun from? At that moment, the two guys nervously asked him, who's that? Kang Hon snapped back coldly. That's what I want to know. You guys looters or what? They hurried to explain. We're not bad guys. Kang Hon didn't buy it, grabbing a weapon and charging. Where the hell are you talking nonsense from? Those two panicked and tried to justify themselves. Oh, I thought this was an abandoned house, but Kang Hon quickly cut them off. Where'd you get that gun? The guy with the gun wisely confessed. The gun? Picked it up off a dead body. Didn't look like a soldier, more like a civilian. Kang Hon growled threateningly. Stop lying. How do civilians get guns like that? You think this is America, you bastard? The young guy got more nervous, stammering. I swear, it's true. Where the gun came from doesn't matter. You're the one packing rifles. He calmly shot back. Oh, rifles are army issue. But that pistol doesn't look like military or cop gear. The other man saw things getting tense and quickly explained to his buddy, we really aren't bad guys. I'm just an office worker. This guy's a reserve soldier who just got out. We came from a hidden post at Gagunja while on patrol but got cut off, so we ended up here. But the young guy suddenly interrupted. Enough, let's go. Then he turned and pleaded with Kang Hon. Please let us go. Even carrying guns, Kang Hon barely paid attention to the plea, focusing instead on the key info they'd just revealed. You said Gagunja, right? Gagunja on line 5. Kang Hon silently mapped it out in his head. About 5 stations from Wangnaru Station. The man nodded. Yeah, there's a big hidden post there. Kang Hon asked suspiciously. Got any proof that's true? The young guy snapped back, annoyed. If you want to know, go see for yourself. Yeah, the trip could kill you, or you might not even get in. Kang Hon ignored his attitude and kept pressing for what he needed to know. So you guys must have thought about using the tunnels on line 5 to cross the Han River, right? The two, under gunpoint, answered honestly. We tried a few times, but it's not easy. The stations around Gunja are all taken over by the infected, can't say more. Kang Hon lowered his voice, ordering the two, I need to hear more. If you've got useful info, we'll help you out with what you need. Ever heard of a 20-year-old girl named Se Ha Gyeon? The young guy muttered the name, Se Ha Gyeon. Finally, he made a decision with the other guy. All right, first, the area might attract infected. Let's go inside and talk, but no weapons allowed. A while later, inside the mansion, Seo Du-hun was stunned looking at the 2 men from the Gagunja hidden post. They recounted to him as promised. The post was pretty big, with a few hundred survivors. The entrance was heavily guarded. The organization inside was pretty structured. That info made him skeptical again. A few hundred people, huh? The young man added, we patrolled within a 7.5-mile radius around Gunja Station and got cut off. That hidden station was pretty big, with about a few hundred survivors. The entrance was heavily guarded. The organization inside was pretty structured. That info made him find it hard to believe again. A few hundred people, huh? The young guy added, we were patrolling within a 7.5-mile radius around Gunja Station when we got cut off. Then we got chased by those infected, so we ran all the way here. As for the car, we found it around this area and halfway to Gagunja. Kang Hon spoke up to remind them. That's not important. Just tell us again what you said earlier. The two quickly nodded. Oh right, you said your daughter was taking line 5 home, and she lost contact near Wangnaru Station, right? Se-hun nodded quickly. Yeah, that's right. The man in the group asked again, and the call dropped at around 8:10 that night. He hesitated a bit but confirmed, yes. It seemed like Du-hun was recalling that call from that day, worriedly calling his daughter. Hello, girl. What's going on? The girl's voice on the other end sounded super panicked. People on the subway are attacking each other. It's chaos. He anxiously asked, who's causing the chaos? His daughter's voice was still frantic. I don't know. I'm running to the next car and blocking anyone from getting in. In the end, she seemed to sob, begging for help. I'm so scared, Dad. Hearing that, Se-hun got even more worried. Where are you now? The girl replied, almost at Wangnaru Station. Wait a sec. Then the call got cut off. Si-jun ended the sad memory with a sigh. After the train stopped at Wangnaru, I'm not even sure she got off there. The young man then spoke up, saying he was also on that subway train heading from Wangnaru toward Gagunja that day. Se-hun caught a glimmer of hope and quickly asked, really? The man carefully recalled and told everyone what happened that day. There was an infected person in one of the subway cars. The train didn't stop like usual but kept going, passing Wangnaru and Ahasan before stopping at Gagunja. That was around 8:10 to 8:15, maybe the same train I was on. Kang then told him, if these guys are telling the truth, there's a good chance your daughter's at Gagunja. Hearing that, Sao Jun quickly pulled out his phone and asked the two, have you seen my daughter? Her name's Se Jeon. Wait, let me show you her picture. The man didn't want to give him too much hope, and honestly replied, that station is packed with people in hiding, so we're not sure if we'd recognize her. The young guy looked curious too, but just glancing at the photo made it hard to tell. Even the man shook his head after seeing the picture on the phone. Yeah, we don't recognize her. Back then, over 200 people survived on that train, and he went on to explain the situation to them. There were a lot of infected people inside the subway. Your daughter might have been infected already. We can't be sure if she's alive or still at the hiding station. Then the man asked Se-jun, so, are you planning to come with us? The young guy also warned, outsiders are strictly banned. It won't be easy to get in. If you go, it's better to come with us. Some guards carry guns like me. If you're not careful, you might get shot. Kang Hon hesitated a bit. We have a big group, so going all together isn't really doable. The man seemed to agree and suggested a plan. Then let's set a meetup point halfway to Gagunja. If you're driving, I'll guide you on which roads are passable. We'll find a nearby hiding spot and head out tomorrow. He also handed over a device and said, here's a walkie-talkie. Then he explained the plan. I'll wait in an area about 500 meters to a mile away. Keep in touch with me using this. Stay at a safe distance from us on the way to the meetup point and just use this. But in return, we only ask for enough food supplies to last 2 days. We've helped this much already. You trust us, right? Kang Hon was quiet for a moment but trusted them. Later, inside Sejun's family living room, Jena asked the men excitedly. Gagunja Station has a hiding station? Kang Hon nodded to confirm and repeated the plan they discussed. Yeah, we'll meet them at the rendezvous point and head to Gagunja together. They said they'll find a nearby hiding spot and leave tomorrow. Jena was still worried and voiced her concern. What if they're lying? But Kang Hon was pretty sure as he reassured her. They have no reason to lie. Even though they're armed, their words and actions don't seem like bad guys. Then he turned to ask Se-hun. You guys plan to leave tomorrow, right? What about the professor? If you have to travel by foot, it'll be tough for your whole family to go with you. Then he turned to Se-hun and asked, we plan to leave tomorrow. What about the professor? If we have to travel on foot, it'll be tough for us to bring the whole professor's family along. But if we can find a 6-seater ride, we could all go together for part of the way. He was upfront about it too, saying, of course, we'd only follow the route the drivers pointed out. Like the professor said, if the car gets stuck, I can't risk what comes after. I'm being clear if things get dangerous, I'm looking out for myself first. The professor can worry about his family. Please think this through carefully. Jung got what he meant, and he was right, so the professor just stayed silent, lost in thought. Munjan was worried and called him. While everyone hadn't made a final call yet, Jena was stressing about the food they'd need to bring. If they really hit the road tomorrow, they had to pack enough supplies. If the whole professor's family went, they'd need a ton of food. She had to beg her mom for that backpack no matter what. Then suddenly, she realized where's Jong Minun. When Jena went upstairs looking for him, she overheard voices from a nearby room. Han, you play games a lot but still ace school? That's seriously impressive. What else would I play if I'm not blocking Bun? Inside, Jong Minun was chatting happily with Han, the professor's little boy. Oh, I play Naruto and Battleground. Lately, I've been into that zombie rage game. The kid got excited hearing that. Oh, I play that too. Actually, it's age-restricted, so I'm not supposed to. But I sneak around and play anyway. I dream of becoming a game developer like that someday. Dong Min-jun immediately encouraged him. Oh, you want to be a game programmer? You're smart. You can totally do it. Jena watched the brothers, chatting nonstop and happily joined in. Whoa, since when did you two get so tight? He was caught off guard by her sudden appearance, hesitating a bit before answering. Huh? Oh, just shooting the breeze. That's when Jena noticed the posters on the wall. She asked the kid excitedly. Whoa, you're a Lumina fan? Hearing his idol's name, Han lit up. Yeah, I like Diane. Jena found his honesty adorable and couldn't resist teasing him. So cute. Just then, Aunt Munjan's voice called from downstairs. Quiet, Hun. Come down here for a bit. Your folks want to talk to you. The kid quickly replied, okay, and dashed off. As soon as he left, Jong Minun stared intently at the model's poster on the wall. Jena caught his gaze and teased, Hey Jong Minun, what you staring at so hard? Your girl. He froze for a moment, then dropped a totally unbelievable line. That's an old childhood friend, Yuian. Jena was shocked at first but then burst out laughing, not buying it for a second. No way. Lumina Jan's your old friend? Come on, show me her number. If you're gonna joke, at least make it believable. Jong Minun wasn't mad, just calling him out. It's true, she's a year younger, but we don't keep in touch anymore. After she switched schools and moved, we lost contact. When I heard she became an idol, I quietly supported her from afar. It's a whole different world from mine now. As he finished, he caught Jena's skeptical glare. Feeling a bit awkward, he laughed it off. I swear it's true. Don't believe me? Fine, no need to. I told my friends and they thought I was delusional. Hearing that, Jena laughed again. Told ya. Someone like you knowing Lumina Jan, who'd buy that? Jaemin Jun saw she wasn't convinced and gave up. All right, just kidding, just kidding. When he was alone in the room, her laughter finally died down. Jena hesitated, then looked at the idol's poster again and nodded in reluctant respect. Seriously. A few hours later, Se-hun went to the living room to meet Kang Honorable. The uncle hesitated a bit, then said, Hien, calm down and hear my family's decision. I've talked it over with my wife and son. Staying here any longer is hopeless. My family's heading to the safe zone in Gagunja. Kang Hon didn't oppose the decision but asked about what concerned him most. Then Hun quickly replied, I've thought about transportation. Your SUV is perfect, but it's abandoned in an isolated spot, so it's tough to retrieve. He quickly offered another idea. About a mile away, there's an ambulance. The driver inside got infected. If we can handle it, we should still be able to start the car. Kang Hakon seemed pretty on board with that idea. An ambulance. If it's an ambulance, the back seat's roomy 6 people could fit just right. Seeing him agree, Sao Du-han felt a bit relieved but still worried, so he carefully explained the situation with that vehicle to him. The problem was the last time he checked that ambulance, there were 2 infected people in the driver's cabin and passenger seat. The back wasn't clear, but from the noises, there were probably at least 3 infected. Kang Hon cautiously asked, You checked it yourself, right? Sao Du-han answered almost confidently. I saw 2 infected locked inside the driver's cabin with my own eyes. That was about 3 days ago, so the vehicle should still be there. Hearing that, he nodded. Got it. If there are only 3 infected inside, with your help, we can probably handle it. But if there's more, it'll be dangerous. So let's get everything ready tomorrow and check it out together. He agreed too. All right then. A few more hours passed, and inside the building, several backpacks were neatly lined up in the middle of the room. What a nightmare, there were zombies too. Then she looked around, surprised. What's going on? Did everyone leave already? What else do we need? Jong Minun suddenly called out to him. Hey Hun, seriously, do you know how to make Molotov cocktails? Maybe we should make a few. He looked a bit surprised at him. Molotov cocktails? Jong Minun nodded. Yeah, just feels like we're gonna need them later, he muttered, seriously considering the idea. Molotov cocktails, huh? That's not a bad idea. That night, in the living room, everyone had gone to sleep. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled with the 2 guys communicating. Han has the car ready. Over. He quickly sat up and replied, I heard there's an ambulance nearby. Planning to check it out tomorrow morning, and if there's no problem, I'll drive away. But there could still be complications. Over. The other side immediately responded, We're waiting at a building near the intersection. Tomorrow, we'll see how things look there and head out too. Hopefully, nothing major goes down. In the pitch-black night, the ambulance they talked about stood silently on the street. Inside the truck, threatening growls echoed, while the voice on the walkie-talkie calmly said, Good luck, everyone. Over. Inside the mansion, only a few dim lights flickered. Hannah was still curled up under a blanket, fast asleep. She dreamed she was back at school. It was a peaceful afternoon like any other. She had dozed off at her desk. When she woke up, she was horrified by the scene around her and thought, it really was a nightmare, with zombies and all. Then looking around in surprise, what's up? Everyone already left? What? Why didn't anyone wake me up? What time is it? Damn, I'm late for class. Jenna said as she checked the clock, then panicked, grabbed her backpack, and ran out of the classroom. Just as she reached the door, she bumped into someone. Annoyed, she was about to snap at him. Damn it, what's your problem? Then she suddenly recognized Jong Minun. Jenna seemed surprised to see him and stammered a bit. What are you doing here? Not going home. But then she noticed his eyes locked on her, so she tried to sound annoyed. Why are you staring at me like that? You find it annoying? Usually, you don't even dare look me in the eye. Before she finished, he roughly shoved her against the wall. His move shocked her even more. Jong Minun, what the hell? You want to die? Let go. Jong Minun finally spoke in a low voice. Damn it. Then he coldly questioned her. Hey, you jerk. You think it's fun ignoring me all the time? Yesterday was the same, last week too, and 2 weeks ago you even cursed me right in the face, didn't you? At school, you treat me like I'm trash. So what's your deal now? You want me to treat you rough back? Jenna got annoyed by the end and habitually shot back. Rough? A loser like you talking all weird now? As soon as she said that, Jong Minun threatened fiercely. Shut your mouth. If you call me loser again, I swear I'll kill you. His sudden, clear anger made Jenna a little scared. Let go, you're too strong. Keep this up and I'll scream. Jong Minun challenged her. Go ahead and scream. It's just you and me here. Then he sneered, but honestly, you're not even putting up a fight. Outside, he acted tough, but there was a bit of charm too. Jenna felt hit right in the gut, embarrassed and annoyed. She pushed back. Shut up. Shut up. I don't even bother with trash like you. Jong Minun seemed pissed off by her words again, warning with a harsh tone. If you keep talking back, it won't just be words anymore. I'll actually hit you. This time, Jenna looked fired up by his threat, boldly challenging. What? Hit me? Go ahead and try. So weak but still talking big. Jong Minun sneered. Want to see if you're really tough? I'm serious. Jena kept mumbling nonsense in her dream. Damn crazy Minun, if you keep this up, you're gonna. She let out a soft groan, then quickly snapped awake. Was that a dream? What the hell kind of dream was that? Right then, Jena realized she'd been hugging Minun while half asleep. That made her blush and feel embarrassed, barely able to believe her unconscious actions. What the hell? I was hugging Minun while sleeping. Then she froze, lying next to him and overthinking. This crazy dude dragged me all the way here. So that's why I had those weird dreams? What a freak, was he pretending to sleep just to do that? Han's soft snoring suddenly cut through her thoughts. Jena noticed her body pressed up against his, which only made her mutter in embarrassment. So annoying, Jong Minun, but her eyes couldn't help but stop on his face. It was weird though. As she spoke, she suddenly recalled some earlier memories. Wasn't there a musty basement smell before? I used to think he had some weird odor, but now I don't smell it anymore. She carefully sniffed a few times. Must be because he showered, right? Now there's a nice, pleasant scent. But why does he look even more handsome? She stared closely at Jong Minun's still sleeping face, wondering and answering her own totally different impressions. Is this a dream too? Did my brain break because the world's falling apart? His face definitely wasn't this good-looking before. Or maybe it's because I took off my glasses? While Jena was lost in thought, Jong Minun suddenly opened his eyes. That caught her completely off guard. She immediately screamed, swinging a punch at him, calling him a bastard. The loud noise startled Hakshan awake, who instinctively aimed his gun forward to warn. What's going on? Don't just stand there. Jong Minun quickly calmed him down. No, it's nothing, Han. Go back to sleep. Then he turned to Jena confused. What's up? Why all of a sudden? Caught red-handed, Jena embarrassedly tried to explain. You were too close. I got scared. Felt like my heart jumped out of my chest. Jong Minun felt totally wronged. He replied, but didn't you wake up before I did when I opened my eyes? Jena immediately denied it. No way. When I opened my eyes, you were already awake. Jena stammered, feeling wrongly accused and not knowing who to blame, then suddenly started crying. You bastard, you insulted me and hit me too. Before she finished, she angrily shouted and without warning kicked Jong Minun, flipping him over. He was suddenly hit, holding his chin confused. Oh, I insulted Han Jena? On couldn't believe it. Did Jong Minun really insult Han Jena? He defended himself. No way. Was I just talking nonsense? A peaceful night quickly passed. At dawn, everyone woke up to prepare for the plan to leave. Han carefully reminded them, I'll say it again. If the professor and I get the ambulance as planned, I'll drive it back as soon as we arrive. If Jena and Minjun open the garage door, we'll drive the vehicle in, load the stuff in the back seat, and go right away. Okay. Jong Minun, you stay up and keep watch carefully. Observe the surroundings until we get back. Don't slack off. After he agreed, Han and Professor Sage Hun quickly said goodbye. All right, I'm heading out. Be careful. Han reminded her to take care of herself. Don't worry. After they left, the mansion's door shut tight again. The quiet street was covered in a faint mist. Jong Minun held binoculars, carefully scanning around. Jena sat beside him, worried, asking, Hey, still no sign. Jong Minun answered based on the situation. The fog's really thick today. That made Jena even more anxious. Could something have happened? It's been over an hour. He sounded calmer, gently reassuring Jena. They said the vehicle's about a mile away. If we walk cautiously around, it should take more than half an hour to get there. Since there are infected people in the ambulance, it'll probably take some time to handle. Right then, a distant, ominous sound echoed, making both of them jump and get on edge. Jena trembled as she asked him, Was that a gunshot just now? Was it Han shooting? Jong Minjun replied, almost certain. No, it's not like the rifle shots those Chon guys use. It's a bit different. Hearing that, Jena got even more confused. What is it then? Whose gunshot was that? Could it be those people from yesterday? Suddenly, she frowned and clutched her nose. Jong Min saw her reaction and asked, What's wrong? Jena's voice came muffled from behind her hand, trembling fiercely. Damn, what is that smell? It's so rotten I want to puke. She quickly warned him that something was approaching. No sooner had she finished than a panicked sound came from outside. Jong Minjun opened the door and quickly raised his binoculars to look out. Through the thick fog, a man was rushing over, shouting frantically, Open up! Open the door fast! Jong Minjun recognized him immediately. You're one of the guys from yesterday? Jena couldn't see him clearly. Standing aside, scared, she asked, Who is that? Jong Minjun didn't hesitate to answer. He's one of the people who came yesterday. But where's their car? There was another person too. At that moment, the man reached the front of their mansion. He pounded on the door in panic, begging nonstop. Open up, open the door, quick! Jong Minjun carefully asked, You're from yesterday, right? Where's the other guy? From outside, the man answered in a panic. He got attacked and died. Hasn't Han come back yet? Why didn't he answer the radio? There's a monster out there. His voice trembled as he spoke, then he shouted loudly, there's a monster. Shooting won't do any good. Jong Minun hurriedly raised his binoculars, but what he saw made him freeze in horror. No, no way. A swollen, rotting foot shuffled slowly down the road, accompanied by distorted groans. Hansen, where are you? The image of a chubby guy cheerfully greeting them appeared. Good to see you again. I'm Bonggu. But now his face looked bloated and soaked, fresh blood pouring nonstop from his mouth. His twisted, eerie sounds distorted further. Why won't your Insta accept me? That image suddenly reminded Jong Minun of a zombie game he once played. Back then, he had urgently shouted to his squad, hey, there's a pet zombie at the marker. Run fast. That door always made me uneasy. On the computer screen was a zombie with a bloated, rotten body, slowly advancing, completely immune to bullets. That thought, which had been lingering in his mind for a long time, suddenly resurfaced. If this is even remotely connected, this world is doomed. That feeling of dread. And the reality, with the appearance of Libanu's grotesquely bloated, bloodied corpse, was proof of his fears. It shuffled forward slowly, the groans repeated endlessly. Jena, along with a firm thought, formed in Jong Minun's mind. At that moment, I was certain. A few minutes ago, Han and Professor Se-Jen had gone to the ambulance as planned. They saw the infected driver struggling inside. They carefully discussed their options. Han looked around for a moment before suggesting, there are 2 people ahead. If the car starts, can we back it up? John seemed to fully agree with that idea. Yeah, the back is clear, so there's definitely enough space. But how do we handle this? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar. Dewey Hun startled and turned to On. What was that? At the same time, a panicked voice came through the radio. Han, did you get the car? Get here fast. Something's wrong. From the call, he quickly realized the noise was gunfire from the people who came yesterday. Jaeyoon got even more scared hearing that. What's going on? On didn't answer him, just urged urgently, hurry, Professor. I think using rifles will be faster. If you open the driver's door, I'll shoot. After that, infected will come from the front, so we need to handle the back quickly too. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Jong Minun rushed down the stairs, still hearing the man's desperate cries from outside. Please open the door, or I'm gonna die. He flung the door wide open and shouted at the man. Get inside, quick! The man immediately lunged in, but before he could finish, an infected person charged from behind. To Jong Minun's horror, that infected shoved the man to the ground. He was struggling with that guy while constantly begging, please, please save me. Jong Minun was also caught off guard by the situation, stammering in fear. Hey. Right then, Jena rushed out from inside to warn him, the infected are coming. Jong Minun quickly went inside. Her eyes suddenly caught sight of Truong Fai's figure. The mutated Bonju infected was slowly approaching from behind the infected crowd. At the same time, his twisted, distorted voice rang out cheerfully. Found you. Jena was so scared she dropped down to the ground. Meanwhile, Jong Minun quickly shut the door. Before the infected could rush in, he held the door tight, while the painful screams of the man from earlier rang in his ears. Please save me. Jena behind him was trembling with fear, still panicked, her voice shaking as she asked, What is that? What the hell is that thing? Jong Minun replied in a low voice. That's Leonu, the guy we met at the construction site. A friend of Parent Pin. Heavy footsteps and distorted calls still echoed from outside. Han Dong-min was sweating bullets, muttering, Run, gotta run fast. He shouted in panic. This is tough to handle, even with rifles. If only he was here. Just as he finished, a loud noise came from outside the door. He turned alert and saw the mansion door being slammed hard from outside, bending inward. Munjong heard the noise from inside and rushed out asking, What the hell was that sound? Jong Minun yelled to someone, Get inside, ma'am. Hurry, take him upstairs to hide. At that moment, a sudden idea hit him. Fire, right. Molotov cocktails. Jong Minun quickly called Han. Jena, listen carefully. You have to help me, okay? But Jena seemed too scared from earlier and didn't respond at all. Jong Minun shouted anxiously. Hanena reluctantly grabbed her shoulders and yelled, Snap out of it and listen to me. As soon as she reacted, he hurriedly explained what needed to be done. That's definitely what'll break through the front door. They'll smash the door looking for you, got it? I'll throw a Molotov in front of the main door to start a fire and buy us some time. We still had leftover gas from making Molotovs yesterday, right? If they break through the door, you pour gas down on them from above, then I'll keep attacking with Molotovs. More infected will probably come, so after pouring gas, you gotta keep throwing Molotovs from above too. We split the 8 Molotovs evenly, 4 for me, 4 for you. Can you handle that? Seeing she still didn't answer, he couldn't help but yell. I'm asking if you can do it. Jena trembled as she looked at him but gave a slight nod. Jong Minun then led her inside and urged the others, hurry up, get to the second floor. At the same time, he grabbed some homemade Molotovs, lit one, and ran outside. His mind kept running through what might happen next. Because of that noise, more infected would come. Once the door was broken, they'd all rush in at once. But if he guessed right, no matter how strong their attack instincts were, fire was still their weakness. Thinking this, he threw a Molotov hard at the door that had a big hole smashed in it. Even if they charged through the flames unharmed, at least it would slow down their massive attack. The Molotov exploded quickly. At the same time, the mansion door was punched open by Bonju. He stomped through the blazing fire, nearly face to face with Jong Minun. Fear kept rising inside him. More importantly, if he didn't deal with that guy first, everything would end right there. Bonju kept mumbling Jena's name. Just then, her voice shouted from above, "Found me, huh, you sick pervert." Along with that, a gas can was poured straight down on him. Jong Minun took his chance and threw a Molotov at Bonju, yelling, "Go back to hell, you bastard." The Molotov instantly exploded, engulfing him in roaring flames. Meanwhile, Jong Minun shouted a warning to Jena and Munjong upstairs. That's still not enough. Even with the fire blocking them, some will slip through. Keep throwing Molotovs and attacking. No sooner had he finished than another infected burst inside, with the two upstairs yelling a warning. One got in. Jong Minun quickly turned to fight back, thinking to himself, no more Molotovs left. If we get hit again, it's gonna be real bad. Wish Han's rifle was here right now. Upstairs, Jena's probably almost out too. He glanced over at Jena, tossing bombs to hold off the other infected, feeling totally freaked out. Just like he figured, he only had one bottle left in his hand. Jong Minun hissed in fear. Damn it, the last one. Before he could even throw it, an infected dude lightning fast broke through the fire barricade and lunged at him. Jong Minun got easily shoved down, and Jena couldn't help but scream when she saw it. Jong Minun, holding the last Molotov bomb between them, was totally rattled. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Jena anxiously tried to stop him. If he threw that, Minun would get burned alive too. I'll come down to help right now, she shouted at him. Jong Minun gritted his teeth, holding on a little longer. He was fighting hard to keep that infected guy from biting him while yelling at her. Don't come down. Hide, Hanina. He could hear footsteps getting closer. If more infected showed up, it was game over, he thought hopelessly. Then, out of nowhere, a gunshot rang out, blasting the infected guy off him. He opened his eyes to see Yan and Sehun just in time, yelling at him, "Get up," before more of them show up. He trembled, barely able to believe it, stammering. Yan reached out and pulled him up. Meanwhile, Banu, still struggling in the flames, suddenly seemed to want to stand guard, urging everyone on without stopping. Move fast, guys. The infected were swarming in quick. Han manned the ambulance, aiming his gun straight at the closest one. A few shots rang out. By the time he fired his last bullet, everyone had made it inside the vehicle. The ambulance doors slammed shut tight. Han quickly signaled Sehun, "Let's roll." No hesitation, Sehun started the ambulance and took off. Through the rearview mirror, Sao Du-hun saw the house that used to be a safe haven for his uncle's family slowly being swallowed by flames. He felt a pang of regret but kept his eyes forward, driving the ambulance away. Outside the city was chaos, dark clouds blanketing the sky. The whole city looked hazy and ghostly. The car sat silently. Inside, a group of people sat lost in thought. Jong Minun bowed his head, recalling what had just happened. At the gate, frantic knocking sounded. "Please open up, or I'm gonna die out here." The kind guy opened the gate for the person. "Come in quick." Before the person could even thank him, a zombie lunged and bit them. Jong Minun stared blankly down, clutching his stomach pain again. Jena, behind him, worriedly asked, "You okay?" Jong Minun replied, "That wound on my side's been aching nonstop. Didn't you say you hadn't taken the stitches out yet? Let's ask Han to do it later." Hearing that, she refused. "No, let's wait till tomorrow." The vehicle slowly moved. Si Du-hun in the driver's seat chatted. "Looks like we're almost at the meeting spot that guy mentioned, but I doubt he's actually coming." Kang Hon glanced at the paper in his hand. He said, "Turn left at the Inning Hope Bar, then go straight, and you're there." The uncle asked him, "If we've gone about 4 miles, that's probably halfway, right? It's still daylight. Maybe we should just head straight to Gagunja." Kang Hon didn't agree, but the weather was gloomy. Looked like rain was coming too risky. Better wait at the meeting spot until the weather clears. Then see. Du-han suddenly looked straight ahead. There, I see it. Sky Hotel Motel. The road ahead was pretty quiet. Inside the motel was a long, dark hallway stretching deep. Jana nervously said, "Isn't this way too creepy? If something jumps out, I'm gonna piss myself." Someone snapped. "Piss yourself? Come on, watch your language." Ren, she was still a bit uneasy. "You really think this place is safe?" Kang Hon led with a flashlight, answering, "Yeah, I checked the second floor thoroughly. Rooms 223 and 206 are safe. Everyone take a room and rest." Jena asked. "Kang Hon, aren't you scared?" He replied, "I'm more scared of people than ghosts or infected. I heard you just gotta avoid rooms marked like this." Han pointed the flashlight at a door with a bloody X on it. "Oh, and one more thing, there's infected on the fourth floor hallway. Don't go up there, no way." Someone nervously asked, "They won't come down to the second floor, right?" He reassured them, "The stairs are locked and they can't use the elevator either." They turned to see Han for advice. "So how do we split 3 rooms fairly?" Jana told Kang Hon, "Han, don't shine that light in the professor's face. It's creepy." "Room 203. Kang Hon worriedly asked, "Jana, you okay being alone in a room?" Jana told Kang Hon, "Han, don't shine the light right in the professor's face. It's creepy." "Because it's room 2, not 3. Kang Hon worriedly asked, "Jana, are you okay being alone in the room?" She forced a smile. "Huh. Honestly, it's more comfortable being with you guys than being alone," he immediately suggested. "How about you just share a room with those 2? There are 3 empty rooms anyway. One room I'm sharing with Minun, another with the teacher and Han. As for the last room," Jana cut him off right away. "Forget it, just share it for convenience." Jong Minun stood quietly in the corner, clutching his wound. He gasped in pain, the ache growing worse, then trembled as he pulled up his sleeve to reveal a bandage. He froze, staring down, his eyes widening. What the hell? How did this happen? Minun's hand shook, exposing the bandage, around the wound spreading white streaks of blood. "What? Why does the wound look like that?" He looked up in panic. It looked like the wound was infected. Jong Minun checked himself in the mirror. Could it be he really got infected? When? Where? Was it when those infected attacked earlier? He rolled up his sleeve to check. No bite marks. He was sure he hadn't been bitten. Then Minun vaguely guessed maybe the stab wound at the construction site got infected. He recalled being stabbed and collapsing. After that, they dragged him up and both were thrown outside. After that fall, he remembered nothing. But if he got infected then, the incubation period couldn't be this long. If infected back then, he'd have transformed by now. If not, then was it when the infected gang attacked earlier? The zombie opened its mouth to bite Minun. He struggled to fight back, but more came rushing in. Jong Minun shut his eyes tight, just as Han shot them dead and rescued him, but the stomach wound was covered by clothes. It's hard to get infected that way. If the infected fluid got into eyes or mouth, Jong Minun anxiously asked Kang Hakon. "Ah, and the infected blood splashing on me earlier probably isn't a big deal, right?" He calmly reassured. "I've been splattered with infected blood plenty of times. Just touching it won't do anything. Seems like only bites spread the infection." Jong Minun nervously speculated. Maybe Han's theory was wrong, or maybe he was just looking at an infected wound. Jin frowned, slumping down on the floor. His instincts weren't lying, he was already infected. The oil lamp lit up the whole room. Jenna felt a bit uneasy. She sat on the bed, staring at the bathroom door. It'd been over 30 minutes and no one came out. What the hell was going on in there? Feeling worried, she called inside, "Jong Minun, what are you doing in there? I'm in a rush. If you don't come out, I'm coming in." Before she finished, Jong Minun opened the door and stepped out. She quickly asked, "What were you doing in there? I didn't hear any water running." Without answering, he hesitated and said, "Sorry, you said there was one empty room, right? I want to stay alone tonight, if that's okay." Jana couldn't hide her surprise. "Why?" Jong Minun dodged the question. "Just want to be alone." She wasn't letting it go. "Why, all of a sudden?" "At least give me a reason." He scrambled for an excuse. "I'm just not in a good mood. I want to be alone right now." Jana looked over at Kang. "Honorable, so me and Honor are in the middle room? That's gonna be awkward as hell." Just as Jong Minun grabbed his backpack to leave, she called out to him. "Jong Minun, wait." Jana stood blocking the door. "Are you uncomfortable around me? It's not like we're at home. But sharing a room in a motel is kinda." Jong Minun quickly cut her off. "Jana, I'm serious. I don't want to joke around with you anymore. Please." Jana froze. "Huh?" She stood there stunned as he walked away. Kang Hon silently leaned against the window and said, "I'll stay in the middle room with the teacher and Hazen." "Jana, you staying with her in the middle room sounds less awkward, right?" Jana lost interest but agreed. "Fine, room 2 it is." Jong Minun quietly opened the door, each thinking their life would start like a movie or a script, like in the movies. eventually living happily ever after. No matter the hardships, the ending would be beautiful. Jong Minun leaned against the door, clutching his stomach, and slowly slid down. But no, the floor was a mess of broken glass. Just as I thought, I'm nothing like a main character. In the end, I'll just quietly get infected and disappear, a background extra. What was I hoping for? Tears welled up in his eyes in this miserable life, and he couldn't hold back. Jong Minun bowed his head and sobbed loudly. After all, this is how it ends. Outside, the street was pitch dark and foggy, with occasional low growls from the zombies. The next morning, Jena stood outside room 2 knocking on the door. Jong Minun, you up yet? Jong Min-jun. Kang Hon stood beside the door, speaking up. Let me try opening it. He tried twisting the doorknob a few times, but no luck. It was locked. Kaon hesitated and said, I hope I'm wrong, but it looks like Minon's already infected. Jena was stunned. What? She clearly didn't believe what he said. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. He said he wasn't bitten. Kang Hon argued back. But we haven't checked directly. Jena stubbornly explained. If Minun was really infected, banging on the door like that, he'd be freaking out like the others, but he's just silent. Then he thought differently. If he was still normal, he'd have opened the door by now. If he's not turning into one of them, he might already be dead. Jena was speechless. Trembling, she said. Hey, Kang Hon, you crazy bastard, don't say stuff like that even as a joke. Jena panicked and slammed on the door. Hey, Jong Minun, open up now. Stop messing around. Are you guys messing with me? Cut the crap. Open the door. It's not funny. No response at all. She quietly lowered her head. Jong Minun shouted louder. Aren't you going to open the door? Open it now. Tears streamed down her face. Jena said, If you don't open it, I'm breaking the door down. Open up, you crazy bastard. Hurry. Suddenly the door cracked open, and she looked up wide-eyed. Cautiously she asked, Hey, you okay? Jong Minun stepped out, holding his stomach, his body covered in dark red blood streaks. Guys, I feel something really weird in my body. The street outside is eerily quiet. From outside the construction site came a voice urging, Hey, move it. 2 guys argued at the door. One said, Didn't the old man already warn us? There's a crazy uncle here, told us not to come near. The other replied, Yeah, I know. Then he asked, Is it really the end of the world? I heard some lunatic who believes the world's about to end lives here. Just curious. He wanted to know why the guy thought that. The other worriedly stopped him. What if he shoots you for real? But the older brother was determined not to leave. But I heard there hasn't been a single shooting in this area for decades. He's probably not the type to just shoot people randomly. The younger brother answered confused. I don't know. 18 years ago, Pennsylvania, USA. The younger brother turned and walked away. I'm going back first. If you get scolded by the old man, I'm not responsible. The older brother was silent. Suddenly a voice came from inside. Who's there? Zombies are about to flood outside. It's dangerous. What are you standing there for? He didn't have time to react strangely, then wondered, Zombies? What's that? The person inside didn't answer but changed the subject. I saw you speaking a foreign language to some kid earlier. What language was that? He politely replied, Korean? The man seemed to recognize them. Ah, you're the son of that Asian couple nearby, right? He denied it. No, sir. I'm just staying at your place. Been here only a year. The man asked again, Where are the kids' parents? He pressed his lips and coldly answered, They're dead. Both mom and dad died in Korea, so me and my twin were sent here. The man paused a bit, then apologized. I see. Sorry. Then he urged him to go back. Anyway, it's dangerous out there. Go home quickly. Zombies are everywhere. The older brother thought to himself, This guy's really lost it. The other asked again, Are you looking for a place to hide? He answered, confused. Huh, are we acting now? Then he joined the story about being chased by some zombie thing, saying he's running away. But the man suddenly panicked. Oh my god, so zombies really have risen to the surface. Did you get bitten anywhere? He answered, no. The construction site door suddenly pulled open. The older brother looked surprised. Inside was a tall man holding a gun. He shouted, Get inside, quick. He stared in shock. Sunlight filtered through the mesh. That day was bright and sunny. Golden sunlight stretched everywhere. On the other side of the site was the man's house. Inside the messy house were bottles and food scattered around. The kid followed him, curious. But you kept saying, Zombie, zombie. What exactly is a zombie? The man laughed and said, You don't know. When you die a sinner, where do you go? You know, hell. But for thousands of years, there have been too many sinners. So what if hell runs out of space? Then God will bring down judgment. Ruthless, harsh punishment. He tilted his head. After hell fills with sinners, those who can't get in will wander the earth. He was stunned. God's wrath was coming. The apocalypse was near. If you don't prep like I do, surviving's gonna be tough. The man stared straight at the kid, saying, I'm gonna show you what real horror looks like. Inside the bunker was stocked with plenty of food and weapons. As they stepped in, the kid immediately gasped. Girl, that's a man, he concluded. The apocalypse was bound to come sooner or later. They definitely headed back to the group's motel in Minun, right in front of room 200. 18 years later, in Seoul, South Korea, Soon was lying on the couch, surrounded by Jena and Sehun, while Kang Hakon aimed a gun straight at him. She turned her head to warn him. Hey Kang Hakon, you keep pointing that gun like that. Kang Hakon cut in. You never know. What if he suddenly attacks? They all looked to Seo Jun for his take. Professor, what do you think? He's definitely infected, right? The professor hesitated before answering. These symptoms aren't just from a knife wound. A 42-degree fever is way too high. If only we had a specialist, we'd know for sure. Jong Minun lay in bed, confused but clueless about how it spread. He didn't seem bitten at the time. Weirdly, the symptoms started from the knife wound. Strange. Jena agreed. If he got infected at the construction site days ago, he'd have turned by now. The incubation period isn't that long. Why was Do-yoon folding his arms, deep in thought? It depends where you get bitten. Could be minutes if fast, a few hours at most. Definitely not more than a day. Kang Hakon stood firm on his theory. I'm telling you, Minjun's 100% infected. The symptoms spread from the cut because of blood or fluids from the infected, or maybe the open wound got contaminated. So that means he was already infected before I treated him. Why it's only showing now beats me. Jaina's eyes went wide. Wait, so you're saying Jong Minun's been infected for days already? Sehun probed, so you're quick to make that call. If by tomorrow he still hasn't turned, maybe Jong Minjun's immune. But I'm no doctor, so I can't say for sure. Jong Minun was speechless. Could I really be immune? As dusk turned to night, the growls, like clockwork, echoed again. Morning came, and Jong Minun was still lying intact on the bed. Jena, staying by his side, heard the noise and quickly asked, You're awake? Fever's down, and you look better. How are you feeling? He lightly rubbed his neck and looked at Jena. How long have I been out? She answered right away. You've probably been sleeping for like 20-something hours since yesterday. Jong Minun looked puzzled. Jena, why are you here? She replied confused. Huh? I'm just checking on you. What else? He gave her a worried look. What if I turn into a zombie? Aren't you scared sitting this close? Jena paused, then laughed. Dude, even if a nerd like you turns zombie, it's not scary, you know? Besides, Hakon said you might be immune, and it's been a while now. Jong Minun sighed. But Jena, you've really changed. And you're taking care of me? Throwing that Molotov at the professor's place was pretty badass. She got shy hearing that. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm some fragile girl in a glass cage? Nah, I'd survive without you. Jena's face flushed bright red. And the care part, that was just a health check, he said gently. Thanks. You're totally different from a few days ago. I never thought I'd rely on you, but still, thanks a lot. She shyly replied, I'm the one who should thank you. If you want to live, you gotta do whatever it takes. But are you really okay? Jong Minun asked. Much better than yesterday. Yesterday felt like hanging by a thread. Outside, sunlight flooded in while Kang Chang Hakon sat with arms crossed at the foot of the bed. What about that Lee Bonji guy? You said he's just like the zombies in the game you play, right? He confirmed. I'm sure this whole thing's connected to that game. He didn't laugh it off, actually seemed to believe it. So the game company made a virus and released it. Is that what you mean? Jo Min-jun replied. I don't know. The developer's pretty famous though. What's his name? A kid suddenly appeared at the door and chimed in. CEO Daniel Jane of Red My Studio. He's the game developer I really look up to. That's Sehun, 12 years old, 6th grade at Ants Elementary. Jong Minjun remembered. Oh right, Sehun dreams of being a game programmer. Kang Hakon muttered, Daniel Jean. Jena, have you heard of him? She crossed her legs and said she thought so. Sehun explained the Korean-American prodigy who got famous decades ago in North America with the game In Hollow Sea when he was still in high school and founded Red My. The studio went on to drop a few more hits, especially RZ, which came out 5 years ago and made a killing. Then they poured big money into biotech, snapping up related companies. Now in North America, they're as big as Elon Musk in the IT world. In Korea, they're just starting to get noticed. You mentioned that kid in medical and bio stuff again. Sehazan continued, he's got a twin brother too. Something like Jane, I think. Probably famous as well, you can find him online, easy. But now he's dead. Kang Hakon sank deeper into his own thoughts, mulling it over. Zombie games, medical business, it all fits together weirdly well. Jena asked, curiously, If that company's really involved in this, then why? What's the point? Si-Han answered, I'm not sure about that. Dong Jin-jun stayed tense and silent. In a pitch-black hallway, a grown man was reading up on Daniel Jane. 29 years old, came from a well-off family in Korea before moving to the U.S., with proof he was bullied along with his twin brother, Elios Jane. Around them stood a group of serious-faced people watching closely. Their mom was a famous actress in the late 2000s, caught up in a tax evasion scandal, heavily criticized by the public, forced to retire, buried under huge tax and compensation debts, then took her own life. Investigations later showed it was the tax agency's fault and a clerical error. At the same time, their dad got scammed in real estate and construction, went bankrupt for hundreds of millions, then committed suicide. Finally, the two brothers moved to the U.S. to live with their uncle, made a lot of money from a self-developed game at 17. But the uncle and his wife embezzled their money, betrayed their only family, then started Redm's studio, which grew stronger and stronger, took risky investments in medical and biotech, rising as a new powerhouse in the future healthcare industry. The young man sitting across from him lost patience and cut in. Get to the point. I don't have time. I gotta get back to Korea right now. The man nodded understandingly. Being treated like crap by your own people. I bet you want to wipe them all out. Huh? But no need to go that far. Daniel Jin looked at the handsome teen in front of him and guessed right away. You're the one who unleashed the virus in Korea, aren't you? The kid immediately denied it. How many times do I gotta say it wasn't me? You should suspect my damn brother. Daniel Jane, 29, director of Red My Studios. The man frowned. The father asked. Elios Jane disappeared right after entering Korea. Do you know why he came here? Aiden Brook, 47, commander of the Shack operation. Former U.S. Marine Corps Commander Marcos, with over 20 years of special ops experience. SHIA-SAC is the Special Ops Center of the SHIA Task Force, formerly called the Assassin. Daniel Jin replied, I don't know either, seriously. But if right after my brother and the core research team came to Korea, this incident happened, it's pretty obvious. Brooke countered, you took over Elios's research institute. Even if your brother made that virus, you don't know about it. That sounds even more unlikely. After the zombie outbreak in Korea, stocks related to biological vaccines skyrocketed, and your subsidiary's shares jumped 500% in just 1 month. Perfect timing, huh? I suspect you're the root cause of all this. Daniel Jin cursed. Damn it. He lowered his head. That guy's always been like that. He's always said all Koreans deserve to go to hell. The man obviously didn't believe it. You say Elios Jane, who spent his life researching to save humanity, would say something like that? Daniel Jin cut him off. So you're saying I ordered my own brother to create a zombie virus and spread it in Korea? That's crazy. Turning a zombie game into reality. I'm the one who built this company for the future of mankind, he shouted. While we're sitting here, countless people back home are dying slow deaths. Neither the CDC nor any research institute can develop a vaccine or control the situation. If the virus really came from our lab, then only we can stop it. The CDC, America's Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Aiden Brook reassured. The vaccine will be developed in the U.S. under SIA's supervision. Daniel Jane shot back, so you plan to bring infected people to America? Unexpectedly, the man answered. They've already been brought over. He smirked. If patient zero shows up here, you'll regret it. Not just Korea, the virus is spreading to China, Japan, and Southeast Asia. It's only a matter of time before it hits the U.S. If I want to clean up the mess my brother left behind, I gotta go to Korea myself. The virus is spreading to China, Japan, and Southeast Asia. Sooner or later, it'll hit the U.S. If I want to clean up the mess my brother left behind, I gotta go straight to Korea myself. Aiden Brook turned to the woman beside him and asked, Still no sign of Elios Jane, right? She confirmed. Yeah, no contact yet from the field agents. Maurice Blame spoke seriously. Daniel Jin's testimony and circumstances still line up perfectly. With no evidence, Elios Jane remains the prime suspect. Maurice Bram, 36 years old, former Delta Fox member, now a tactical officer in the CIA SAC's SOG team, has been involved in numerous combat, kidnapping, and assassination missions in the Middle East and Africa. SOG is the CIA's Special Operations Group. The woman continued, Still, we can't let Daniel Jin go until we find Elios Jane. We'll head out ourselves and capture Elios Jane. Camila Joza, 27, a current SOG field operative under CIA SAC, born in Puerto Rico, formerly part of the DEFIS team, experienced in multiple South American drug cartel takedown missions, now with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. Daniel Jin suggested, Then here's the plan. You all come with me to South Korea. Of course, I won't act recklessly. Feel free to watch my every move. I'll never slip out of the CIA's grip. His eyes turned icy cold. That bastard will never escape me. He'll definitely show up right in front of me. I'm the one who knows him best. Brooke stared intently at him. And in the end, I'm the only one who can save humanity. The streets were chaos. Cars abandoned with doors flung open. 2 days ago, Park Seon was cruising alone down the road. He was getting desperate, looking for an ambulance. As he moved, he thought, man, the fog's thick today. Damn. Pin's down to 30% battery, gotta find a place to charge. Just a bit further and I'll hit Jianghan Station. Don't tell me they switched the destination again. Either way, I plan to cut across Line 5, hitting Gunja and Asan stations. Suddenly, a zombie growled as it approached from ahead. Park Seon stopped his bike. He got close, reached into his pocket, and pulled something out. Pin swung his knife hard and stabbed straight into its head. The knife stabbed repeatedly. His eyes were fierce. Man, stabbing feels way better than punching barehanded. Plus, it's kinda numbing. That's probably why serial killers can't stop once they start. But these infected don't talk or beg for mercy. I'm starting to get bored. Suddenly, Pin looked up at the sky, wondering, what's that sound? Sounds like gunfire. Don't tell me it's real guns. Here in my country, could be soldiers. His hand gripped the knife handle tight. If it's a weapon like a gun, it's gotta be top-notch. Damn soldiers, why can't they clear out these infected already? Damn it, he decided he had to check it out anyway. Passing by a car with its hood popped open, Pin moved closer to the gunfire. It was close now. The gunshots kept ringing nonstop. He silently counted. What the hell is going on? How many shots was that? Looks like over 10. Suddenly someone called out. Park Seon saw a group on a rooftop and cautiously asked, "You guys survivors, right? Don't go that way. The infected are swarming over there." Then the man pleaded, "I'm badly injured. Please help me." Pin glared at him. Inside the house, blood was splattered everywhere. Park Seon eyed the man suspiciously. Is that for real?" The man replied, "Yeah." About 300 meters away, there are some survivors. They plan to meet at the Sky Motel in Anseok's-dong. The bloodied foot was roughly bandaged, twitching slightly, but suddenly today a monster caused big trouble. I almost died, lucky to survive. My right leg won't move, but at least I wasn't bitten. Maybe they thought I was dead, so I ran to their place to call for help. With all that gunfire, they must be in serious trouble too. Hope they escaped safely by ambulance. Park Seon squatted down in front of him. At least he's still alive, that's something. I'll help as much as I can. But those survivors over there, are they soldiers? I heard loud gunshots. The man denied his guess. No, not soldiers. I heard one is a refugee from North Korea who looks like a high schooler. Park Seon's eyes widened, quickly asking again, "You said a refugee? A high schooler?" The man nodded. "Yeah." He asked further, "So the group includes a boy with glasses and a girl with long hair about 5'7", right?" The man hesitated, recalling, "Not sure about a girl. There's a guy around 50 and a boy with glasses." Looking like a high schooler, Pin somewhat confirmed his thoughts. "That refugee kid's name is Kang Hon, right?" He hung his head low. "Ah, that guy's name." Then he slowly looked up. "My teammate is the one who communicates directly through the radio, so I think his name was something like Honorable. I don't remember the last name, but the first name was definitely Honorable." Park Seon stayed silent, then started listing familiar names one by one. Kang Hon, Jong Minun, Jena. He smiled happily. "They're my friends. I've been looking for them everywhere." The man didn't expect that answer. "Really?" Park Seon probed a little more. "So they're at that house, right?" The man confirmed immediately. "Yeah. But with all that gunfire, something must be going down over there. I think I heard an engine revving, but I don't know if they managed to escape in an ambulance or not. Hopefully, my group is still alive." But he was worried. "With this leg, I can't go far without a ride. The vehicle got wrecked by that monster. Now I need a new ride. Can you help me find a car or a motorcycle? Or if you join that group, please let them know I'm still alive." Park Seon jumped up, grinning slyly. "That house, the Skycat ambulance. Hehe. Awesome. No wonder you brought me some unexpected luck." "Ha." He shamelessly rifled through the man's pockets, checking what was in his backpack. The man was shocked and asked, Hey, why are you digging through my stuff?" Park Seon didn't bother to turn around. "You're about to die anyway. What's it to you if I take your backpack?" The man tried to hold him back. Wait. What are you saying?" Park Seon snapped irritably. "Oh, you talk too much, huh?" Then he cursed. "You crippled bastard, you think I'm gonna help you? Just die in pain, you bastard." The man shouted helplessly. "Hey, you damn dog, you said you'd help me earlier. He sneered. Help your own damn head, you useless piece of junk. Haha, did you get bit or something? How the hell am I supposed to know if I can trust you? Haha. Then suddenly Bak Seon Pin cracked a terrifying smile. Oh, or are you scared to die alone? Let me send you off gently. Horrific screams echoed from the window frame. Outside that old house, Bak Seon Pin looked at the empty battery bar just as the battery died. Damn it, he slung the backpack over his shoulder. Shit, I just made the biggest mistake. The sky was covered with thick clouds. Sky Motel. Where did he say he was lying again? 5 days later, the people in Minun were still deep in discussion. But in the zombie game world, there's no such thing as immunity. Huh, if Daniel Jane really wants to recreate the game exactly, then I'm like a system glitch that wasn't part of the design. Jenna speculated. Maybe someone's developing a vaccine somewhere. If an immune person shows up, that would be a huge help. Jong Minun, you might be humanity's last hope. He replied, but still needed to confirm if I was really immune first. I wonder if we can find a doctor or some agency to test this. Kang Hon thought, honestly, I think that zombie game stuff is pretty far-fetched. But what puzzles me the most is the gun those guys carried. The other day, he recalled it looked like a Desert Eagle, and that gun isn't supposed to be used here. Jong Minun was curious. Did they get it from a real shooting range? I heard there's a place like that in Mi-dong. Kang Hon seemed to agree. That might be the most plausible lead, but why would they come all the way here? Still, it's pretty confusing. Dong Minun sighed, and Kang Hakon just stood up. The weather's cleared up and Dong Minun's condition is better now. We should move out, Sehan quickly said from outside the door. Okay, I'll tell my folks to get ready. Kang Hon turned to him. But first, let me check the route to Gagunja. It's about 5 to 6 kilometers, so we need to know at least 1 to 2 kilometers of the path for the vehicle. He asked, can I come along? The guy confirmed his opinion once more. You sure? Jenna was surprised. What? She warned him. Don't go into Minun. Dong Minun replied, confused. Huh? Jenna worried about him. Go where? What if you fall? He immediately reassured her. I'm really fine now, totally okay. She was so anxious she swore. Damn it, you're just gonna leave me behind? You bastard. No, I mean if you go, I'm coming too. Dong Min was shocked. Kang Hon next to him exclaimed, man, Jenna's really glued to Minun. Ha ha. She shyly looked at him. What? Then she shouted to explain. No, it's not like that. That Minjeon guy was so weak yesterday he almost passed out. Of course I'm worried. Kang Hak-chan, aren't you worried? Damn, and you call him a friend? Kang Hak-chan joked, having a blast. So what's up with you getting so mad? Jana shyly pushed her head into Minun. I didn't know. If you want to go, then just go. He groaned as he got hit for no reason. Damn it. She sulked, sitting with her back turned on the bed, then fell over. Might as well be dead. He was speechless watching her. Huh? What's up with that? Then casually dragged Hun away. Let's bounce, Hak-chan. He agreed. Okay. Jenna didn't expect this to happen. That bastard actually left for real? She widened her eyes in surprise. Outside the motel, bloodied shoes stepped closer to their hangout spot. Perrin Pin's nasty laugh suddenly echoed. Ha, here we go. Had to search the whole motel area to find you. His face still wore that trademark Sky Motel grin. He didn't rush in, but stood there, chuckling. Man, thinking about seeing Jaina again got him all hyped up. Just as he was about to step forward, he froze again. Wait, that Ani dude said he had a gun, right? If he's in there too, I'm at a serious disadvantage. Damn it, gotta figure something out. Right then, heavy footsteps sounded inside the building. Bak Song Pin immediately ducked into a shadowy corner to hide. Outside, Jong Minun and Haeon's voices kept ringing out. Jong Minjun, you take the rifle. Okay, huh? No, there's only 1 bullet left. Anyway, last time I showed you how to use it, right? More than that, I'm most curious about Mr. Broke since he's never been clear about his story. Han cut in. If I told everything, you wouldn't be able to keep it under wraps either. Back then, I had no choice but to ditch the broker. Jong Bin-jun was pretty curious. No broker and trying to escape North Korea through China is almost impossible. Ha sighed helplessly. It's literally putting your life on the line. Hiding behind a stone pillar, Bak Song Bin overheard the conversation and started calculating in his head. Didn't expect Han and Jong Minun to come out together. Damn, he really does have a gun. Could the cops around here be on their way? But as the two walked away, he looked up at the building, thinking something else. So that means inside that motel, Hanina's not under any guard or anything. Even if she's with some other guy, is there really anyone more dangerous than me? Ha. After a while, the place sank back into its usual quiet, with just a few zombies hiding in the shady spots to avoid the sun. Jong Minun followed Han, chatting. So he held a gun since he was a kid? Talking about this made Han hesitate a bit before telling the story. Yeah, right before escaping North Korea. That was the first time I killed someone with a gun. But Jong Minun was super interested. For real? Han added, my uncle had already escaped and settled here. So, my family was branded traitors. My parents were taken somewhere, tortured by my dad, and died. Then some soldier tortured me and my little brother brutally. One day, after he beat me nearly to death, I felt like I was gonna die if I kept going like that. When he got careless, I grabbed the gun and pulled the trigger. That same day, I took my little brother and started a long, tough journey. I was only 12 then. Jong Minun was shocked the more he heard. Mouth wide open, he said, awesome. Most kids back home live easy. No worries about food or clothes. Are all North Koreans survival pros like you? That question left Han puzzled. Huh? No, not really. Not all North Koreans are good at surviving. They're weaker than us, skinnier, and shorter too. Honestly, I'm nothing special. Just that I've got some survival experience from 2 years on the run. Jong Min shivered and asked, still, don't you want to go back home? Han firmly replied, no, absolutely not. At the same time, inside room 203, Jena stared blankly ahead. Aunt John noticed and asked, hey, why the sudden mood swing? Jena dodged the question. Nothing. Just those friends of mine are annoying, especially Jong Minun. That guy's weak but keeps recklessly rushing out. Before she finished, Aunt John caught on and burst out laughing. Still, he's risking it all for us. And with Haeon around, don't worry too much. Jena got flustered again. Because of Chan, I'm not too worried. I don't even understand myself, just feeling annoyed. What if something happens to him? What would I do then? Aunt John was silent for a moment, then whispered, our Jena likes that guy, doesn't she? Jena didn't expect that, just nodded once, then wide-eyed denied it. No, I don't. But Aunt John smiled at her expression. Well, maybe you do, or maybe you don't. Those vague words made Jena a bit uneasy, wondering, me liking Minun? That's nonsense. Lately, I've just been stuck with Minun, so people misunderstand me? Outsiders probably think that's true. Huh. Nah, it's not like that. This feeling isn't love. The only person I can lean on now is Minun. That's probably why. Suddenly, the image of Jong Minun looking at her with affection popped into her head. Ren, you've changed a lot, even taking care of someone like me. Jena bit her lip, admitting it. Yeah, I've changed too. Since the world collapsed, everything's become equal now. Before the zombie outbreak, except for that gynecological issue, my life wasn't any worse than anyone else's. I had everything I wanted, wore whatever I liked. I'd put on cute makeup and walk down the street. Some days, 3 or 4 guys would ask for my number. Back then, no guy could resist me. When I was in middle school, except for one guy, him thinking of that, she jerked, cursing silently. Damn it, is that why? Because Minun never showed he liked me. Most guys would fall for me, but that dummy should have been head over heels for me. Yet he showed no reaction at all. Jong Minun didn't beg me. Yeah, that's exactly why. That dummy's like a wooden statue, no emotions at all. I can't even tell if he likes me or not. Damn it, suddenly that guy seems really shady. Her expression kept shifting. Aunt John awkwardly turned her back to give her some privacy. Just then, there was a rapid knock at the door. Aunt John immediately stood up and asked, who's there, babe, or Hazun? But no one answered outside. What? John asked again, or did Han or Jong Minun come back? Go check it out. Jena quickly stopped her. Wait, there was another rapid knock at the door. Jena anxiously stepped forward and asked someone to answer. No sound came back, so she went to peek through the peephole but saw no one outside. Back in the corner, Park Seon sat hiding, chuckling quietly. Now what do we do? More nervous than the first time I did it back in middle school. That voice was definitely Hansen's, plus another woman's. Room 202. First, we gotta check this room. Who knows if there's another guy with them? We gotta check the other rooms too. Thinking and doing. He went to room 207 and thought, does this X mean no entry? Feels like someone inside might be infected. Suddenly, a noise caught Pin's attention. He immediately shone his light on room 206. Inside came Jun's faint voice. Hon, wait here a bit. I'll come see you and Mom soon. While still talking, he opened the door, and right in his face was Pin's expression, leaving him stunned and speechless. Who the hell are you? Park Seon replied coldly. Who else would be here? The guy who came looking for that bastard Han Jena. Who else but you? Tun shouted in horror. What? No way. So who the hell are you? But Bin didn't let him alert anyone else and immediately pulled out his spear, shouting, no answer? Then die, you bastard. The loud noise outside caught Han's attention. making him step out to check it out. Seeing the scene at the door, he gasped in shock. Park Seon noticed more people arriving and pushed June harder inside. Han quickly ran over to help. What the hell? Let him go, you bastard. But before he could do anything, Ponin kicked him and yelled, "Die already." The commotion over there had drawn the attention of Jena and Aunt John. Both stood frozen, staring out the window in disbelief. "Babe, Han." Jena patted his shoulder, trying to calm him down. "Just wait a sec. Leave it." She turned back into the room, muttering non-stop. The dagger Han had handed over, she found it in a flash and immediately burst out of the room. But before she could do anything, a shout echoed back. "Get inside." Hena, Jong Minun, and Han rushed over frantically from afar. In a blink, Han appeared at the door with 206 guns pointed inside. Park Seon was still clueless, stabbing June repeatedly while interrogating. "Is there anyone else here? Answer me, you bastard." Han shouted, stopping him. "Stay still, you bastard." Park Seon stopped, slowly straightened up, and turned his head to look toward the door. Han threatened, "This is your last bullet, Park Seon. I'm gonna shoot you dead." With that, Han pulled the trigger, but all that came out were a few clicks. Surprised, he lowered the gun, wondering, what the hell? Damn it, the gun jammed right now. But Park took the chance to rush forward, easily kicking Han's gun aside. Han didn't bother retrieving it and immediately drew the dagger from his side. A few minutes earlier, while they were still walking down the street, Han noticed Jong Minun slowing down. Confused, he turned around and asked, "Jong Minun, what's going on?" Jong Min was sweating nervously, his head hanging low as he replied that it seemed like the symptoms were flaring up again. "Look at this, check it out." He lifted his shirt to reveal a wound spreading, veins bruised and darkening. "I was feeling dizzy just looking at it." The fever suddenly spiked, even though he was fine just moments ago. What the hell is happening? Han caught on immediately, no hesitation time to head back. "Min June," like Jena said, "don't push yourself too hard. Let me take you home to rest." Jong Minun didn't resist, slumping in agreement. All right then, but deep down he was still uneasy. Wondering why this hit him out of nowhere, they headed back to the motel. As they got close, An heard strange noises and screams coming from the second floor. Without hesitation, they rushed upstairs, shouting loudly into Hanena's room. Both dashed to room 206. Hak led the way, gun pointed inside. North Seon stared coldly down the barrel aimed at him. Hak Chan yelled furiously, "The last bullet's for you, North Seon. Die." But the gun just clicked empty. This shocked Han wide awake. He quickly lowered the gun to check. What the hell? Damn it. The gun's jammed right now. Taking advantage, North Seon lunged forward, kicking Hound's gun aside. Hound swiftly drew his dagger from his side to counterattack, one hand blocking Pon Bin's knife, the other gripping his dagger tightly as he stabbed forward. Ponin couldn't pull back or dodge, so he used his free arm to block the stab. A splash of blood sprayed, making him curse in frustration. That bastard. Han didn't give him time to think, slashing several more times and then kicked him hard in the gut. North Seon staggered back, clutching his stomach, growling, "You're dead meat." Seeing he was still standing, An couldn't help but admire him. MMA training really helps with defense, huh? North Seon stayed alert, breathing heavily as he analyzed the fight. Damn Han. In just a second, he'd been stabbed multiple times. No way, if they hit the pressure points. Just one strike and I'm done. Even if I attack, it's hard to land a hit on him. Plus, there's that guy behind Minun too. Seeing him stand still, An slowly closed in and questioned, "How many people have you killed with that knife? Bringing a kitchen knife here means you didn't just kill zombies, you slaughtered civilians too. You even dared to go after an innocent professor. You're clearly not right in the head. I get a kick out of stabbing scum like you," Ngan said, while Parent Bin was sweating bullets. "On and maybe we don't need to fight here after all. I'm proposing a deal. My beef's only with Hanina and Jong Minun. They destroyed my base and wiped out all my friends. Just hand over Minun and that girl, and I'll leave right away. Got it?" Hak Chan snapped. "What bullshit are you spouting, you bastard? Then why'd you kill an innocent professor?" North Seon, failing to persuade, switched tactics and shouted, then dropped the knife. "Let's fight bare knuckle like real men. Toss your weapons and settle this with fists. You scared to fight hand to hand, huh? Don't chicken out and run." While he was still yelling, Han swung his arm back and swiftly slashed forward. The strike caught Parent Bin off guard. He couldn't raise his hand to block. The cut didn't kill him but took off 2 fingertips, making him scream, "My fingers. We're talking here and you stab me in the back? You bastard, fight me fair, you dog." After all that yelling, An stayed as still as a mountain. Ponin's eyes welled up, his voice trembling. "Damn it, please spare me this time. Those words made Jong Minun's eyes go wide. North Theon Pin grimaced, raising both hands in surrender, begging nonstop. I'm sorry for attacking him. He's not dead yet. I'll save him no matter what. Please, I'm begging you, spare me. But Han's face remained cold and emotionless as he declared, crimes must be paid for with life. North Zeon Bin, this is your end. No mercy, no second chances. North Exeon Pin gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. He dropped the knife to the floor, slowly smiled, and tightened his grip on his backpack strap. Fine. Let's see what you got. This caught Han off guard for a moment. North Seon Pin took a fighting stance, challenging. Even if I lose a hand, I'll kill you. Like a cornered beast, he charged at Han recklessly. Han didn't expect this and muttered under his breath. This bastard, North Zeon Bin, grabbed the blade with one hand, caught Han's wrist with the other, and twisted his left leg around Han's, quickly knocking him down and pinning him to the floor. He locked Han's arms, choking him to stop any struggle. Lack of oxygen flushed Han's face red, and he started coughing violently. Park Seon Bin burst out laughing. You're seriously underestimating me, huh? Ha ha ha. Just as he was feeling cocky, his eyes widened, seeing Minun coldly raise a spiked bat, like a grim reaper aiming straight for his head. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit his stomach, and he clutched it, screaming in agony, leaving Panin stunned. Han was running out of breath, gasping a few times before closing his eyes and passing out. The knife slipped from his hand. Seeing the toughest guy down, Park Seon Pin jumped up laughing loud. Oh, Jae Min Jun, you dumbass. You really think that thing can beat me? You want to mess with me? Jong Minun's face was streaked with blood and sweat as he cursed silently. Damn it, Park Seon Bin smirked darkly. Han's out cold, that old man's down too. Now it's just you and the kid. Damn it, I just lost a finger to Han, so I'm gonna kill you all in the cruelest way possible. Right then, blood ran into Minun's eye, and he couldn't hold on anymore. He dropped the spiked bat, clutching his stomach, screaming in pain, making Panin freeze. Hey girl, what the hell's going on? Jong Minun's screams grew louder, alerting Panin something was seriously wrong. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Could he be infected? If you're infected, I gotta kill you right now, you bastard. He grabbed the knife, but before he could do anything, Minun staggered, clutching his stomach, heading the other way. He collapsed outside room 205, pounding on the door nonstop. The infected inside growled back at the noise. Park Seon Bin was shocked, frozen in place. Girl, what the hell? Are there zombies in there too? Jong Minun pounded harder and louder. The zombies inside responded fiercely. The terrifying noise made Park Seon Pin sweat bullets. What's going on? Jong Minun snapped. Are you crazy? You'd rather be zombie chow than die by my hands. If you want to die that bad, then die by me. He lunged forward, but the door handle was mangled. Jong Minun fell inside. Park Seon Pin didn't dare follow, standing frozen. Moments later, growls echoed again, and a pair of bloodied legs slowly stepped out, followed by other infected in the building. They wandered aimlessly, not attacking Minun behind them. Seeing the number of zombies, Paran Bin panicked, stammering. What the hell is this? Hon had regained consciousness, weakly calling out. Jong Minun? Jong Min trembled among the zombies, memories flooding back. Hey Jong Min, run. Before Hanan arrives, let's rehearse. Strip down and fight, you idiot. Damn it, Hen is out cold? Your name's Jong Minun, right? I'm Paran Bin, nice to meet you. Enough already. Don't get so worked up, Jong Min snapped. You're a coward, an idiot, a loser. I hate you so much. Your dad's dead and you're still alive. If you dare write my name in your suicide note, I swear I'll hunt down and kill your mom after you're dead. Every word, every torment flashed through his mind. Jong Minun's bloodied hand rose with determination. Yeah, my life turned to shit all because of Park Seon Pin. It's all your fault. So I'm gonna punish you. Where is he? Kill him. The zombies, like they got the order, surged toward the direction he pointed. They kept rushing forward. Park Seon Pin trembled, yelling, What the hell is this? Kang Hak-chan's sweat poured down, jumped up, and dashed off, thinking, I don't know what's going on, but I gotta hide inside. Once inside, Kang Hon quickly shut the door and blocked it with his body. Outside, Park Seon Pin punched a zombie square in the face, cursing. Damn it, he snarled, hitting another zombie. But the zombies didn't fear death. They kept swarming. Park Seon Pin pulled out a dagger, stabbing it into a zombie's head, then backed away trembling. That bastard Jong Min, run. That bastard. But when he looked down the empty hallway, he was terrified. Where the hell is that bastard Minun? From the dark stairs came footsteps again. The zombies' howls echoed nonstop. The feeling of death calling made Paran Bin grit his teeth in anger. Damn it. Inside the room, Kang Hon looked out in panic. What the hell is going on? Jong Minun suddenly heard a child's voice behind him. Daddy. Kang Hon spun around, shocked, shouting in disbelief. Professor, the second wave of zombies is charging outside. Park Seon gritted his teeth, pressed against the wall, desperate, and chose the door to room 210 marked with a sign. Without a second thought, he slammed the door open and rushed inside, locking it tight to escape the zombies outside. The zombies didn't care, they charged straight at the door, pounding on it. Baxi sighed in relief, seeing they couldn't get in yet, but then suddenly, zombie noises came from behind him. The zombie locked inside this room lunged at him, trying to bite. Outside, the zombies were crazily banging on the door. Behind them, Jong Minun held his wound, slowly stepping forward with a cold expression, ignoring the deafening noise from the zombies nearby. Inside room 206, Kang Hon rushed over to check. Professor, are you okay? The professor looked up and whispered, You were wrong. Kang Hon awkwardly asked, What do you mean? This wound can definitely be treated. The ambulance has all the medical gear we need. The professor cut him off. The problem isn't the wound, it's that knife. Hearing this, Kang Hon immediately understood. His face went pale and blank, and the room was filled only with sobbing. Kang Hon sat down to examine it, sweating after a moment, then stood up and said, It's still not certain it'll get infected. I'll go grab the equipment from the ambulance. As long as we stop the bleeding and treat the wound properly, it'll be fine. Help me stop the bleeding for the professor. After giving orders, he cracked the door open to look outside and saw Jong Minun quietly standing in front of room 210. Kang Hon rushed over in panic. Jong Minun, what the hell happened? Jong Minun turned coldly and said, I locked all the infected in this room, but that bastard Ponin escaped through the window, avoiding the infected. Kang Hon stammered, But I saw the infected didn't attack you earlier. Jong Minun was just as confused. I don't really know, but my gut tells me when the symptoms flare up, the infected won't attack me. I still don't know when or why the symptoms trigger. Still brooding, he suddenly shouted, Ah, how's the professor? Kang Hon lowered his eyes and whispered, The wound isn't too serious. Just then, Han Jena rushed out asking, Hey, is the professor okay? Jong Minun bent down to pick up a gun, and Kang Hon ordered, Jena, help stop the professor's bleeding and get him on the bed. I'll go get the equipment from the ambulance. Jong Minun handed over the gun and asked, Last bullet. You sure you can make it count? Kang Hon took the gun, reloaded the clip, double-checked everything carefully, then pointed the barrel straight up and confirmed, Now I'm sure. Remember how I taught you to use a gun before? That bastard Ponin's bleeding a lot. He won't get far. First, let's save the professor, then come with me. Before he finished, Jong Minun yelled, No, I'm the one who's gonna kill him. Professor, you guys just focus on taking care of him. Kang Hon could only stay silent. After a while, the two stepped out of the lodge. Seeing fresh blood on the ground, Jong Minun followed the footprints, firmly convinced they belonged to Ponin. The symptoms were easing up, or else he might get attacked by the infected himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, blood dripped, forming a trail. The zombies, drawn to the scent, chased wildly. Park Seon, sweating all over, hid behind an alley, telling himself, I gotta survive. No matter what, I have to make it. The zombies ran out of sight, and he ran the other way, cursing Tham, Damn it, I need medical supplies. I should have hijacked the ambulance on the first floor and ran, so damn stupid. The blood trail led into a dark, lightless house. Park Seon frantically searched, frustrated. Damn it. No first aid kit or anything? I'm losing too much blood. All because of that bastard Kang Honorable. What the hell is this? Damn it. While rummaging, he froze, turning to see Jong Minun standing there, aiming a gun at him. Park Seon couldn't believe it and jumped up. How the hell did you get here? Jong Minun replied without hesitation. Don't know, but suddenly your blood smell was everywhere. Park Seon forced a laugh. Jong Minun, I don't know what tricks you're using, but why aren't the infected attacking you? And you actually know how to use a gun. I saw earlier you couldn't shoot. Is it broken or what? Despite Park Seon's probing questions, Jong Minun kept a cold stare. Park Seon kept pushing psychologically. Jong Minun, have you ever killed anyone? Jong Minun hesitated. Not once. Not even the infected. I've survived this long without killing anyone, but the first time I kill someone will be today. Park Seon laughed bitterly, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it. I've never seen myself laugh like this in my whole life. Jong Minun, you can't kill me because you're a good guy, not some piece of trash like me. The world's ending and you've gone crazy too? Honestly, what do you think would happen if you, Jong Minun, actually killed me? You know, murder's the worst crime, right? Even if you don't get punished, would your conscience be clear after killing someone? You're doing this just because I treated you badly. Hey, you bastard, I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry, okay? I really thought you were my friend. That's why I acted that way. You're seriously making me sad. But hearing his lame excuses, Jong Minun still coldly sentenced him. Even if the world collapses, scumbags like you don't deserve to live one bit. With that, he pulled the trigger. Park Seon took a bullet straight to the head. Fresh blood splattered on the ceiling, and the room fell silent once again. Jong Bin-jun stood there stunned, the gun slipping from his hand. Seeing Park Seon-bin's eyes still wide open staring at him, Jong Minun was frozen in shock. After a while, outside the motel, Jong Minun strolled back, and when he got closer, he couldn't believe his eyes, wide open. Jana came down to wait for him. As soon as she saw him, she rushed over and hugged him tight, leaning on his shoulder, crying her eyes out. The professor had. Both of them just stood there silently for a long moment. Later, inside the motel, the professor lay on the bed, his wife and kids sitting beside him, sobbing uncontrollably. The professor smiled and comforted them, saying it was going to be okay. Han, we already talked about this. Dad's sorry for not telling you sooner, but a few months ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, so I probably don't have much time left anyway, so it's okay. Don't be too sad. You have to find your sister, got it? Everyone has to go someday. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Like my friend here, who got sick and left this world less than a year after having a kid, and there are plenty more who left even earlier. I've seen you grow up so well, Han, and that makes my life feel truly happy. So don't be too down, that's just how life is. As soon as he finished, the whole room fell silent. A moment later, Han ran out of room 206. The professor said, "What I told Han was a lie." Kang Hon hesitated, meaning the professor admitted the cancer wasn't real, but he had to say it to ease the pain a little. If Han knew I was leaving like this for no reason, he probably couldn't handle it. Please help me keep this secret from Jun. In the end, as a father, this is all I can do. I've lived a pretty long and full life anyway. Ha Keon, my daughter, I really want to see you again. Please help me. Kang Han pleaded for his family and daughter to be reunited. Then he turned to hold his wife's hand and said, "Honey, take good care of Hakium and Hazan." After a while, everyone left, following the professor's wishes. Don't try to kill me, just let me stay in this room. Once I turn into a zombie, I won't just lose my human form. If I'm locked up in this room forever, I'll probably starve to death. But if I'm still alive as a zombie and the world starts to stabilize, or if they find a cure or a complete healing technology, as long as there's even a tiny bit of hope, then come back here. I'll wait until then. Growling softly, Kang Han glanced one last time before turning away. The door slowly closed behind him. Later on the motel rooftop, Jenna couldn't help but ask if, according to the professor's wish, it was even possible to find a way to cure zombies and turn them back into humans. Kang crossed his arms and analyzed. I'm not in the medical field, so I'm not sure, but to me, that's almost impossible. But the professor said once you turn into a zombie, you lose not only your human form but also your intellect, and there's never been a case proving zombies can survive months without food. Of course, if they could develop a cure quickly, that'd be amazing. Jenna hesitated and asked, what about what happened in the hallway earlier? Kang Han found it hard to explain. The zombies didn't attack Jong Minun, but from what I saw, it looked like he was commanding them. Jenna was stunned, unable to believe it. Is that true? Jong Min-jun can control zombies? Jong Min-jun immediately denied it. No, that's not it. I was just so pissed off I yelled. How could zombies listen to me and attack Pon Pin? It's just that they saw. Only those not infected should rush forward. Kang Hon asked again. So, the zombies don't attack you only when your infection symptoms flare up? Is it about to happen again? Jong Minun whispered. Yeah, seems like it. But I don't know when it'll flare up next. By the way, in the game RZ, there's a zombie boss called the King. He's a unique zombie with clear consciousness in that world. He thinks like a human and controls the zombies, making them smarter. Of course, I don't think I'm the King, since my symptoms flare up and then disappear again. When the symptoms fade, the zombies attack me again. I don't know if I'm fully infected or if this is just some side effect of immunity. I'm not sure. Whether I can actually control the zombies or not, I'll have to test it next time the symptoms flare up. Jana looked a bit worried hearing him say that. But if Jong Minun really keeps getting infected, could I catch it from him too? Would it be too dangerous to get close to him then? Of course, I shouldn't do that. But then what about Jong Minun kissing or sharing romantic moments? Would those love gestures be impossible too? Obviously, there's nothing between me and him. But if Jong Minun's body turns into a zombie's, what if he can't have romantic relationships with the opposite sex? Of course, I wouldn't stick with this guy for the rest of my life. But if he has to live his whole life as a loner, Not even able to share a kiss with someone of the opposite sex. Then what? What am I supposed to do? It's just so sad. Jong Min shivered. He's never experienced love with a woman in his life. Please don't let him fall into full infection. Thinking that, she turned and walked away. After a while, the group left the motel and gathered in front of the medical vehicle. Kang Hon looked at everyone and asked one last time, "Is all the gear ready?" Aunt John nodded. "Yeah." Did Kang Hon suggest something? "Even though I don't have a license, it doesn't matter in this situation." Aunt John agreed gloomily. "All right, I get it." Kang Hon glanced to the side, but Han looked like a lifeless corpse, not paying attention. He turned back and instructed Jong Minun, "Min Jun, you sit with Jena and the others in the back seat. I'll have Ha Jun sit in the front seat." Jong Min Jun was a bit surprised but agreed immediately. "All right, let's get in the car." Kang Hon drove while analyzing. "From here to Gunja Station is about 4 to 5 miles. Not sure how far we can go. Getting stuck in a dangerous situation while driving is the worst. Gotta drive carefully." The car slowly rolled forward. Leaving the Sky Motel, Kang Hon quietly called, "Han?" The boy turned. "Yeah." He shared that when he was his age, he escaped from North Korea. At that time, both his parents had passed away. While leading his 7- and 9-year-old siblings to escape, he went through a lot, and during that, he lost one brother. But back then, besides accepting his fate, there was nothing else he could do. Anyway, besides trying to survive at all costs and escape, he didn't have time to be sad. He couldn't say all the comforting words to him, but the important thing was, if he found his sister, he could protect her and their mother, his only family. It's just him, so he has to stay sharp. "You're no longer a normal kid." Han nodded quietly after listening. "Yeah." Suddenly, Kang Hon's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. He exclaimed, "Wait, there's something over there." He quickly pulled the car over to the side. Ahead was a vehicle with a 0-0 license plate, not armed but covered with barbed wire outside. At the front of the car, a zombie was tied up growling. Kang Hon didn't dare move the car forward, sitting inside analyzing. What the hell is that vehicle? Is it coming this way? He immediately shouted and ducked down. Han didn't understand and ducked too. What's going on? Kang Hon's eyes went wide as he thought. Whoever's in that vehicle is clearly dangerous. Jena peeked out nervously. "What is that? Did the car stop because zombies showed up?" But there were no zombies except the one hanging on the front of that car. The street was completely empty with no one around. Kang Hon slowly lifted his head, wondering, has it stopped? Did it spot us? He instinctively grabbed the small knife at his hip. If we have to fight, melee weapons are all we've got, right? If there's 2 or more of them, we're screwed. Just then, a wandering zombie came from afar. Kang Hon recognized it as a nearby zombie. Suddenly, the armored vehicle opened a window and pointed a gun outside. 2 shots aimed straight at that zombie's head. Kang Hon was stunned by the gunfire. But this gunshot sounded like it came from the other side, from inside the armored vehicle, cursing out loud. "Damn it. Did you see that bullet hit right in the head? Shot right in front of you, and that's all you got. But are all the survivors dead?" There's no sign of anyone. Of course. They disguised the vehicle to look like a wreck, so anyone would run off seeing it. That's right, isn't it? Let's decide where to loot next. Whether it's capturing people or grabbing food, we gotta hit our quota. They finished talking and slowly started the engine to leave. Kang Hon watched them go and breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like they're just passing through. Seems like they really left. Hon was quietly grateful. Lucky break. But Kang Hak-chan still frowned, feeling uneasy and knowing they had to move fast. The vehicle quietly started up and drove off, time quickly shifting to midday. No one was around anymore, but Kang Hak-chan's vehicle only moved a short distance. Seeing an empty intersection, he finally relaxed. Lucky the road wasn't blocked like I thought. Han was still worried. What if we can't use the car anymore? Kang Hon said, "Then we'll have to walk and avoid the zombies. We're probably about 1 to 2 miles from the Gunja Station area. From there, we can go on foot." Suddenly, he fell silent without saying more. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the armored vehicle again. Kang Hon broke out in a sweat. They were chasing them. Without hesitation, he hit the gas and sped off. Reaching a turn, he immediately swerved. Seconds later, the armored vehicle's engine roared behind them. It was a chase, one running, the other pursuing. Kang Hon gripped the steering wheel tight, trying to shake them off, but after a while, he hit a dead end. Damn, the road was blocked. He frantically scanned around and finally spotted an opening, a parking lot. It was probably full of zombies inside, but they had to get in first. Seeing the car enter the dark garage, Jena nervously asked, "What the hell is going on?" Cam focused ahead and replied, "A really dangerous-looking vehicle had been tailing them this whole time." Jena stammered in shock, "What?" But the end of the road was still blocked by an abandoned car. Kang Hon rubbed his temples and made a decision. At this point, they had no choice but to risk it all. He turned his head and said there was no way out, so they'd have to face them head-on. Everyone inside the car didn't know what would happen next, so they needed to be ready. Aunt John was terrified. "Wait, Kang, Honorable. Maybe they're not bad guys. We gotta be careful." Kang Hon shut the car door and stepped out alone. Deep down, he knew, of course, if they were friendly, that'd be great. But if they were enemies, the only option was to fight. His weapon was a K2 rifle with no ammo, temporarily fitted with a blade, plus an emergency knife. No idea how many they had or what weapons they used. If their weapons were stronger than guns, he'd be at a disadvantage. No matter how good you are at close combat, guns and knives are two different things. Plus, if they're good shots, Kang knew if things got dangerous, even if he was alone. He suddenly saw a light shining in. Instantly alert, he peeked out, but there was nothing above. That confused Kang Hon a bit. "What's that? Looks like they didn't come all the way down here." After a while, no sound. Kang Hon sneaked another look and immediately saw a guy standing outside the armored vehicle grumbling. "No, damn it, gotta go alone." "Yeah, both of us can't leave our spots." All right, I'm going. Anyway, if I can't capture slaves, I'll just kill them. No one's more dangerous than me." Kang Hon saw the gun in his hand and freaked out. That gun meant it was time to run. He hurried back inside and quickly warned the three others. "We gotta hide somewhere else. Everyone get out of the car now." But seeing Minun just murmuring, he got worried. "Hey Jong Minun, how are you feeling? Any symptoms?" Dong Minjun looked confused. "Why this sudden question?" "I'm still fine." Kang Hak-chan lost interest. "Damn it." He turned to Jena. "Jena, what's the parking lot like inside? Any signs?" She glanced briefly and said, "Definitely some, but not many. About 4 or 5 of them." After confirming, Kang Hwan took the lead with a flashlight, looked inside, didn't see any zombies except a few grunts. Confirming the path was safe, the group sneaked forward bit by bit. Kang Hak-chan rushed ahead, found an alley, and turned back, calling out, "This way is quick." The whole group ran to the escape spot, feeling a bit relieved. Lucky, the door was still open. Suddenly, Kang Hak-chan suggested, "Jong Minun, you lead everyone upstairs to find a safe spot. They might come in through the first floor, so be careful." Jong Minun was stunned. "What about you, Kang Hon?" Kang Hon turned away and said, "I have to face them. Even if he has a gun, he's alone, so I can handle close combat." Dong Min's voice trembled. "No way, you don't even have bullets." Kang Hon cut him off directly. "Then I'll try to lure him outside, avoid a direct fight. You lead everyone to hide somewhere inside this building. Remember to lock the door, don't go out until I come back." Jong Minun knew he couldn't argue, so he agreed. You gotta be careful." Kang Hon turned and called back, "Don't worry." At the entrance, the guy who just arrived attracted some zombies. A few lunged at him, making him yell. "Damn it." Kang Hon went around back, quietly relieved to see this. He'd been spotted by the zombies. Even with a silencer, shooting indoors would attract them. They probably had plenty of ammo over there, but the AR had a silencer. Where the hell did he get it? Thinking this, he hesitated a bit. If things got really dangerous, he'd have no choice but to run solo. Meanwhile, upstairs, Dong Minun led everyone and was surprised to see no zombies around. "Nobody here? Looks like it's clear." The three of them went into a classroom. Jena sat down and prayed, hoping Kang Hon would be safe. Dong Minun stepped in front of her and said, "Everyone hide here first. I'm going to help Kang." Honorable Jena was shocked for a moment and immediately grabbed his arm. Don't go. Stay here with me." Those words made Minun freeze for a second. Jena suddenly realized and quickly let go. She shyly whispered, "I'm worried about Kang Hon too, but there's a gun over there. It's too dangerous. Plus, Kang Hon told us not to go out until he's back." Dong Minun hesitated. "That's true," Jena cut in, "but I said that because I trust Kang. Honorable, stay here and wait together." Dong Minun had no choice but to agree. All right. After a while, it was still quiet here. The clock turned to afternoon, making everyone anxious. "Is Kang Hon okay?" He said he'd lure him outside. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. Dong Minun went to the door and looked out. The knocking grew louder, but the front door didn't open. This strange scene made the three inside panic. "Is that Kang Hon?" Jena immediately denied. No. There's probably zombies on the other side of the door." Just then, a voice came from outside. "What's going on? Why won't the door open? Is anyone inside?" Jena asked worriedly. 2 people, not zombies or mutated zombies. The 2 outside didn't hear and kept grumbling. "The door worked fine a few days ago. I left my stuff inside. Could there really be someone inside?" Dong Minun listened for a moment, then widened his eyes and stepped toward the door. Jena called out anxiously. Wait, Jong Minun, don't get close. It's definitely zombies. Are you crazy? You really gonna open it? Jong Minun didn't answer. Just put the key in the lock and turned it. As soon as the door swung wide open, Minun's eyes went wide. You guys, Abeljun and Bae Sunho, what are you doing here? Outside were Obeong Jun, 18, class 25 at Seong Gun High, and Bae Sunho, 18, class 26 at Seong Gun. Obeong Jun was surprised. Jong Bin Jun, what are you doing here? Jong Bin Jun shouted, no, I'm the one who should be asking that. Bae Sunho quickly recognized. What? Isn't that Han Jena? Jong Minun, you guys. Jena stood frozen, covering her mouth, trembling. What's going on? Clearly not the smell of a normal person. Obeong Jun was confused. Jong Minun, why are you with Han Jena? That's a weird pair. Jong Minun didn't want to argue. I'll explain later. Let's get inside first. Jena suddenly covered her mouth and said, he's infected. That guy is infected. Get out now. Obeong Jun was surprised. Huh? I'm not infected. But Jena insisted. Don't lie. The smell of a loser, pig stink, weird smell, rotten, corpse smell, all of it. Definitely not human. Jong Minun sniffed closely, then pinched his nose and said, it's just this guy's sweat smell. Obeong Jun already smelled terrible, but Jena didn't believe it. No way. Out of options, Obeong Jun said, sorry, I haven't showered yet. After a while, the group went inside. Jong Minun asked in surprise, you said the shelter at Gun Station, but you guys are too young to be on patrol, right? Bae Sunho said, if you're over 18, you have to patrol and guard. Now the number has grown to about 300 to 400 people. Gunja Station alone couldn't hold everyone, so they took over the surrounding buildings and spread out. The area is gradually expanding. Jong Minun couldn't help but be amazed. It's huge, Bae Sunho added. Anyway, this is about 1.25 miles from Gunja Station, so it's a temporary stop during patrols. Didn't expect to run into Jong Min Jun here. Suddenly, John stepped forward and called out, hey guys, have you seen a 20-year-old girl named Se Hakyeon? She's my daughter. My phone's almost dead, but here's her photo. Se Hakyeon, Bae Sunho said, taking the photo and instantly recognizing her. Yeah, I think I've seen her. Oh Byung-jun confirmed, isn't she the girl from the female quarantine zone at Gate 1 of Gunja Station? I think I've seen her at the hideout, but it's hard to be sure just from the photo. Hearing this, Aunt John was thrilled. Really? Thank you so much, guys. Is Hakyeong still doing okay? Bae Sunho nodded. Yeah, but just from a photo, we can't be completely sure. If we check her directly, we'll know for sure. Then let's head to the hideout right now. Jongmin hesitated. Hey, but there's a problem. Did you see anyone carrying weapons when you went in? Like some weird vehicle with zombies hanging out front, Jena added, covering her mouth. When we were moving by car, they suddenly chased us. According to Kang Hakon, they even had guns. Oh Byung-jun frowned. Hey, you're blatantly covering your nose. Jena sighed. Your sweat stinks. Bae Sunho, curious, asked, by the way, who was that just now? Jong Minun said, Kang Hakon came with us. We went to the same school. Bae Sunho immediately recognized. Oh, that dropout? Same class as you, right? Jong Minjun nodded. Yeah. Bae Sunho sighed. What a weird crew. Jong Minjun added that Kang Hakon said he'd lure them out. It's been 30 minutes with no word, so we're really worried. After a brief pause, Bae Sunho suggested, if we don't see anyone inside, want to check the rooftop. Dong Minjun didn't quite get it but agreed. Sure. Suddenly, she grabbed his sleeve. Wait, Jong Minun, you stay here with me. Let them go check it out. Jong Minun looked confused. She hesitated. Or you can take me along. Seeing this, Bae Sunho and Oh Byung-jun exchanged puzzled looks. Jong Min-jun turned to reassure. Don't worry, I'll go up to the rooftop with my friends to check around. Jena, you stay with Han and the others, okay? Not convinced, Jena reluctantly agreed. Hey, you better not wander off, got it? The other two got hit with this relationship talk and looked embarrassed. A little later, the three climbed the stairs to the rooftop. Jong Minun took binoculars and looked down. Surprise, what the hell? There's really no one? There's clearly a car waiting outside the building. Is Kang Hon safe? If they were shooting, we should have heard gunfire. Maybe they used silencers, so we didn't hear anything. But even with silencers, you hear some noise. While he was muttering, Oh Byung-jun suddenly shouted, Hey, Jong Minun, you idiot, be honest, are you dating Han Jena or what? Jong Min-jun panicked. No way, why would you say that? I'm not dating Jena. Oh Byung-jun snapped, if you keep lying, I'll push you off this rooftop. Spill it. Right then, Bae Sunho stepped in to calm things down. He's not that kind of guy, and neither are you. She openly looks down on useless guys like us. The hottest goddess at Song Gun High. But to useless losers, she's a total badass who cuts them off fast. You're not even in her class, yet you think about Han Jena like that? Oh Byung-jun calmed down a bit. Yeah, every time she gives me that disgusted look, I don't even mind. Bae Sunho said. Honestly, if you're pretty, everything's forgiven. Jong Minun shouted in annoyance. Cut it out, you straight shooters. But both shouted louder. Besides, Han Jena hated you the most, Jong Minun. So why now? And telling her, Jong Minun, stay with me if you're not dating. Then what is that? Jong Minun started losing confidence. How can you be so sure? I just happened to be with Jena, and it turned into this. Bae Sunho cut in. Dude, you didn't even call her Han Jena. You called her Kia. Oh Byung-jun agreed. Yeah, they're definitely dating, man. Jong Minun paid little attention and turned away, adding, and Jena seems to have separation anxiety. Her parents disappeared, and she has no one to lean on. She's changed a lot compared to before. Oh Byung-jun glared and concluded. So yeah, they're dating, idiot. How far along are you two? Jong Minun was helpless. You crazy guys. Oh Byung-jun clicked his tongue. The world's gone crazy, so Han Jena's gone nuts too, acting like Jong Minjun's official wife. Jong Minjun couldn't believe it and gave up arguing. Cut the crap. We don't have any ties anyway. The important thing is to find Kang Hakan first. Bae Sunho said he wasn't sure if the ones chasing you guys were the same group. Heard they've got guns too. But since we have more numbers, Jong Minun was shocked. Gunfight? Then it's dangerous out there. You guys okay? Oh Byung-jun looked down and sighed. Weapons like axes and slingshots are weak, so if you get into trouble, use the walkie-talkie to call for backup. A team with guns will come by vehicle right away. No need to worry too much, Bae Sunho added. After a few days, no sign of them. They probably ran off. Not sure if the ones chasing you were that group. Seeing Jong Minun silent, he suggested if you're worried about Kang Hakan, you can wait here and then head to Gunja Station. Is that cool? Jong Minun hesitated. That works? He pulled out a walkie-talkie and explained. Since the hideout is crowded, accepting survivors is strict. But since you're acquaintances, just a few checks and you're in. Jong Minun was surprised as soon as he saw it. That walkie-talkie looks just like Kang Hakan's. Could Kang Hakan have met someone from your hideout and got a walkie-talkie? Try connecting. Oh Byung-jun exclaimed. Really? Met someone from our side? If you have it, you can connect with Goinha. But you gotta report to command first, Jong Minun added. Oh, and since you rushed out, Han probably left his backpack in the ambulance. If the walkie-talkie is still in the vehicle, it probably won't connect. Oh Byung-jun turned on the walkie-talkie and reported. This is Oh Byung-jun at the Grand Plaza building in Hodoro area. Found 4 survivors who are schoolmates of ours. Can I bring them along? The other end immediately replied. Even acquaintances must go to Homang Hospital for infection checks and quarantine for at least 1 day. Got it? Jong Minun paled upon hearing this. Infection check? Oh Byung-jun, unaware, happily agreed. Yes, of course, I know the rules. Of course, checks are necessary. But one member of your group is missing, so you probably need to find him first. If delayed, you can move in tomorrow. After a brief silence, the other side responded, all right, report immediately if anything happens. Over. Oh Byung-jun just turned off the walkie-talkie, and Jong Minun asked in shock, is infection testing mandatory to enter the hideout? Oh Byung-jun firmly replied, mandatory. Besides the hideout, there's a hospital called Humang. They have specialists who are said to diagnose infections very accurately. Jong Minun looked down gloomily. After a few seconds, sweating, he looked up and asked, what if the test shows infection? What happens then? Oh Byung-jun answered as usual. If infected, you turn into a zombie, so obviously you'll be dealt with immediately. Jong Minun, you're not infected, right? Same for the others. Jong Min froze, unable to answer, silently cursing in his heart. So, do you gotta have a sickness test to get into the hideout or what? Oh Byung-jun shot back with confidence. Yup, it's a must. Plus, there's that hospital over at 124 Maple Street called Hope Haven. They got specialist docs there, and word is they're dead on when it comes to spotting infections. Jong Minun's mood totally dropped, head hanging low. A few moments later, he broke into a sweat, then looked up and asked, okay, but what happens if they say you're infected after the test? Oh Byung-jun, like usual, replied, if you're infected, you turn into a zombie. So yeah, they handle it immediately. Jong Minun, you're not infected, right? Same question flying around for the others too. Jong Min was frozen, didn't dare to answer. Inside, he was low-key freaking out. Could it be that if I check, the result will show infection? The 3 of them just stood there silently. On the rooftop of the building across the street, a guy sneaked his head out to look at the group in Minun and reported. This is Patrol Team 2. We've spotted survivors on the rooftop of a building in the Hodoro area. Seeing the green armbands, it's definitely the crew from Gunja Station who caused the recent gunfight. The person on the radio asked again, "What about the guy who escaped from the ambulance?" The other guy lowered his voice to report. One member with a rifle chased after him, but no updates yet. Thought it was just one guy, but looks like there are more than four. Exact number unknown. Also, the guy who escaped the ambulance is armed with a K2 rifle. Not sure what weapons the others have. Right now, I only have melee weapons, so alone. The radio cut him off. Because of those guys, one of ours died. If they're really from Gunja Station, capture them at all costs. If they resist, kill on sight. The masked guy fell silent for a moment, then answered in a low tone. Understood. But inside he was cursing nonstop. Damn it. If you're so tough, do it yourself. Don't even know if the team member chasing that shift guard is alive or dead. And how am I supposed to handle all of them alone? Plus, they're all men. No clue how many more there are. Using binoculars, he watched the three Jong Minun guys for a long time, finally deciding he had to first check which floor they were on in the building, or just wipe them out altogether. Meanwhile, Oh Byung-jun led the three of them downstairs. Jong Min-jun followed behind, anxious and uneasy. Basunho and Oh Byung-jun were the only two he truly trusted, definitely his soulmates. Jong Minun followed behind, nerves on edge. Only Basunho and Oh Byung-jun were the real ones he trusted. No doubt, they were his ride-or-die crew. But should I even tell them I got infected? Do you think they'll believe I'm immune? No, let's just forget about that for now. What if the test shows I'm not immune? Maybe I got infected but just haven't shown symptoms yet. What if I'm some kind of special infected? Either way, they'll treat me like a walking infection. That could get dangerous real fast. Maybe I should let the others move to the Gagunja refugee camp. As for me, I'll stay here, but I need a specialist doctor's diagnosis to confirm my infection status. Is there no other way? No idea. For now, let's put aside telling them I'm infected and focus on finding Han first. After a while, the three of them went back down to the room below. Watching the clock tick silently, Oh Byung-jun pulled out the walkie-talkie to check it. Seeing no response for so long, he said. Still no reply. Unless Hani isn't holding the walkie or something happened, he'd definitely answer. Jong Minun nodded, silently praying. Let's wait a bit longer. If nothing, we gotta go find him ourselves. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. Jong Minun cautiously looked toward the door, but each time, it was just silence outside. Time kept slipping by. The sun rose high above the rooftop, sunlight streaming through the windows of the building across the street. Inside, a window slowly creaked open. A guy with a face mask peeked his head out, eyeing Jong Minun's building, clearly scouting the area. What's this boot camp trainee nonsense? I just heard voices confirming the door's locked. They're definitely holed up there. I even brought the infected to surround them. Now, it's showtime. Back in the room where Minun's group was, Jena grumbled irritably. Hey, you two slackers, stop just hanging around me. Go guard outside. Obium was shaking like a leaf. What? No way. Damn, why do we gotta do this? Jena snapped back. You guys know this place inside out anyway. Suddenly, a noise outside made Minun look out worried. He leaned forward, puzzled. What's that? Glass breaking? More noises followed, so Jong Minun had no choice but to check it out. Again. Huh, did someone just throw something? The sounds got louder and faster, so Jong Minun sped over there. Flames were raging in a nearby room. Panicked, Jong Minun shouted, Fire! The place is on fire. Grab the fire extinguisher, quick! But before he could get far, he spotted another room going up in flames too. Here too? Dong Min froze for a moment, his brain racing. Someone threw a Molotov cocktail. Our spot's been compromised. We gotta move, gotta get somewhere else. Jena arrived and freaked out hearing this. What? Oh Byung-jun quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to report. This is Oh Byung-jun. We're under attack by unidentified assailants. Need backup as soon as possible. Don't know how many there are. Hurry. While he was still talking, Minun yelled, Everyone, pack up fast. Jena froze, eyes wide. She followed the group to the door, saw him about to open it, and shouted, Hey, Jong Minun, wait. But Jong Minun had already opened it, his eyes glazed as he looked down. Below the exit, a horde of zombies had gathered. Since when? Jong Minun scanned quickly, saw no way out, and slammed the door shut. Bunho asked, confused, What's wrong? Why'd you come back inside? Dong Min's voice was tense. The infected have flooded the emergency stairs. Someone's deliberately leading them here. The others behind gasped. What the hell? Suddenly, Dong Minun clutched his stomach, muttering, Damn it, why aren't the infection symptoms showing? Last time with Park Seon Pin, when symptoms flared, the infected didn't even attack. What's different now? Or is this rage just pure hatred for Bin? Thinking that, he decided to try again, lowering his head and yelling, "Ah ah ah, damn you, Bin, you bastard." Ho and Obyung-jun looked confused and worried. "What are you doing? Why suddenly cuss Bin?" No results. Jong Minun switched gears, asking, "Obyung-jun, how much longer for backup?" Obyung-jun hesitated, stammering, "If by car, at least 10 minutes. But if they're somewhere else, even longer." Seeing him hesitate, Minun added, "With the building swarming with infected, it'll take even longer to get in." Obyung-jun confirmed, "That's right." Outside, thick black smoke billowed, and the sound of Molotov cocktails smashing kept echoing. Dong Minun had to make a tough call. "All right, here's the plan. I'll find a way to lure those infected toward the back stairs. Meanwhile, everyone else, get out of here and find somewhere else to hide. We don't know how many more are out there, so try not to go outside." Jena shouted urgently. "Hey, Minun, wait." Byun-ho also warned confusedly. "What are you doing? What if you get bitten and infected?" Jong Minun handed over his backpack and said, "There's no other choice now. I'll find a way to pull them away. Byun-ho, hold on to my backpack for me. If we get separated, I'll head straight to the Gunja shelter. Everyone meet me there. Jena, Hazun, I'm counting on you two to take care of her." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Jena panicked and yelling, "Hey, Jong Minun." She reached out to grab his hand but only caught empty air. Jong Minun dashed out the door, leaving the group stunned, watching him go. As he ran out, Jong Minun shouted to attract the zombies' attention. "Hey, you bastards. I'm right here." The zombies immediately chased after him. Jong Minun grabbed a spiked bat and sprinted up to the rooftop, constantly trying to calm himself down. "It's okay. If I'm really immune, I'd rather get bitten than let my friends get infected. As long as they don't tear me apart, a bite won't kill me." Looking back at the zombies chasing him, he panicked and yelled out loud, "Damn it, how many of you are there anyway?" After running a bit more, he finally burst out of the stairwell and started planning his next move. If he could lure them onto the rooftop and then circle back inside, but dreams don't always come true. Just a short run, and he hit an obstacle ahead. When he tried to circle around, the zombies caught up. Looking down at the skyscraper below, he cursed. "Damn it, this view is so familiar it made him flash back to the past. On the first day the outbreak hit, I climbed up to Han Jena's apartment, ready to jump and end it all. If I hadn't met Jena that day, it probably would have been the last day of my life. Thinking back, I can say I'm still alive because of her. And now I'm fighting to keep living. That's right, since I promised Jena we'd survive together till the end, I absolutely can't die before I see my mom again." With that resolve, Jong Minun turned back and gave the zombies a friendly middle finger. "You think I'm gonna die just because I got bitten?" Saying that, he decisively spun around and jumped to the rooftop of the building across. "I'm not scared, not one bit." But mid-air, fear got the better of him and he screamed, "Shit, over here." Jena, dazed, followed behind the group, glancing back at the rooftop every few steps. The people ahead kept urging each other, "Is everyone down there okay?" "Yeah, no problem. Han Jena, hurry up. Over here." Jena watched him longingly, silently praying, "Jong Minun, please survive and come back." Meanwhile, Jong Minun landed on the edge of the rooftop across, but couldn't keep his balance and fell hard onto a pile of tables and chairs below, then slammed down onto the floor. Curling up in pain, he groaned for a moment, then struggled to push himself up, trembling as he muttered, Did I overdo it? But I'm still alive, thank God." Looking at his twisted ankle from the fall, he sighed, "Man, I think I landed wrong." Suddenly, a laugh echoed, making Jong Minun tense up and look over. A guy with a face mask strolled up casually and said with a smirk, "If I can't catch you alive, I'll just kill you all. And yet you come crawling right to me? Lucky bastard." Jong Minun backed away trembling. "So that's how it is? Who the hell are you guys?" The masked guy interrogated. "You're from Gunja, right?" Jong Minun, you shaking already. "Wait, I." Before he could finish, he got kicked hard in the stomach. The masked guy pressed on. "I saw you with the Gunja crew earlier. Where are they now?" Jong Minun clutched his stomach, groaning, "Why kick me where I'm hurt?" Without waiting for a reply, the masked guy pulled out a radio and reported, "This is the Cold Patrol team. We've caught one traveling with the Gunja group," came the response. "I'm almost there." He obediently replied, "Yes, I'll hold him and extract info." Jong Minun finally regained some composure, gritting his teeth and looking up at the guy. Wait, but the guy didn't care. He raised his foot and stomped down. Then came a series of agonized screams nonstop. Meanwhile, at the diner, Jena's group hid there for safety. Bun-ho and Obyung-jun watched tensely. "Is it clear outside?" "All good." Obyung-jun grabbed the radio. and a voice came through. This is Kim Dong-jun. I just got in front of that building, Oh Byung-jun immediately reported back. Yeah, I'm heading out front right now. Put away the walkie-talkie. He turned to the crew and said, thank God. My guys say they've arrived. Must be close. Before he could finish, Jena cut in. I'm staying here. You guys go ahead. Oh Byung-jun couldn't believe it. What? If Min-jun's not coming, didn't we agree to meet at the Gunja hideout? It's dangerous here. Better head to the Gunja hideout first. But Jena stood firm. Are we seriously going to leave Min-jun all alone? And we still haven't found Kang Hon. I'm not going anywhere until we find them. Bean-ho struggled to persuade her. What if Min-jun and Han got there first? Aunt John agreed. Yeah, Jena, even if we find them, we should get to the Gunja hideout first and get some help before searching further. Staying here's way too risky. The Gunja hideout's only about a mile away. If Min-jun or Honey are safe, we'll see them soon enough. Faced with everyone's earnest advice, Jena fell silent. The bar door shut again. Along the hallway leading to the emergency exit, Oh Byung-jun's group headed down to the backup vehicle. Upstairs, the guy with the mask watched and muttered, Gun's crew are in uniform. Could there be soldiers mixed in? No wonder the guy who escaped the ambulance was packing a K2 with way more firepower. We're screwed. Jong Minun, blinded, quickly tried to explain. We're really not on the same side as those guys, but the masked man didn't buy it. Words are easy to fake. Jong Minun tried to explain. It was just a coincidence meeting them on the road, and we're not even sure if they're really from Gunja. The masked man laughed. You don't sound the same as the first time we met, talking like old pals but still can't convince me. Dong Min shivered and changed the subject, but more importantly, the building next door was on fire, so they needed to move. He coldly said, don't worry, the fire won't spread here easily. I've arranged to meet my squad chasing your friends here. If they're alive, they'll show up by midnight at the latest. If they don't come by then, consider my squad dead. You'll be next. You'll be begging for him to show up. Mid-sentence, he froze, doubting his own eyes. What's up? You crazy or what? What's wrong with you? Don't tell me you're infected. Dong Min-jun couldn't see his own body, feeling a bit confused. What? Right now of all times? The masked man started panicking, firing off questions. Damn, you're definitely infected. Either way, you're gonna die. Right? When did DM get infected anyway? Dong Min-jun muttered gloomily. I'm not infected. But the masked man didn't believe him, hesitated, then pointed his gun at him. Or maybe we let you turn into a zombie and have some fun. Just kill me already. Dong Min-jun shouted in panic. Wait. Right then, there was a knock at the door. The masked man silently looked out. He muttered darkly, Cotton Mountain. Silence outside for a few seconds. The masked man repeated, Cotton Mountain. Dong Min wondered what it meant. Cotton Mountain? Huh. Is that some kind of code? Just then, a voice came from outside. Bop Jiang heard it, and the masked man sighed in relief. Damn, it's you. Glad you're back. He opened the door, happily greeting him, relieved he returned safe. But outside was Hun, pointing a gun straight at his head. Before he could finish, a headshot took him out. The loud commotion made Dong Min-jun inside wide-eyed with worry. Kaon slowly walked in, shocked. Can't believe it's Kang Hon. Dong Min-jun, so glad to see you. Kang Hon, you're safe. Kang Hon replied casually. Just in the building next door. Jong Min-jun bombarded him with questions. What? You said next door? What the hell happened? Kang Hon explained. I went to catch that guy to get info, so I got back late. Jong Min-jun slumped down, complaining. You're good, not a high schooler. Were you some kind of special forces? Kang Hon bent down, grinning brightly, casually asked back. What? You think I'm a spy? To survive, I had to risk it. What about Jena and the others? Jong Min-jun said. Someone just looked through the window and said they saw them taken to the Gunja hideout. Kang Hon was skeptical. Are those Gunja guys even trustworthy? Dong Min-jun told them. You know Byun-ho and Oh Byung-jun? They're my schoolmates. They came out from there, so it's probably true. Plus, there seemed to be some soldiers with them, all fully geared up. Kaon suggested they get out of there. But Dong Min-jun's leg was messed up and he couldn't walk, so he had to lean on Kang Honorable. He whispered with a bit of regret. Sorry, when I jumped down from the rooftop next door, I think I hurt my leg. Kang Hon asked worriedly, Can you still walk if I help you? Dong Minun mumbled and nodded. The two of them walked out, chatting happily. Hey, I found your glasses up on the rooftop. You always seem to find my stuff, huh? It was already dusk. Jong Minun walked while wondering and probing, but I started feeling symptoms of infection again. If I go to the Gunja hideout now, will I be considered infected? Kang Hon wasn't sure, so he just suggested, those guys might come back, so it's better if we get close to Gunja first. Jong Minun hesitated and asked, so who the hell are those people anyway? Kang Hon stayed silent, recalling when they caught that guy, who was beaten so badly he couldn't move and trembled as he confessed. I've told you everything I can. The meeting spot, the password, we keep moving so there's no official base yet. We're temporarily by Junang Cheon stream, but for sure they'll move somewhere else by tomorrow. Anyway, we're just some regular folks from the province. Kang Hon immediately cut him off. Ah, lying again. Regular folks, huh? Yesterday, one of my group got stabbed by some thug. The wound wasn't deep, but the knife was covered in infected blood. So that guy ended up infected. Before turning, he told us if there's a cure later, to come find him. Thut long. I think that's impossible, right? I've already used this knife to take down some infected while escaping. The knife still has infected blood on it. If I stab you a few times with it, you turn infected too, right? I'm not trying to kill you, but I want to run a little experiment. How does infected blood actually infect someone? Stuff like that. Hearing this, the guy trembled and confessed, because we came from the Yanchan prison camp. Right when the outbreak started, infected appeared inside the prison and a massive riot broke out. Many prisoners, including me, escaped. Some prisoners I met there came here as soon as they heard about the chaos. Kang Hon cut him off sharply. You guys are just criminals, sneaking into cars during the chaos to rob banks or malls, right? The guy hurriedly denied. I'm not that kind of bad criminal. But Kang Hon shut him down again. So you're a good criminal? Criminals are all the same. The guy ran out of arguments and begged, please, I'm sorry, spare my life. Kang Hon lost patience and loaded his gun. How did escaped prisoners get weapons like that? What's going on? Were those found on special ops bodies? Tell me where you got that info. The guy honestly explained, I didn't get them directly. I heard those weapons were recently recovered. A few days ago, a helicopter dropped something. When people checked the crash site, they found 2 AR rifles and a grenade in the crate, like a supply drop. This shocked Kang Hon, his eyes wide. The guy continued. 1 AR is kept by our team leader, another was taken from a soldier's body, plus a few grenades, mostly melee weapons. I guess it's supplies meant for special ops guys returning now. Kang Hon walked on saying, anyway, someone's deliberately distributing weapons somewhere, maybe to put out the fire, as he said. I don't know if it's the government, the U.S., or someone else doing it. Jong Minun thought suspiciously, supply drop. Then he lowered his eyes without saying more. When suddenly, Kang Hon froze and said, no way. Jong Minun looked up and saw a pile of bodies ahead, a huge banner with a message sprayed in blood as they approached. A car on the roadside was burning. Jong Minun hesitated and asked, the Gunja hideout, we're here already? Kang Hon immediately stopped him. Wait, is someone up there? Following Kang Hon's gaze, a soldier was on the roof of the building ahead, holding a gun. Seeing the guy aiming down at them, both panicked and shouted, what, run? Before they could do anything, gunfire rang out. Jong Min shut his eyes tight but only heard zombies growling nearby. He looked over and saw a zombie's head blown apart by a shot, stammering under his breath. They're already infected. Kang Hark-chan hurriedly urged. Hearing gunshots, the zombies would only come in bigger numbers. Hiding over there, Jong Minun agreed to try running away. Both of them aimed for a narrow alley and ran. After a while, they barely managed to shake off the zombies. Jong Minun saw the situation wasn't looking good and quickly suggested, Kang Hark-chan, those things won't attack me anyway. Maybe you should run ahead. Kang Hark-chan immediately refused. We've come this far, let's find the shelter entrance together. But when we got to the end of the street, there was a fence that made us both panic. What? A dead end? Don't tell me this is near the shelter gate. Not knowing what to do, more zombies suddenly charged from behind. Kang Hark-chan quickly released Jong Minun, raised his gun, and took down the lead zombie with a shot. Just then, someone opened the door behind them, shouting, get in here. Jong Minun hurriedly dragged himself inside, thanking them. As Kang Hark-chan stepped in, they quickly locked the door, pointing guns at him and ordered, drop your weapon, hands up. Seeing Kang Hark-chan freeze, the guy barked, you bastards, drop your weapons and put your hands up. Besides us, there are snipers watching from other spots, so don't try anything funny. Kang Hark-chan had no choice but to drop his gun. The guy kept interrogating. Where'd you get that gun? Kang Hark-chan hesitated, explaining, we just happened to find it on the way here. You guys came out from the gag gun shelter, right? My friends should have arrived here already. Before he finished, the guy snapped at him to shut up. Just answer our question. Where are you from? Kang Hark-chan said, we're just regular high school students. The guy didn't believe him and challenged. Regular students who know how to use that gun, don't talk crap, asshole. Kang Hark-chan had to explain more. A few days ago, there was a shooting incident. Those guys were blocked from entering here, and a conflict broke out. We were chased by them too. The guy immediately yelled, accusing, "You bastards, you're on their side, aren't you? How else would you know?" His buddy had to stop him. "Hey, enough. They're not those guys." Then he turned to reassure the two. "That was the first time we had to fight armed outsiders, so we're extra cautious now. We're not reckless killers, so there's a procedure to follow. Please understand. First, you guys have to go to the quarantine building for testing. Neither of you got bitten, right?" Jong Minun looked at the fading veins on his hand and silently felt relieved. Thank God, the symptoms are fading. Still, testing is risky. Then he hesitated and replied, "Bon and Obyung Jun are both my friends. My group probably arrived here with them a while ago. I want to see them before the test. Can you radio them?" The guy with the gun immediately turned and asked, "Can you meet anyone before testing?" The guy in the hat cautiously said, "Those guys are on patrol today, so it should be fine." Then he took out a radio and spoke into it about gate number 3 on the west side, where 2 unidentified people were held. They say they're friends of B. Sun Ho and Oh Byung Jun. Confirm if those 2 have arrived yet. The other end responded right away. After finishing, he told the 2 to wait, saying someone would answer soon. Jong Minun silently waited until dusk when the radio finally responded. Situation control reports, B. Yun Ho has returned. Oh Byung Jun hasn't come back yet, plus 2 survivors, a woman and a little boy. Jong Minun was surprised, thinking, still not back? His brain confirmed what he heard, so he shouted, "What do you mean? Your people must have arrived already." "My whole group was in the same vehicle. Among the survivors, there should be 2 women." The radio responded with a field report. One of the surviving women said she wanted to stay behind to look for her friend. Oh Byung Jun stayed with her. "First, bring them to the quarantine building." The guy in the hat immediately acknowledged the order. Jong Minun urgently asked, "Wait, is the woman staying behind named Han Jena?" Kang said straight up, "Definitely Jena. No one else is looking for us except Jena. Looks like Obi Jun is with her now." The guy with the gun ordered, "You can lower your hands now." Jong Minun lost his temper, cursing silently. He slowly stood and requested, "Permission, I think I have to go back there. The one staying behind is our friend." The guy in the hat calmly reassured him, "Really? Then you don't need to go anywhere. We'll send someone to bring them back, so don't worry. And it's already dark, so it's dangerous. By our rules, except for patrol teams, no one is allowed outside after 6 p.m. Once inside our area, you can't just go whenever you want. You guys head to the hospital in the quarantine building for infection testing, get your health checked, and handle the other procedures too. Your friend B. Sun Ho will be coming too, so go meet him." Kang Hon reached out to help me up, but Jong Minun, dazed, said he was fine and could still walk. As we stepped inside, he started asking around. "What about the people from my group who came here earlier?" The guy with the hat asked back, "A woman and a kid, right? They're definitely in the quarantine room." Kang Hon looked around curiously. "This place is pretty big." The guy with the hat explained enthusiastically, "It stretches all the way from the main hall of Gagunja. Since there were a lot of survivors, we built a bunker. Then some lost soldiers showed up, and with more survivors, we took over the surrounding buildings. Now this area has expanded a few hundred meters around the Gagunja center. From the outer gate where we're standing, this is the bunker zone. We set up barricades to keep it safe." Kang Hon pointed to one direction and asked, "Looking at this sign, there must be infected people in this area, right?" The guy with the hat answered, "We haven't taken over all the buildings here yet, so the infected are still inside the remaining ones. See that office building over there? We're trying to take that office building too. It's tough to clear out all the infected inside, but if we secure a few safe floors, it gives more survivors a place to stay." Kang Hon chatted happily. "That's awesome. How long have you guys been doing this?" Unlike him, Jong Minun looked like he was about to face the firing squad, his face gloomy, only thinking about the test. "I'm so worried." Meanwhile, at Jenna's place, the building she used to live in was engulfed in thick smoke. Jenna was determined to check the rooftop. Seeing a spiked bat on the floor, she immediately recognized it as Jong Minun's bat. So if he jumped down here from that other building, he's definitely alive. The smoke smell mixed faintly with Jong Minun's scent, but why did he leave his bat behind? Did he forget it? Before she could figure it out, Oh Byung Jun came over urging her. "Hey, the fire could spread to this building. We gotta get out now." Before he finished, Jenna jumped up yelling, "Hey fatty, I told you to leave me alone. Why come back?" "I said I can find them on my own." Oh Byung was awkward and stammered, "But I can't just leave you here. Besides, I just grabbed a gun, so don't worry." Jenna snapped back coldly. "Really? Worried? Do you even know how to use a gun?" That made Oh Byung even more awkward. Haha, I've practiced shooting a few times." Jenna kept grilling him coldly. "Oh yeah? Then why are you shaking? Besides Jong Min Jun and Kang Hon, I don't need anyone else. I can survive on my own. Obi Young-jun was at a loss with her, cursing silently in his head. Damn it, still so stubborn. Does Han Jena have a thing for Jong Minun? What the hell is going on between those two? Suddenly, Jena's tone softened, saying, even though you're a disgusting fat loser, thanks for worrying about me anyway. Obi-jun's face flushed red, unable to believe it, his mind swooning. Han Jena just thanked me. She definitely has feelings for me now. Stop fooling yourself and get a grip, Jena added. You think I'd say that? Loser. I know you're just causing trouble so you can be alone with me, right? Obi Young-jun was caught off guard, stammering. Huh. No way, Jena sighed. Seriously, I just said one nice thing and you lost your mind. Anyway, it's good to have someone like you around. I hate being alone. Obi Young-jun was spun around like a top by her, emotions all mixed up inside. This crazy girl. What am I supposed to do? She knows I'm a loser who can't say no to a girl and is just messing with me. Suddenly, Senna stood frozen in place. Outside the door, slow footsteps echoed. Both of them were sweating bullets. Obi Young-jun whispered with difficulty. Han Jena, hide. The footsteps grew louder. They both grabbed their weapons and moved to the edge of the wall next to the guard room. Jena wondered inside if it was Jong Minun or Kang. Honorable, if not them. The slow noises outside the door kept coming, making both hold their breath waiting. Back at the survivor camp near the train station. It was night now, but there were still lights on. Jong Minun looked around, amazed and speechless. Even the quarantine building has lights. It looks so peaceful. My mom should be safe here too. Just then, B Sun Ho rushed out shouting, Jong Minun. Jong Minun was shocked. B Sun Ho, where's Jena? You sent people, right? B Sun Ho hesitated. Well, we sent people back there but couldn't reach Obi Young-jun. Jong Min-jun froze, unable to believe it. What? Over at Jena's place, the rooftop was now empty. On the ground, Obi Young-jun's walkie-talkie crackled with steady calls. Obi Young-jun answered, the sky darkening as the sun dipped completely behind the building. Inside isolation room number 2, Jong Minun's voice rang out. Please let me go. I told you I'm going to find my friend. Why are you stopping me? The guy with the cap snapped back irritably. The two people sent out already lost contact. That's a dumb move. It's way too dark now. Outside's dangerous. If you want to die, go ahead. A guy standing nearby chimed in, saying if they want to die, let them go. They just arrived today, so they're not really one of us. If they get bitten by zombies and die out there, that's on them. The cap-wearing guy was Hao Hain, 28 years old, a former Korean sergeant, stubborn and determined to persuade. Too bad, out of all the survivors who made it this far, you're the first one to decide to leave on day 1. Suddenly, Kang Hon shouted, Jong Minun, going outside now is just crazy. Wait until morning, plus your leg isn't in great shape. But Jong Minun was resolute, firmly turning to say, then Kang Hon, you stay here. I'm going to find Jena and Obi-jun. Didn't you say the rule for survival is not to sacrifice yourself for others? You said you'd never risk your life for someone else, but I think that rule doesn't hold anymore. Han saw he couldn't talk him out of it and gave up. Tomorrow, a few people will arrive at dawn. If you're dead set on going, fine. We won't stop you and we'll lend you some gear to head out through the west gate. That's the safest route. Hao Hain stood behind, hesitating before calling out to Jong Min-jun. Hao Hain's voice gave detailed instructions steadily. Your leg's injured, so we'll lend you a golf cart. The battery's fully charged, so no worries about it dying halfway. You know it's dumb to use a big engine vehicle at night like this, but an electric cart beats walking. As for gear, Jong Minun said he'd just carry it in his bag. Seeing Jong Minun's determination, Chang Haon fell silent for a moment. Finally, just before Jong Min-jun stepped out, he called out, Jong Minun, we're going together. I'm coming with you. Can I grab a gun again? Jong Min-jun looked at Kang Hon in disbelief. The soldier didn't argue further and urged the two on. Go, go. It's getting darker, and the zombies are growling outside. Hao Hain led them to the safe gate, not forgetting to warn. From here, go straight out, turn right, then left, and keep going. But there are a lot of infected in that direction. We'll use guns to lure them away. Take this. If you've used a gun before, you'll manage it. That's all we can do for you. Jong Min-jun looked grateful. Thanks. Hao Hain raised the walkie-talkie and ordered, ready to shoot immediately. Gunfire erupted in rapid bursts. The zombies swarmed outside, running off in one direction. Hao Hain said, they're running that way, go. The shelter door opened. Jong Min-jun and Kang Hon wheeled the cart outside. Let's go. Inside, the accompanying soldier couldn't help but wonder. It's tough to find a gun. Are you sure you want to give it to him? He might not come back. But Hao Hain answered firmly. No matter who he's looking for, that person has to be really important like family or a lover. Meanwhile, in a lit room, Jena was shoved to the floor. She spun around in panic, only to see a few prisoners grinning at her, sneering. Two guys are dead, but I never thought there'd be a girl here. Escaping those two useless guys was lucky. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. Feels good, huh? The prisoners turned around and saw a muscular guy fresh out of the shower, frowning and asking, D. Joe, you're the first one? He didn't get it and snapped back. First what? Move aside. Then he sat down in front of Jena, lifted her chin with his hand, slowly assessing. Not bad. How old are you? Jena was stunned for a moment, then coldly looked away. Joe's eyes narrowed, his voice icy. You guys better not do anything stupid with her. She's too young. The prisoners behind fell silent for a moment before the leader burst out laughing. Hey, Apocalypse dude's here, and what justice? None of that matters now. Where'd your dumb sense of right and wrong come from? Who cares how old she is, as long as he's a 34-year-old badass? The main criminal charges include being a gang boss, illegal fights, drugs, weapons, murder, robbery, serious accidents, extortion, kidnapping, and so on. The guy next to him hurriedly warned, Are you crazy? That was Jiho, Ma Sang-cheon, 30 years old, 12 years in prison, violent, robber, and so on. Jae-jo lost his nerve, glaring at Kwon Tae-shik's threats. You should know why I'm in prison, right? So shut your mouth. Unless you want me to kill you. Kwon Tae-shik shut up, but inside he was cursing his luck. Damn it. Jio shifted his focus to Obyung-jun, ordering him to kill that pig over there, using the girl as bait. Obyung-jun was stunned, yelling, Wait, hold on a sec. Jae-ju didn't care about the analysis. If we play this right, we'll take over Gunja Station. It's big enough with tons of food and weapons. J.O. wasn't quiet anymore, shouting, Wait, you're planning to kill my friend? Please spare him. I'll do anything. Obyung-jun's face flushed red again, his thoughts racing. Jae-jo just called him a friend, and he's begging for his life. Begging to save someone like that isn't normal. He clearly likes me, no doubt about it. If we both survive, maybe I'll confess. Ja kept begging over here. He might be a loser, but being a loser isn't a crime. Sure, out there are plenty of losers like him, but he's a friend of my best friend. If he dies, my friend will be crushed. Obyung-jun's hope was just crushed, frustration and curses flooding his mind. Damn. I come all the way here and still get humiliated. Damn it, can he just die already? Kwon Tae-shik, silent until now, suddenly suggested. Right, D-ho, killing that pig would be a waste. It's gotta be useful somehow, or we could mess with it before killing it. Hey. Obyung-jun felt a bad vibe. Mess with me? Daiho didn't care, turning to ask Jae-o. Hey, have you ever killed a zombie before? Jae-o stayed silent. Daiho kept asking, then how do you survive? Jae-o still said nothing. Daiho thought for a moment, then decided to throw the girl in. Let's start. Kwon Tae-shik was slow on the uptake, only snapping awake a second later to ask. What? Seriously? Hey, catching a girl like that is tough. Isn't that a waste? Ma Sang-cheon hurriedly advised. Forget it, man. Sounds fun. Hey, get ready. Yeah. Joe's eyes widened, voice trembling as she asked, What are you guys planning? Kwon Tae-shik burst out laughing just like expected. Daiho's ruthless. Ha, I thought he'd go easy on a girl, but I was wrong. Ja handed her a fork and told her she had to protect herself, or she'd end up like those guys. Twisting the fork in her hand, face deadpan as he said, It's nothing. Don't worry. Aim for the face and stab. Just think of them as things targeting you. Feel the fight or flight and let the rage spread. Go crazy like a lunatic. J.O. couldn't understand what they were saying. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Joe concluded. She had to be everything to survive. Simple, right? He's Song Jo, 26-year-old death row inmate. Moments later, the blood-stained steel door swung open. J.O. was thrown inside hard, barely able to stand as she looked around. What the hell? But the room was eerily quiet, waiting a bit longer, then zombie noises echoed from outside. J.O. stood frozen like a statue, slowly realizing. Don't tell me. The next second the door was kicked open. A zombie was shoved inside by the prisoners. J.O. stood at the door calmly, saying, We made the fight easier. We cut off both its hands, so you can handle it, right? To survive in this world with a fragile body like that, you gotta go crazy. You live. Saying that, he turned his back and walked in, slamming the door shut, leaving Joe wide-eyed and frozen, trembling while clutching the fork. How? How can I do this? No, I can't. But before she could prepare mentally, the zombie lunged to attack. Jao instinctively ducked to dodge. The zombie slammed its head into the wall, screaming. Jao froze, couldn't believe her eyes. She rushed to the door, frantically pulling the handle. No use. She switched to pounding on the door, begging, "Please spare me. I can't do this. Please. Open the door." But outside was eerily silent. The zombie lunged at her again, biting. Zhao was so scared she shut her eyes tight, standing still and taking it. The fork Zhao was given dropped to the floor. The zombie grew more aggressive, mouth wide open, screaming. Jeo could only let it press against the door, silently praying, "Please, someone, anyone." Just then, an arm grabbed the zombie's neck, yanked it away, and slammed it against the opposite wall. The scene changed so fast, Joe's eyes went wide with fear. The other death row inmates grumbled irritably. "What the hell is going on? Why help her? Daiho, what's up? You bored if that girl dies too fast." Joe coldly picked up the fork from the ground and repeated, "I told you, right? To survive, kid, you gotta lose your mind a little." Before Jena could react, Jiho came around behind her and placed the fork in her hand. His voice rang steady in her ear. "Just this once, I got you. Hold it like this." Jena trembled, pleading, "Wait," but that zombie doesn't have time to wait. It charged at them immediately. Jiho reached out, grabbed its neck, and slammed it against the wall. Jena stammered, "What are you doing?" Dio replied without emotion, "It's all for your own good. Feel it, really feel what it's like. When I say to survive, you gotta be half crazy." With that, he grabbed Jena's hand and lifted it up. She panicked, "Wait, wait, hold on." Jiho ignored her, eyes shut tight, and plunged forward. A scream echoed out. The zombie went silent, blood splattered all over Jiho's face. The zombie collapsed right there. The fork in Jena's hand dropped too. Jiho, as usual, lectured, "If you want to be sure it's dead, you gotta go this far." Jena sat down, dazed. Jiho patted her shoulder, encouraging, "It's normal to be scared or shocked the first time. People change little by little. It's all for you, so calm down. You gotta be able to do this on your own, even when I'm not around. Until you can kill it with your own hands, we'll keep training. Take a 30-minute break, then we start again. Okay? Got it?" Saying that, Jiho turned and left Jena sitting there alone. Meanwhile, near the building where Jong Minun's crew was earlier, the quiet street suddenly filled with the sound of vehicles. Jong Minun and Kang Hon sped off on electric bikes. Seconds later, a horde of crazed zombies chased after them. Kang calmly asked, "You sure?" he said near Gajian D. Jong Minun confirmed, "Yeah, definitely." After saying that, he fell silent, worried. He recalled being captured earlier, the masked guy reporting over the radio. "We're still at the building next to the big square. Have one Gunja survivor under control." The voice on the other end responded immediately. "We're about 1 to 2 miles from Jeon Station. Chose this spot to hide." The masked guy urged, "Please hurry." "Boss, I'm hiding because I'm scared. Gunja might come looking." The radio reassured, "I'll be there soon." The masked guy still wasn't convinced. "To be safe, tell me the hideout's exact location. If anything goes wrong or we get separated, I can head straight there." Suddenly, a scolding voice came through. "Hey, dumbass. What if you blow our spot? Can you handle the responsibility?" "It's near Jeon Station, but I can't say exactly where. Anyway, just a few of us, including me, will be there. Just drive." The masked guy sounded unhappy. Honestly, a grown man having to be Jew's errand boy was annoying. He could have just said so when asked. Thinking that, he asked, "Gajian D is on line 2, right? Is it okay not to go straight there?" Kang Hon suggested, "Let's stop by the last building first." Obium Jun's last radio signal came from the rooftop of the neighboring building, so he might still be uncaptured. Just then, they looked at the building ahead, which seemed unbelievable. "Huh, the fire's gotten bigger." Jong Minun worried. "It's okay," Kang Hon assured. "It hasn't spread to the next building yet. Hurry up." They switched routes and sped off. After a while, a faint light flickered inside the dark stairwell. Jong Minun followed with a flashlight, relieved. "Thank God. At least this area is still safe." Suddenly, they found someone slumped at the stairwell's corner. Kang Hon approached, examined him, then analyzed. Looking at the band on his arm, he seemed to be one of Gagunja's survivors. Jong Minun shouted in disbelief, "No way." He scanned the area quickly, spotting scattered bullet casings on the steps, picked one up. He guessed, "Bullet casings? They use the same rifles as us, definitely those guys." Jong Minun doubted. "How do you know?" Kang replied, "The casing positions tell the whole story. Looks like they were ambushed before they could shoot back and had their weapons stolen. The gun I'm holding belonged to the guy I killed." He said they had another identical one. Hearing this, Jong Minun grew even more worried. What if Jena and Bong Joon got caught too? Kang Hon didn't answer, just moved ahead. After a moment, they reached the rooftop and quickly found Obi Jun's radio. Obi Jun picked it up, surprised. The radio belonged to Bong Joon. Kang Hon glanced around and concluded there were no bodies, just dropped stuff, meaning they were probably captured. The radio connected again. Kang Hon reported inside. This is Kang Honorable. We've reached the rooftop. Found. 2 people died in the emergency stairwell, but there was no sign of Oh Byung-jun or the female teammate. Still, we managed to grab Oh Byung-jun's radio, and now we're heading straight to Jeond. The other end stayed silent for a moment before responding. Got it. Be careful. Jong Minun silently glanced over at Kang Hakon. After a while, the two continued on. Watching the zombies moving in the distance, Jong Minun asked, "Is this the spot?" "That alley next to the Jeond exit." Kang Hon suggested they move quietly from here on out. Jong Minun lowered his voice reluctantly. "All right, there are dozens of buildings in this alley. How do we know which one's the right one?" Kang Hon had no clue either, but suddenly spotted a guy sitting on the second-floor porch nearby. The dude was totally unguarded, resting his gun on his lap and smoking, grumbling nonstop. "This place is full of infected losers. Those gun guys can't even find this spot, so why the hell are we even watching it? Zombies won't just barge in here, right? That Jew kid's a year younger than me, but acts like he's the boss. Why the hell am I stuck doing these dumbass chores?" This guy was Oh Sang-min, 27 years old, with 6 years behind bars for assault, theft, and drug distribution. Suddenly, a flashlight beam hit him dead on, catching him off guard, eyes snapping shut. Regaining his senses, Oh Sang-min immediately pulled his gun and shouted, "Damn it, who the hell are you?" Before he could finish, Kang Han appeared like a shadow behind him, pressing a knife to his neck. "That's the question I was going to ask." Oh Sang-min froze, disbelief written all over him. "What?" Kang Han asked coldly. "You an escaped convict or what?" Oh Sang-min stammered. "Huh? Who are you?" Kang Han ordered without a hint of emotion. "Just answer how many people are inside. I'll count down from 3, 2, 1. Oh Sang-min broke into a cold sweat, cursing, "You dumbass." Immediately, Kang Han applied a little pressure, making him scream in pain. After a bit of interrogation, Kang Han's voice came through the radio. "Hurry up, Minun, get inside quick. We don't have much time." Jong Minun finally poked his head out, nodding. Yeah. The two entered the building Joe had taken over, stepping slowly up the stairs. Kang Han led the way, signaling cautiously, slipping into a corner by the wall and peeking out. The calm scene made Han a bit suspicious. The elevator door was wide open. Kang Han walked over and looked down, seeing a light shining from below. He figured he heard some noise coming from the basement, where the hallways were covered in battle scars. Inside a room, Oh Byung-jun responded, "I swear I don't know anything. I just got here not long ago. Those convicts won't give up, still pretending to be dumb, huh? You bastard, you want me to cut off your finger to remember?" The guy speaking was Dung Dui Hon, 30 years old, a former Special Forces soldier with 10 years for serious assault and attempted murder. Ma Sang-chan stood nearby eavesdropping, then suddenly turned and looked behind him. He stepped out to check the hallway but found nothing unusual. Inside the elevator, faint sounds echoed again near the entrance. Dong Bin-jun and Kang Hakon stood there shining flashlights. Kang Han grabbed the radio to report, "This is the bar building in the alley near Gate 1 of Jeon Daepigu. Looks like they found the escapees' hideout." After getting the reply, Kang Han said, "All right, I'm going in. You head back and coordinate. I'll go down first, so don't come down until I say it's safe." Jong Min-jun warned anxiously, "Be careful, there's still stuff down in the basement." Another zombie was dragged in. Jia brought it into Jena's room and carefully asked, "You think you can handle this one?" Jena, tears streaming, begged, "Please, why are you doing this to me?" But no answer came. The zombie was pushed down by him. Jena weakly pleaded, "Please let me go." Joe's face didn't change as he said, "This isn't hurting you. I'm doing this because I see you as special. So this time, do it right." Watching the zombie stand back up, Jena stepped back to avoid it. "Please." Joe ignored her and locked the door, and inside came the screams of the zombie and Jena. Joe tensed, listening closely to the sounds inside, then suddenly his eyes went wide as he spun around. At the basement stairs, Kang Han jumped down onto the roof, looking below. Seeing no one, he landed quietly and tensely scanned outside. Just then, Ma Sang-chan walked by, head full of questions, clearly having heard noises from the elevator area, and the two locked eyes. Ma Sang-chan, caught off guard, stammered, "Who's there?" Without a word, Kang Han fired a shot into his leg. A blood-curdling scream echoed, grabbing the attention of the Iron Troops. The prisoners all looked outside. "Huh, what's that noise?" Dung Du-hun poked his head out and saw Ma Sang-cheon lying on the floor groaning. Dung Jun was hidden in a corner near him, while Kang Hakon aimed his gun threateningly. "Shut up if you don't want to die." After controlling the guy, Kang Hakon finally exhaled in relief. Even if it were me, I've never been in the military or trained in close combat before. I'm not sure this mission is really the right move. According to the guy I interrogated, he said there were 7 people total at that time. Counting him, the guy kidnapped in Minun, and the guard outside, 3 are dead. If we don't count the hostage here, there are at least 3 inside. He also has an AR rifle and grenades. If they already killed the guy at Gunja Station and grabbed more rifles, then at least 2 of them are armed with rifles. Using this guy as bait to lure Jena and Obyung Jun is the smartest move. Meanwhile, Dong Jun scanned the area and reported. Ma Sang-cheon was shot, likely by the Gunja Station guy with a rifle. The Iron troops tensed up. What's going on? Both of them turned to prep their gear. Damn it. Hey, give me the gun. Hand it over. Dong Jun declared he didn't want to fight anymore. After all, I used to be special forces. Outside, Kang Hakon hid behind a wall, yelling loudly, "We're here to find 2 of our own." "Those 2 are inside, right?" Silence answered for a few seconds. Then Hak Chan shouted again, "Obyung Jun, Jena, if you're in there, answer us." Obyung Jun barely regained some consciousness and shouted back, "Both me and Han Jena are inside." The Iron troops glared at him angrily, telling him to shut up. They beat up Obyung Jun again to keep him quiet. Upstairs by the elevator, Jong Minun listened carefully and recognized Obyung Jun's voice, concluding that Han Jena and Obyung Jun were both still alive and safe. Dong Jun peeked out with a weapon, yelling, "Identify yourselves, you bastards. What the hell are you planning now?" Kang paused briefly, then shouted back, "I'm Kang Hakon from the UDT. Gagunja. Dozens of soldiers are surrounding this building, and you'll be taken down by force soon. There are 3 guys with guns inside, right?" The Iron troops broke out in sweat, tense as hell. UDT means Special Forces. Damn, we're probably screwed. Dong Jun argued without hesitation. But they didn't look very professional. Maybe UDT was just a bluff. If a bunch of people had broken in, they'd have come all at once. But I think it's just 1 guy, maybe 2 or 3 at most. We're not outnumbered. Still, the Iron troops couldn't calm down. Damn. But that guy even knows how many of us there are? Dong Jun ignored the cold analysis. Sneaking in and shooting so recklessly means he's either crazy, a reckless lunatic, or a clumsy professional imposter. One of the 2. Hearing no response inside, Kang Hakon pushed harder. "Make a deal with me. Your teammate is in my sights, and 1 shot will kill him. Spare him, and let my 2 guys leave safely." Dong Jun couldn't decide. What now? The Iron troops were freaking out. "Where's Jun?" "That girl's in the room, right? Damn." After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and ordered a grenade thrown. Dong Jun couldn't believe his ears and turned around. "What?" The Iron troops repeated loudly. "I said, throw the grenade." "Damn it." Dong Du-hun hesitated. "But what about Ma Sang-cheon?" The Iron troops cursed recklessly. "Screw it. That guy's just dead weight with the other one anyway. I said, throw it, so throw it, you bastard. If this is a trap, we'll all die just trying to save Ma Sang-cheon." Ma Sang-cheon gritted his teeth in anger. "Grenade. Damn." Under life or death pressure, he begged, "Please spare me. Man, please let them go. Dio, please save me." Suddenly, footsteps echoed, making Hakon freeze and look up. Right in front of him were fearless feet in sandals stepping forward. Dio appeared, holding an AK, annoyed. "Man, you guys are dragging out this nonsense way too long." Hakon was caught off guard. "What? He's coming this way." Ma Sang-cheon was terrified and tried to back away, but Dio showed no emotion and pointed the gun at him, declaring, "Survival rule number 1. If you put your team in danger just to save yourself, then you might as well die." No sooner had he finished speaking than he fired, taking down the savage Sangun. Kang Hon didn't expect this guy to be so cold-blooded, quickly aiming his gun outside. But Joe closed in, decisively snatched the gun from him, and with a quick kick, jabbed his chin. Kang Hon was immediately blasted backward. Joe heard the noise, spun around fast, and saw Minun rushing out of the elevator, pointing a gun at him. But he wasn't scared at all. He aimed his gun right back. Jong Minun hesitated, then said, "Hanina and Obyung Jun, let them go." Joe repeated in surprise, "Hanina? So that girl's name is Hanina?" He lowered his gun on his own, turned around to order, "Don't shoot Jun." Then he asked if I could just let that fat guy go, everyone except Hanina. I felt like that girl meant something special to me. Though we just met, Dong Minun was sweating bullets, silent. Summoning all his courage, he shouted again, "Let Jena go right now, or I'll shoot." Joe casually remarked, noticing he really seemed ready to shoot. "Hanina must be the trigger making him lose it, huh? Those 2 got some kind of special connection?" Before he could answer, voices echoed down from the elevator above. "Looks like reinforcements were coming. The four others moved behind the building and surrounded us. Daiho's face changed slightly as he blurted out, "What? Didn't expect backup for real. Even if you shoot me now, the guys aiming at you over there will shoot you back. Looks like things aren't in your favor, huh? So put the gun down." Jong Minun barked immediately. Silence followed. Joe didn't want to get tangled up anymore, snorted coldly, and turned away. "Do whatever you want, I'm out. And you don't have time for that now, better go check on Han Jena." Dong Min-jun asked, confused. "What?" Joe said right away. "She's alone in the room with that zombie." That made Dong Minun stammer, eyes wide. "What the hell are you guys planning to do with Jena?" But Gio didn't care, just walked off. "Catch you later if there's a chance." Quotich was already geared up, urging, "Joe, get over here." Jong Bin-jun ignored them and rushed inside. He quickly found Obyung-jun asking urgently, "Obyung-jun, Jena, is Jena here?" Obyung-jun was overjoyed. "Jong Min-jun, you came to save me?" "Not here. Different room." Just hearing that, Dong Minun abandoned him and dashed off. Obyung-jun fumed, steam practically coming out of his ears. Those bastards, they're definitely in love. Meanwhile, inside, Minun ran around opening every door, shouting worriedly, "Jena." Jena sat dazed in front of the motionless zombie. Hearing the call, her body stiffened, frozen in place. The scene made Minun uneasy. Jena, are you okay?" As soon as he looked at her, Jena lunged forward, hugging him tight and pinning him down, leaving Minun frozen on the spot. Tears streamed down her face, her sobs echoing non-stop. He was stunned, unsure how to react, but his hand trembled as he reached up to comfort her, rubbing her head. "It's okay. You don't have to be scared anymore." But Jenna's crying didn't stop, filling the room with steady sobs. On the other side, the fight had come to a halt. Had grabbed the walkie-talkie, a voice crackling through. "I lost them after about 300 meters, but still lost the trail." He immediately ordered, "Splitting up is too dangerous. Everyone regroup and head back to Gunja Station." The other end acknowledged quickly. After that, Ha couldn't help but curse those bastards under his breath, then turned to Kang Hon with praise. "You did really well. I heard you're a high schooler. Impressive." Kang Hon replied warily, "Because we took down so many of them, I'm afraid they'll come back for revenge." But Hane cut in to reassure him. "Don't worry, just stay extra alert. Of course, their numbers are down, but don't let your guard down." "Where did you learn to use a gun?" Kang Hon looked a bit awkward. When he sensed the discomfort, Hane brushed it off. "Doesn't matter in this apocalypse world, right?" But Kang Hon confessed. "I crossed the border when I was a kid. The first person I ever shot was a North Korean soldier who used to bully me. I grabbed his gun when he wasn't looking and shot him." Hane couldn't help but sigh. "So that's how it was." Kang Hon added, "After settling in South Korea, once I graduated high school, I wanted to join the army like Sergeant Hane." After a brief silence, he hesitated, then said, "Sergeant Hane, I have something important to tell you in private." Hane was left puzzled. After a while inside cell 2011, looking at Dong Minun's stomach wound, Ha-do-ha-in's voice came out full of disbelief. After a while inside cell 2011, looking at Dong Minun's stomach wound, Ha-do-ha-in's voice was full of disbelief as he said, "Unbelievable. Looking at the wound, you're definitely infected. How long have you been like this?" Jong Min-jun hesitated as he recounted. I think it's been over a week, probably got infected before that." Kang Hon hesitated, confirming again, making sure this didn't get out. "Right?" Hadden turned back and nodded. "Yeah, for now only we know. But we gotta report this to the doctor in charge of the evacuation zone. I'll tell him for you. Luckily, that doc's tight with me. First, let's get you checked out there. I'll take responsibility, so don't sweat it." Jong Minun was stunned hearing this. "Ah, here's my gun back." "Nah, I'm not gonna use it." But Hoini pushed it back. "All right, just keep it then. You don't believe your own ears?" Thanks, man." Night was falling. In the gathering zone, Dong Minun remembered he needed to get checked and quarantined for a day. "Thanks to that, I got to live in the Gunja evacuation station. But our final goal's the Gangnam evacuation zone, so we can't stay here long." Earlier this afternoon, Kang Hon asked around. "My little sister and Minun's mom are at the Gangnam evacuation zone. Have you heard anything about Gangnam?" According to Sergeant Ho Hain, about a week ago through emergency radio broadcasts, they got a lot of info on the current situation. They said the Gangnam evacuation zone really exists and it's the biggest one in Seoul. Of course, besides short-range comms, all other devices are dead, so he said there's no way to know what's going on over there. Hopefully it's as safe as here. The summary Sergeant Hain got from the radio is, South Korea and the entire Korean peninsula are facing the worst situation ever. The infection rate and spread are insanely fast, swallowing the whole country, and the South Korean central government basically collapsed from Seoul to Busan. No city is safe, but it seems many evacuation zones, big and small, are running everywhere. Some prisons got dangerous with inmates breaking out, but others are used as evacuation zones. They can be completely isolated from outside. The situation in neighboring countries is serious too. North Korea locked down all borders and sea routes, but no one knows if there are infected inside. Neighbor Japan quickly sealed off after the disaster hit South Korea. Their initial response was pretty effective, but some Japanese and Korean refugees tried to get into Japan by boat. A few of them brought the virus into Japan. They say zombies finally appeared in Japan despite the strict lockdown. China failed in their initial response and became the next country with zombies after South Korea. Reports also came from Thailand, Taiwan, and Indonesia about zombies, especially in the U.S. They locked down military bases in South Korea and embassies tight. On a national level, they're evacuating citizens by planes and helicopters. Rumor has it some U.S. military units in Korea got infected, but the situation after that is unclear. In this global crisis, the U.S. is clearly intervening more than any other country, but no one knows what the future holds. Sergeant Hadwain said the zombie disaster wasn't natural, but a carefully planned operation by someone, possibly a biological terrorism chain. Biological terrorism means intentionally spreading biological agents like bacteria, viruses, toxins, causing sudden, widespread outbreaks nationwide. Communication systems went down completely in a day, and zombies appearing inside military units and prisons is too weird to be coincidence. Some speculate North Korea did it, but the exact cause hasn't been confirmed. The most likely cause, in my opinion, is the game Reds. On the day the disaster hit, Reds held a massive offline event, and infected people resembling zombies from the game started showing up in real life. Players like me, B-Mun, and Sun Ho-Ho have always thought that way. The theory is someone deliberately spread the virus in Korea and dropped weapons and supplies to turn the game's survival into reality. Another theory is the developer intentionally caused this disaster, or even that a foreign corporation addicted to the game planned it all. The truth's still unclear. But why Korea? If they wanted, they could have done it anywhere in the world. But one thing's for sure, someone's trying to turn that zombie game into real life. Meanwhile, at the hideout of the Hakyung crew, 20 years old, Professor Se-don's daughter, a freshman at college, broke down crying. Hazoon and Aunt John have safely completed quarantine. Thanks to the sergeant's help, they reunited with the professor's daughter during the isolation period. But since the professor got infected during transit, if only he could have made it here, that would have been great. I can't celebrate just yet. Over in the quarantine area, Jena sat dazed in a corner. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Jena." Han Jena. She snapped out of it and turned around. Jong Minun asked worriedly, "You okay?" She stammered, unable to form a sentence. He got even more concerned. "Seriously, are you all right? You've been spaced out like a ghost all this time." She wiped sweat and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm normal. I was a bit down earlier, but I'm good now." Seeing that, he fell silent, thinking it made sense. Even if it's zombies, just taking down one with a fork would be tough. Remembering that scene, his eyes drooped. She must have been really shaken. Suddenly, B-Sun shouted as he approached, "Jena, you're up next. Come on in." Before he finished, the Korean student snapped, "Hey dude, stop calling me Jena, all right? What's so close about that to call me that?" Byun was stunned. "Then what should I call you? Hey you?" Jena got angrier. "Just hearing someone like you say my name pisses me off." He got even more flustered. "Ah no, you're overreacting. You're something else." Dong Min-jun sat nearby, feeling a bit nostalgic. Seemed like classic Han Jena after all. Both Jena and Kang Hon tested negative. Only Kang Hon had multiple small wounds, so after quarantine, he still needed to stay hospitalized and rest for a few weeks. A while later, inside the quarantine room, Jong Minun lifted his wound for the doctor to check. Tense inside, finally, it was his turn. He was a bit nervous. But now, he could only trust Sergeant Hain and the doctor. The doctor observed for a moment and said in disbelief, "Has it really been over a week?" "No way. Are you sure there are no symptoms?" He honestly replied, "Sometimes my whole body changes color like a zombie, or suddenly I get a high fever, then it goes away." Hearing this, the doctor broke out in sweat and confirmed, "You can see that with the naked eye. Definitely, you've been infected." She's Yunzin, 27 years old, an internal medicine intern, and Sergeant Hain's girlfriend. In Jong-min, June was stunned. She analyzed further. "Of course, I'll take blood for precise testing. But if after more than a day since infection there's no major change, chances are you're immune." He relaxed, hearing this, "So turns out I'm immune." She hesitated a bit. "Definitely immune. Developing treatment could be a major breakthrough." He hurriedly cut in, "So what happens to me?" Am I going to be a guinea pig for drug development? Like in movies or some game. When making vaccines, they feel sorry and she immediately reassured. That's just in movies. In this evacuation zone, we don't have the manpower to develop vaccines or treatments. As you know, this is our current situation. Japan or the U.S. might be different. But I've heard from my boyfriend, Sergeant Hain, before. I'll keep your infection a secret for now. Jong Minun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Yoon Jain emphasized again, but you need to fully understand the promise you must absolutely keep. Jong Minjun stiffened. After a moment of discussion inside the clinic, he scratched his head and admitted, I really am infected. Jena stammered, oh, so you're immune, right? He calmly replied, the doctor said research will continue, but there's something the doctor told me. Before he finished, Jena suddenly remembered. She shouted inside, oh right, step aside a bit. Seeing her rush off like that, he panicked, oh man. A few seconds later, Jena burst into the patient room yelling, I have something urgent to say. Dr. Yoon Sain looked surprised. What is it? I have to go now. Can we talk tomorrow? She was so flustered, she stuttered. I need to know right now. It's really important. Hearing that, Yoon Jain stopped packing. After a moment, she sat down and asked seriously, so what is it? I told you to stay, but then I hesitated to say it. But Jena was too nervous to speak. I'm asking this, but don't tell him. Seeing her avoid eye contact and blush, Yoon Sain awkwardly followed. Okay. What is it? Jena hesitated. Jong Min is shaking. If he's infected, can he still do it with his daughter? Yoon Sain was shocked, eyes wide. What? Do it? What do you mean? She blushed and couldn't finish her sentence. I mean, if Minun really got infected, then with his daughter, that kind of thing, no matter what, those kinds of things. That's what I mean. Yoon Jain didn't understand and asked hesitantly. Suddenly, why the hell are you asking that? Seriously, why would you come up with such a dumb question? No answer. She thought it through herself and covered her mouth in shock. Jena and Jong Minjun are dating, right? Jena's face flushed red as she shouted. What? No, that's not true. We're not dating. He's like a brother to me. We're close like siblings. Anyway, if his body ends up unable to be with girls, that's a huge deal. He'd have to live single for life, no touching girls, no kids. Life would be brutal. She suddenly jumped up, yelling. Yoon Jain sighed helplessly. All right, calm down first. I get what you're trying to ask. But let me ask you something. Jena, can you kiss those zombies wandering around out there? Minjun's infected just like them. Not sure if you heard the explanation sent to Minjun, but he's definitely infected. So until technology can cure it completely, by the rules, he's absolutely off limits. The virus mainly spreads through wounds or blood, but saliva or bodily fluids can't be ruled out. Sharing stuff or skin contact is risky too. Anyway, Minjun is a seriously dangerous entity. After a moment, Jena stepped outside, her heart heavy from Sergeant Hoin's request. For now, we'll keep it quiet. But the truth is Minjun can't enter the safe zone. Of course, he won't bite anyone right now or anything like that, but if he gets too close or shares drinks and food, it could be dangerous. We've told him to follow the rules strictly, but since he could turn aggressive anytime, we have to stay alert. If he turns into a zombie, he might have to be shot on the spot, so he has to accept that. Seeing her come out, Jong Minjun stood up and asked, What did you talk about? She whispered back, Nothing. You're really awkward. The doctor already told me. Turns out eating together last time was super risky. Because of me, others could get infected. So now when I go out, I always wear long sleeves. The virus doesn't spread through the air, but I still have to be careful to avoid direct contact. So, if you come with me from now on, you might get infected too. I think the search for my mom should be on me alone. Of course, it's your call. Hearing this, Jena's eyes welled up, and she bolted away fast. The sudden scene left Jong Minjun stunned and frozen. A while later, inside the quarantine room, Jena sat curled up alone. Jong Minjun opened the door and hesitantly asked, Hey, are you mad? No, I mean, you've gone through so much to come with me here. I really appreciate it, but I'm just really worried. What if you get infected too? It's safer here, and there are lots of people. I think even without me, you won't be lonely. I'm saying this because I care about you. Jena silently listened, thinking to herself, Seriously, why does he think such dumb stuff? After some thought, she spoke up. Jong Minjun trembled, suddenly missing his mom back in the States and feeling a bit down. It's not because of you, so don't worry. And being with you isn't exactly easy either. It's just that I promised to find your mom. I want to keep that promise and be by your side. Whether I get infected or not, that's a risk I'm willing to take. Hearing her, he stammered, Sorry. Jena cut him off. Thanks for finding me today. You must be tired. Go back and rest. He nodded and quietly went back. The door closed, silence fell. Jena struggled inside her head. If I'm shaking, does that mean I could get infected too? Time passed through the night. The next morning at the temporary base, Kang Hon was diagnosed with an injury that would take nearly 5 weeks to heal. He hobbled on crutches to the doctor and asked, "So you've been coming here all this time with your body like this?" His mind was full of worry, so before heading to the Gangnam safe zone, he had to stay here at least 5 weeks. 5 weeks? Gotta stay here 5 weeks? When I first got to the Gunja safe zone, I thought since the military runs it, the discipline or atmosphere would be strict, but this place is pretty chill and comfortable, way beyond what I imagined. After a while, the three gathered. Hadohane introduced the Gunja safe zone school, Lieutenant Colonel and Hyeon-ji. Before the incident, he was the commander of the 82nd Mobile Regiment, Ha-do-ha, and introduced this as the Gunja Station concentration camp, led by Lieutenant Colonel and Hyeon-ji. Before the incident, he was the commander of the 82nd Mobile Regiment. Jong Minun shyly blurted out, Hey and Hong Diu, captain of the 82nd Mobile Regiment of the Korean Army, now the head of the Gunja concentration zone. Friendly smiled back, "You've been struggling to survive out there, dodging zombies, huh? Just chill here. If you need anything, just say the word." Jong Minun recalled in his head, Major and Hai Ji, head of the Gunja concentration zone, seemed really kind, but rumor had it that after his wife and kids got attacked by zombies, he developed a deep hatred for zombies. Those bastards were infected, shoot 'em all dead. Since then, he stopped seeing zombies as human. He ordered immediate elimination, even before they fully turned, so my infection absolutely can't be exposed. Bisunho and Bungun already know about my infection. Besides those two and Jena Kang Hon, the professor's family, only Corporal Ha and the doctor are aware. And because I could turn into a zombie anytime, I had to accept surveillance by Corporal Ha-do-ha, and as a condition to stay in the zone. Under Corporal Ha's watch, I had to stay alone in the room next to his dorm. Kang Hakon and Jena also live in the same dorm building. Looking at the area set aside for me, clean water flows steadily. He was kind of impressed. There's even drinking water. Lucky break. If there's nowhere else to go, living here ain't so bad. If the concentration zone expands like Corporal Ha hopes, it'll be more comfortable. But to see my mom, I'll have to leave eventually. Thinking about that made him sad again. Remembering what Jena said last night, it's just because I promised to go find your mom with you. I just want to keep that promise and go together. The scene from the day before at the professor's house, she looked at him and said firmly, "I'll help you find your mom no matter what." Remembering that, he was a bit stunned. Did I say something unnecessary? Because Jena has gradually opened up to me compared to before. I know we've gotten closer and tighter, but that's why Jena has become important to me. If Jena got infected or died because of me, I really don't want to even imagine that. Time passed to noon. Hoo-ha-ha-in led the group to give a quick tour. It started at Gunja Station platform. Now it's developed so much that each building is divided into living zones. The number of survivors keeps growing, so they had to expand the area. Inside the concentration zone, only the basic rules apply, making it feel like the pre-pandemic world was so peaceful. That peace, ironically, makes it feel even more alien. After a while, Ho-ha-in said, "This is the gym. Training sessions and various other drills happen here. The gym and survival, shooting training are run systematically. All men over 17 have to go through training for a set time and must serve as guards or patrols, and a few women volunteer too." Suddenly, Bi-sun-ho turned and asked, "Oh right, among the survivors here, there are a few from our school." He was a bit surprised. "Really?" He confirmed just as they were over there. Just as he finished, someone called out, "Jena." She turned, surprised. "Huh? You guys are here?" Two girls also looked amazed. "Oh my god, what's going on?" "Jena, you're still alive?" Turns out the new survivor here was this guy. "Remember when we hung out at Kano? On the way home that day, I almost died, and my parents came to pick me up. While moving by car, we got trapped and ended up here. Man, there's just way too much to tell." Jong Minun glanced over there, thinking to himself, "These are some first-year classmates, and Jena has always been close with all the girls." Suddenly, someone noticed him. "Did he come here with Jena too?" he asked, confused. "Why?" The girl couldn't believe it, replying, "I didn't think he'd come with her." Jena cheerfully jumped in. "Ah, it just happened that way, Jong Minun. You know these guys too." He hesitated, mumbling, but the girls kept questioning. "But Jena and Jong Minun are definitely a weird pair. I think it's weirder that Minun's still alive and kicking. You're so mean." "But what about Jena's parents?" "Asked too much," Jena awkwardly replied. "Anyway, there's a lot to talk about, but let's catch up later." "We can meet up later too," they had to agree. "Yeah, we're hanging out in this building." Okay, see you later. Jong Minun looked around silently, not saying a word. After a while, during dinner, Ho-ha asked in surprise, an underground tunnel? Kang Hon confirmed. Yeah, since all the bridges over the Han River are blocked off, I was planning to try getting to Gangnam through the Line 5 tunnel, which is why I came to the Ganja station on Line 5. Hado Inui frowned and whispered, Of course, we've thought about that too. That's pretty tough right now, especially with our current situation and manpower. Unless a helicopter picks you up, it's going to be really hard to get to Gangnam at this moment. Just stay here a few days and you'll see. You won't even be able to think about going anywhere. Come down to Gunja Station, I'll show you firsthand what's going on at the cockfighting pit. Kang Hon fell silent after those words. Time passed quietly after the meal. Inside the base's underground bunker, Ha Do-ha-in's voice echoed steadily. Back then, this fireproof door played a crucial role in keeping zombies out. Now, no one's allowed inside except the patrol team. But at first, a lot of survivors lived down here, sleeping on the floor. Luckily, there's a convenience store inside, so surviving a few days wasn't a problem. Saying that, he fell silent and led the two down below. Outside the glass doors, zombies lurked, wandering back and forth. Hado shined his flashlight on them and reminded, I've been to Asan Station before. The next station here is crawling with zombies, somewhere along Line 5. The platform gates were either open or zombies crawled out from the subway, but either way, they flooded in here. Still, there are quite a few zombies inside the tunnel. It's a bit dangerous, but I was planning to open a main route someday to cross the Han River through the Line 5 tunnel. But we still don't have enough manpower. We've been focusing our manpower on building barbed wire fences and barricades around the compound to expand the area. And even if we block the tunnel and get through, if the government or the Songba and Gangnam districts have blocked the other side of the tunnel, then there really is no way out. Hearing that, Jong Minun's face tensed up. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. Sometimes I get symptoms of infection, and strangely, the zombies don't attack me then. My body gets so bad I could collapse anytime. But in that moment, I'm safe even in the middle of a zombie horde. If those symptoms come back, then let me try crossing the tunnel first to check it out. In the pitch-dark hallway, not a sound was heard as the four gathered together. Repeated Jong Minun's point in a low voice. He means that when infection signs flare up, the zombies won't target him. Is that right? How long do those symptoms usually last after appearing and disappearing? Jong Minun answered. I think about 1 to 2 or 3 hours. I'm not sure exactly when the symptoms will flare, but during that time, the body gets extremely weak, and collapsing immediately is possible. Hado exhaled softly. It's hard to believe, but here's the thing. Suppose what you say is true. When those symptoms appear and you cross the southern Han River tunnel yourself to check if the other side is blocked, you'd have to go from Wangnaru Station to Chonho Station. The distance from here to there is nearly 4 kilometers, quite far. If you count round trip on foot, it would take about 2 hours. But what if the symptoms disappear before then? You get caught and ripped apart by the zombies. Hearing this, Jong Minun suggested an idea. What about using an electric bike? I think I could make the round trip within an hour. Hadohan rubbed his chin and nodded. Yeah, we need to check if the subway tracks and road surface are suitable for bikes. But the timing of symptom onset and disappearance is unclear. It's too risky. Even maintaining this shelter is running low on manpower. Last time, 2 people died, though it was caused by escaped convicts. They might come back, so right now we have to stay sharp on guard. Jong Minun looked at him firmly and asked, Can't I just go on my own trip? After all, I'm the one carrying the infection, and being here is basically like being an illegal resident. Hearing that, Han Jena immediately frowned in objection. Absolutely not. If you push yourself too hard and get reckless, what if you turn someone into a carrier? Jong Min looked startled. A carrier? Realizing she slipped up, she stammered to fix it. Huh? That means overload. If your body gets overloaded, you'll be in danger. Kang Hon agreed with Han Jena. That's right, Dr. Han was spot on. The symptoms showing up and how long they last are totally unpredictable. It's way too risky an idea. Let's keep monitoring and get some backup from the fighters here to clear the way. That's the smarter move. Jong Minun hesitated. After a moment, outside, by the iron gate, a man was standing guard. The 4 of them stepped out together. Suddenly, Han Jena froze, her eyes wide with shock. Standing in front of Han Jena was a short-haired woman. She furrowed her brows sharply and snapped. What's going on? Han Jena? Oh man, you're still alive? Thought you were dead. Sometime earlier, Han Jena's phone showed it was connecting to her stepmom Choi Sujin, who picked up. What's this? She grabbed the lifeline, quickly saying, hello, but the woman's voice was impatient. What? I'm busy. Han Jena hurriedly explained her situation, worried. Hey, I'm stuck on the emergency stairs of a building near the main road. Help me. I tried calling 911 and the cops, but no luck. Instead of helping, Choi Soo-jin cursed her out. Damn it. What the hell are you saying? Handle it yourself. Those words crushed Han-na's hope. What? Choi Soo-jin snapped. The whole apartment complex is in chaos right now. I'm just trying to survive. I'm hanging up. Han-na pleaded desperately. Wait, please. You have a car, right? It's close, the FD building. The one with the Palladium studio. Come pick me up. Before Han-na finished, Choi Soo-jin hung up. The cold, endless beeping echoed in the room, snuffing out the flicker of hope inside her. Han-na just stood there silently, overwhelmed with disappointment, snapping back to reality. Her eyes suddenly widened as she stared straight into Choi's. Jong Minun was the first to notice Han-na's odd reaction. He whispered, "Is that someone Han-na knows?" She mouthed a reply. Yeah, that's the one I told you about. That bitch abandoned me and my dad to chase some damn fame." Han-na's words set Choi Soo-jin off. She yelled, "You little brat, you think I left you on purpose?" The complex was in chaos too. I almost died. I ran for my life. It was dangerous back then, and you turned me into the villain. The man beside her tried to calm Choi Soo-jin. "Baby, come on." But she wasn't backing down. Her venomous words kept coming, blunt as hell. "You're not even my daughter. I'm not crazy enough to risk my life to save you. We're not even blood, just strangers. Actually, it was even before that. If you treated me a little better, I wouldn't be like this. It's your karma, you ungrateful brat." Dong Min-jun quickly stepped in front of Han-na, stammering. What the hell, you crazy woman? Cut it out." Choi Soo-jin shouted angrily. "What? Crazy? Who the hell are you? Who are you? Hey, what are you two still standing there for?" They stared at her with judging eyes. There were troublemakers like that even in the evacuation zone. Kang Hon frowned and quietly asked, "So who the hell are they?" Hadawayne explained as he walked, "They're a couple who survived and came here a few weeks ago. I don't like them. The guy said he's sick, so he's not joining the rescue forces. They don't listen, break rules all the time, and just cause problems." She claims she was a famous actress or something. But even if she was an actress, what does that matter now? If they keep messing up the vibe here, they'll get kicked out for sure. By the way, I didn't know you and Han-na were connected. Dong Min-jun glanced at Han-na when he heard that. Suddenly, Hadawayne's radio crackled to life, and a voice came through. "Found a U.S. soldier at Southgate 2. Disarm and escort him in." He frowned and asked back, "A U.S. soldier?" The voice reminded, "If any survivors speak English, have them come here immediately." Hadawayne nodded. "Yeah, probably U.S. soldier stationed in Korea who got lost. Any survivors who speak English?" Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind, "I do." With a puzzled look from Hadawayne, Han-na repeated, "I speak English." A little later, inside a military room, a soldier dressed in camo stood at attention. The soldier said in a serious tone, "I was patrolling after setting up a base at a nearby school. That's when I realized only 5 people remained in my unit. 4 others are guarding the base. Everyone else didn't make it." Han-na sat across from him and continued. He said they set up a temporary base at a nearby school, then went on patrol and ended up here. Right now, there are 5 people left in total. The rest have all died. A few weeks ago, we managed to contact the command center and the Okinawa Air Base. They said they'd send a rescue helicopter, but then the connection suddenly dropped again. While she was talking with David Brick, Kang Haken stood behind her and whispered, "Henna, you look different." She looked around briefly, then shut the door again and sat down in the chair. Yoon Jane stared intently at her phone, silently praying. "Definitely, but it feels like someone's deliberately jamming our communications." Han-na added more info. He said the Okinawa Air Base promised to send a rescue chopper, but it seems the comms got jammed. Her words made Ha-do-ha In suddenly say, "So does that mean we can count on the U.S. military to help us evacuate from Korea? All the survivors here." David Brick looked worried. "Can we really evacuate from Korea with U.S. support? There are about 500 survivors here in total." David Brick frowned. "That many people will be tough for us. The real problem is we've also lost contact with the command center." Hearing that, Han-na sealed it with a line. "Anyway, we'll keep trying to reach them, but don't get your hopes up." He said there are too many people here, so it might be difficult. The issue is losing contact with command, but they'll keep trying. Hadawayne stood silently to the side. "Wait, if we can send the immune person Minun to the U.S. through these American soldiers, maybe they can develop a special cure or vaccine, right?" The vending machine sat silent, unused. It was already late afternoon. Inside a room, the clock ticked quietly in the stillness. The hallway was empty, then suddenly a door opened, and Yoon Sin peeked out. She looked around for a moment, then closed the door again, sat down in the chair. Yoon Jane stared intently at her phone, silently pleading in her heart. Please hurry, it's been too long. Where's the drone? Her voice trembled. Could it be I've found the immune person? I have to report to Savior Jane immediately. The phone screen showed no Wi-Fi signal, but then two Wi-Fi bars lit up strong. Yoon Selin thought happily, got the signal. Finally, I can report to the Savior. It's been a month, hasn't it? When the other end picked up, a cold voice said, What's the situation? She stammered, I'm researcher 135 at the Gunja evacuation station. Among the survivors here, I've found an immune person. The voice on the other end sounded shocked. What? Okay, I'll connect you directly to the Savior. Speak. Yoon Jane covered her mouth in shock. She kept repeating the words Savior in her head. Not wanting to keep them waiting, Yoon Shin quickly shared what she knew. You might not believe it, but even at 100% infection, he's very different from other zombies. If 0 is normal and 100 is fully infected, he fluctuates constantly between 0 and 100. I'm not 100% sure, but he's unlike any mutated zombie. He's clearly a fully normal immune person. The reason, only I can't figure out. I plan to send a blood sample via drone. But to be sure, the immune person needs to be brought here for body testing. What do you think? The cold voice on the line spoke slowly. An immune person? That can't be. If there's an immune person, that's a fatal flaw. Yoon Sein asked nervously. Then what? Should we eliminate the flaw? Silence fell for a moment. Finally, the other person rejected that idea. No, first send the blood sample. And as you said, the immune person must be brought here for testing. The existence of an immune person means the virus spreading now has a defect. If we study and fix it, we could evolve it into a stronger form that can't be cured. Yoon Sejin covered her mouth in shock. She stammered. But how can I bring the immune person here alone right now? Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Yoon Sein. A familiar voice called from outside. Are you in there? Ah, Han Do-hain was outside, furrowing his brow, wondering. What's up? Why'd you lock the door? Yoon Shin stepped out to open it, surprised to see him. Oh, hey, Hado, and asked worriedly. Why did you lock the door? Yoon Shin came up with an excuse. Huh? I was just changing. He stepped into the room and shut the door. She looked puzzled. But why all of a sudden? It's roll call time. Hado, smirked slightly. I have something important to tell you in private. Yoon Shin broke out in a sweat, stammering. Can't you tell me later? He shook his head. Why? It's really important. You know about the American soldier who came here, right? Yoon Shin nodded at that. Yeah, checking for infection is normal. Hado rolled his eyes and offered an idea. I've got a good plan. He was still trying to contact command. She listened closely and asked, So what's next? He continued, So if we send the immune person, Minjun, or at least Minjun's blood sample to the U.S., through him, the Americans could develop a cure or vaccine. I think if that works out, this hellish world could finally end. Yoon Shin's eyes widened after hearing Han Do-hain's idea. What? You actually told that American soldier we have someone immune? You told that American soldier already? Hado-in shook his head slightly. No, I haven't mentioned it yet. She breathed a sigh of relief, but then he paused before saying, But this is something only the two of us knowing won't solve. Somehow, we need help from a benefactor to get a vaccine or cure. Yoon Shin interrupted in a low voice. Hey, is that American soldier really trustworthy? He's unverified. If we hand over the blood sample, will they really get it safely to a lab? And there's no guarantee a cure or vaccine will even be made. Hado immediately hesitated. Minjun keeps warning me. What if we send Minjun, the only immune person, and something goes wrong? Unless the lab is verified or a government agency comes looking, we can't just hand over the blood. After a few seconds of silence, Hado-in quietly said, I get it. Suddenly, a voice came through his radio. Unidentified flying object detected over the central building airspace. It's night, so it's hard to confirm, but it's probably a drone. Han froze and exclaimed, What? Then two loud gunshots rang out outside the window, grabbing both their attention. The other end kept reporting, trying to shoot it down, but it's not easy. He quickly said, This is Corporal Han Do-hain. I'm heading there immediately. Yoon Shin asked worriedly, A drone? What's going on? Hado hurriedly put on his shoes and replied, Looks like someone from outside sent it. Stay here until it's over. She watched his back as he ran off and called after him, Be careful. The footsteps faded away. Yoon Shin stood silently in the small room, deep in thought. Then she spun around and ran to her desk, her mind a mess, desperate. I have to get back in touch. Please, please. Contrary to her hopes, the Wi-Fi signal that had 2 bars just moments ago was now completely dead. Yoon Shin opened her eyes wide in despair. The connection's cut off, damn it. Outside was dark except for a faint light at the end of the hallway. Kang Hon was brushing his teeth, puzzled. A drone. Huh. We finally lost it. Is that drone sent by the American military? They said there are 4 teammates nearby. Hadoin replied, they said it's not their drone. High chance it's from someone else, probably escaped prisoners or someone sending it. If there are sudden intruders like that, right? Guns are illegal in Korea. Using guns isn't simple, especially in this apocalypse. Food we can manage somehow, but ammo is the biggest problem. We definitely need more weapons. Wish someone would drop supplies like last time. Kang Hon wondered, those supply drops, they're not from the American military either? Hado-in explained. According to Sergeant David, those supply drops don't seem to come from the American side either. Kang Hon quickly asked, then, who's sending them? Hado-in's eyes flashed sharply. I don't know, but whoever it is, they want to help the survivors. The next morning, the 4 members of David's unit waiting near the school had also entered the shelter. Hado-in led the large group, with chatter rising behind him. This shelter is unbelievable. Maybe it can hold a few thousand people here. Huh. That's the power of Korea. We decided to try reaching out to the U.S. command here. David Brick spoke in English with a grateful tone. Thanks to you guys, we finally have a safe place to stay. We're really thankful. Anyway, having the U.S. military at our shelter definitely boosts our chances of getting support from America, so that's a positive. The outer iron gate was still locked tight. Suddenly, a voice called out behind Han Jena, hey, what's your name? I'm from Junggakdong. Which area were you in? Looks like we've met somewhere before. Han Jena turned around and immediately recognized him. She sighed quietly. Even here, the flies still swarm like crazy. Run Gokdong kept asking how old she was. Han Jena tried to politely decline, sorry, but I'm busy working right now. As a translator, she told herself that even if the world ends, her fame won't fade. The guy got rejected but didn't back off. Instead, he tried to get closer. Isn't this supposed to be break time? Right. Who's that guy with you? A friend? Not your boyfriend, right? Han Jena didn't let those words get to her. She glanced around, wondering, where the hell is Jong Minun wandering off to in this place? Suddenly, Han Jena's eyes widened. Right in front of her, Jong Minun was chatting with another girl. He giggled and gratefully said to her, really? Thanks. Hannah's heart jumped. Jong Minun. She immediately pushed between them, asking, what's going on? What? What are you talking about? Dong Min-jun tilted his head, confused. Huh? Oh, just talking about the shelter's facilities. Hannah forced a smile and turned to see Hakon. Oh sis, I've been looking everywhere for you. I need lip gloss and blush. Can you help me find some? I went to the store, but they didn't have any. Sei Hakon hesitated awkwardly. Jena, before she could finish, Han Jena shouted, sis, how is your skin so flawless? I get allergic to water that doesn't suit me. But the water here must be good for you, right? What do you use to wash your face? Si Hakon nervously whispered, but she didn't even notice and kept talking nonstop. Oh right, Han was looking for you earlier. You should go see her now. Oh Byung-jun looked their way and muttered sadly. So it's true, Han Jena and Jong Minun are dating. Guess us bookworms deserve to die. Suddenly, Baeun smirked and spoke up. They're not actually a couple. Under Oh Byung-jun's shocked gaze, Bi Sun-ho seriously introduced himself. I'm Bi Sun-ho, with 18 years of experience being single, and intuition sharpened by countless imaginary dates with idols. I'm absolutely sure. Oh Byung-jun groaned. Oh, what's so great about that? But Bi Sun-ho's next words left him speechless. Han-jena likes Jong Minun. Oh Byung-jun panicked. What? Why? Bi Sun-ho calmly predicted. I don't know why. The reason Han-jena likes Jong Minun is a mystery even to me. In the past, Han-jena was born into a wealthy family. Raised under the protection of her doctor father in Gangnam, she probably had everything she wanted, so we can guess she's a girl with a strong desire to possess. As time passes, the one who gets restless will be Han-jena, not the clueless Jong Minun who can't see it. Oh Byung-jun got curious and asked, but how could that happen? Jong Minun is just a bookworm like us. Besides, compared to Jong Minun, I'm superior in every way. Face, body, everything. So what good does Jong Minun have? Suddenly, Han Jena appeared out of nowhere with a cold tone. Hey, you two bookworms. Both jumped, startled. We're not spying. Bi Sun-ho hurriedly explained, I just heard you guys talking about Min-jun. You've always been close with him, right? Hannah frowned and said coolly, then you must know Min-jun well. When you hang out, what do you talk about? Anyone you like or your type. Stuff about girls or whatever, you're close, so you should know. Bi Sun-ho looked confused. Girls, Hanana, you have no idea what bookworms like us talk about. We mostly talk about games, cartoons, comics, and fangirling over idols. Stuff like that. Hannah muttered the word idol, then suddenly her eyes widened as if she just had an idea. Hannah flashes back to a memory. Right now, she's staring straight at Minun's goofy face. He's totally focused on checking out Yuian's beautiful face. Hannah frowns and says, "Hey Jong Minun, why you staring like you want to swallow someone whole? Is that the type of person you imagine?" Jong Minun snaps back to reality at that. He quietly says, "That's a friend I knew when I was a kid, Yuian." Hannah's eyes widen in surprise. Back in the present, she asks the other two, "So, Yuian from Lumina and Jong Minun actually know each other?" Biyun stares blankly. "Huh. So he told you Yuian knows him or something, then made up some weird story?" "I swear, if your friend's family knows an idol, that's gotta be legit. If Jong Minun really knows Yuian, then I'll call him dad." Hannah bursts out laughing. "Is that so? Just like I thought." Jong Minun actually dared to say some crazy stuff like that. Obyung-jun, standing nearby, suddenly turns bright red. He nervously asks, "But do you like him?" Hannah raises an eyebrow coldly. "What?" Obyung stammers, finally managing, "There's a rumor that you like Jong Minun." Hannah loses her patience and snaps. "Last warning, say it clearly." But Jun keeps stuttering. "Do you like Jong Minun?" She gets mad and yells, "Take this, you fatso." Then, at a small apartment, empty liquor bottles are scattered all over the place. A lazy voice calls out, "What should those kids do for revenge? Got any good ideas? Like guerrilla tactics or sneaking in secretly? Or maybe lure zombies to attack their hideout and burn their base down completely?" Joe sits silently, not saying a word. After a moment, he slowly speaks, "We should just give up that place." Kwon Tae-shik freezes. "What's that, Joe?" "Because of them, 5 of our people are already dead." Joe explains coldly. "Now there's only 3 of us left, and we're way outnumbered." Kwon Tae-shik stubbornly replies, "We can just find more people. Just recruit survivors around here." Joe lowers his head and shakes it softly. "No, we need to move somewhere else." His expression makes Kwon Tae-sik's face twist in annoyance. Then he smirks and asks, "You missing that girl, huh? Hey Joe, be honest. You like her, don't you? The age thing is just an excuse. Honestly, you like her, right? You're not like before. If it was back then, you'd have told us to kill them all. The little sister thing was just a cover. You like that girl, right? She's so hot that any guy would turn his head, right? Just be straight with us." Kwon Tae-sik keeps rambling, not noticing anything weird. Joe's strong hand suddenly grabs his neck. He raises a sharp pair of scissors high, his face darkening into something terrifying. His voice drops low. "You want to get chopped up like the guys who messed with my sister? Say that again." Cold sweat pours down Kwon Tae-jish. He forces a laugh and backtracks. "I'm just kidding. Please don't hurt me. You spared me once before. I won't ever bring up your sister again." Joe finally lets go of Kwon Tae-sik's neck. Suddenly, someone peeks in from outside and calls both of them. "Come out here. Got something to tell you too." Kwon Tae-sik grimaces in annoyance. "What's up?" Dong Jae, looking mysterious, says, "I found something terrible." The harsh sunlight beats down on the street. The 3 of them arrive and hear faint noises. Kwon Tae-sik stammers, "What is it?" In front of them lies a man's bloody corpse. The bloodied figure's